Welcome, dear friends, to a soothing haven where relaxation is the key to sweet dreams. Allow yourself to gently release the day's worries and embrace this serene moment. We are so grateful you've chosen to spend your time with us tonight. Together, we will embark on a journey through comforting stories that will transport you to magical, peaceful places. Now, let the warmth of these tales wrap around you and guide you to a restful slumber. Story 1. As the ethereal night deepened, the forest's symphony continued to play its timeless tune. The gentle hoot of the owl blended with the rustling leaves, creating a melody that echoed through the woodland. Willow, her heart still resonating with the stories she had shared, paused for a moment as her family nestled into the warmth of the burrow. Her eyes, wise and gentle, surveyed the forest with a deep sense of belonging. With her family safely tucked away, Willow felt an urge to walk alone, to immerse herself in the forest's nighttime secrets. She stepped lightly over the moss-covered roots, feeling the cool earth beneath her paws. Her path was guided by the delicate luminescence of the fireflies, their light flickering like distant stars fallen to earth. As she wandered deeper into the heart of the forest, the air grew cooler, carrying the scent of pine needles and the distant murmur of a babbling brook. It was here, amidst the towering trees, that the forest revealed its hidden wonders. The underbrush was alive with the soft sounds of nocturnal creatures awakening, each call and rustle a thread in the intricate tapestry of life. Suddenly, Willow's ears perked up as a soft, melodic hum floated through the air. It was a sound she knew well, one that resonated with the ancient magic of the place. She followed the melody, drawn to its source, her heart beating in rhythm with the song. The path led her to a small clearing where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver, bathing the scene in an otherworldly glow. In the center of the clearing stood a circle of stones, each one adorned with moss and lichen, whispering of ages long past. Atop one of these stones sat a figure cloaked in a silvery mist, her form shimmering with an ethereal light. It was the Moonlit Muse, a spirit of the forest known to appear only on the most sacred of nights. Willow bowed her head respectfully, for the Muse was a keeper of stories and dreams, a weaver of the tales that had shaped the forest's history. The Muse's eyes, deep and knowing, met Willow's with a gentle gaze that carried the weight of countless stories yet untold. "Willow," the Muse spoke, her voice like the gentle rustle of leaves. "You have shared much with your kin, and yet there is always more to discover. The stories of this forest run deep, and each tale is a thread in the fabric of our world." Willow listened intently, feeling the truth of the Muse's words resonate within her. She knew that the forest was not just a home, but a living, breathing entity, its life force woven from the stories of all who dwelled within it. "Tell me, Muse," Willow asked, her voice a soft echo in the clearing. "What more is there to learn? What secrets does the forest hold that I have yet to uncover?" The Muse smiled, a gentle, enigmatic expression that spoke of mysteries yet unraveled. "The forest is ever-changing, dear Willow, and its heart beats with the rhythm of life. Each creature, each leaf and stream, holds a story waiting to be told. Listen, and you shall hear the whispers of the past and the dreams of the future." Willow nodded, her heart filled with a sense of purpose. She realized that her role was not only to guide her family, but also to be a custodian of the forest's stories, to listen and learn, and to pass these tales on to future generations. As she made her way back to her burrow, Willow felt the weight of her responsibilities, but also the joy of being a part of something much larger than herself. The forest, with its endless mysteries and boundless beauty, was a world filled with wonder, and she was privileged to be a part of its eternal dance. The path homeward was not a mere retracing of steps, but a journey anew. As Willow took a different route, guided by an instinctive pull towards the heart of the forest. As she walked, she encountered an ancient oak, its boughs heavy with the weight of countless seasons. It stood as a guardian of secrets, its bark etched with the symbols of time's passage. Here Willow paused, placing a gentle paw upon its rough surface, feeling the pulse of life that coursed through its mighty trunk. It was then that a memory stirred within Willow, a tale told to her long ago by her grandmother. It was said that the oak held the memories of all who had ever walked beneath its branches. Closing her eyes, Willow breathed deeply, allowing the stories to flow into her, each one a whisper of the lives and dreams that had passed through the forest. Her heart ached with empathy as she felt the struggles and triumphs of creatures now gone, their voices blending into a symphony of existence. She understood now, more deeply than ever, the interconnectedness of all life, the delicate balance that sustained the forest's harmony. It was a realization that brought both humility and strength, a reminder of her place within this vast, intricate web. When she returned, the first light of dawn was beginning to paint the sky with hues of pink and gold. Her kits stirred, their eyes opening to the new day with curiosity and excitement. Willow settled beside them, her heart at peace, knowing that the stories of the forest would continue to unfold, weaving their magic through the lives of all its inhabitants. With the dawn came the promise of new stories, a reminder that in the heart of the forest, the dance of life and magic would never cease. The forest, in its infinite wisdom, held the promise of countless tales yet to be discovered, each one a testament to the enduring spirit of nature. Willow understood that her journey was only beginning, that each day would bring new lessons, new challenges, and new stories to share with her family and the world beyond. Story 2. The Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a quaint little village, there stood an ancient forest known as the Whispering Woods. The villagers often spoke of the woods in hushed tones, their tales filled with mystery and enchantment. They said that on quiet nights, when the moon hung low and silver, you could hear the trees whisper secrets of old and new. These woods were not just home to towering oaks and delicate ferns, but also to a hidden world brimming with magic and wonder. In the heart of the village lived a young girl named Cora. She was known for her curious nature and gentle heart. Cora loved exploring, and every day after her chores were done, she would wander to the edge of the woods, sitting quietly and listening to the rustle of leaves, imagining what secrets they might hold. Her grandmother often told her stories of the magical creatures that lived within the woods, tales of fairies and talking animals, and even a legendary enchanted spring that could grant wishes. A grandmother's wisdom. Cora's grandmother, with her weathered hands and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of countless seasons, often shared tales during the soft glow of twilight. "Remember, Cora," she would say, her voice a gentle melody, "magic is not just in the wonders of the woods, but in the kindness of your heart and the strength of your spirit." One warm summer's evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Cora sat at the edge of the woods with her loyal companion, a scruffy little dog named Pip. The sun cast a golden light over the village, illuminating the cobblestone streets and the thatched roofs of cottages. As the cool evening breeze rustled through the leaves, she heard something unusual, a soft, melodious whisper that seemed to beckon her. "Did you hear that, Pip?" Cora asked, her eyes wide with excitement. Pip wagged his tail, his ears perked as if he too sensed something special. Drawn by the whispers, Cora decided to venture a little further into the woods than she ever had before. With Pip trotting beside her, they stepped beneath the canopy of leaves, the forest floor soft and cool beneath their feet, a patchwork of dappled moonlight. The enchanted path. The path they took seemed to wind in ways that defied logic, twisting and turning as if it had a mind of its own. The trees, with their ancient bark and leaves that shimmered silver under the moonlight, seemed to lean closer, as though eager to share their secrets. Cora noticed the underbrush was alive with the soft glow of luminescent mushrooms, casting an ethereal light on the ground. As they walked, Cora felt a gentle pull, not just on her feet, but on her very spirit. It was as if the forest itself was guiding her towards something profound and transformative. She realized that this journey was not just a physical one, but a passage that bridged the mundane and the magical. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the occasional chirp of a nightingale added a melody to the whispers of the woods. A glimpse of the past. As Cora and Pip ventured deeper, they encountered an old, forgotten clearing, overgrown with wildflowers that emitted a subtle, sweet fragrance. In the center stood the remnants of what once appeared to be an ancient stone circle. Moss clung to the stones, and soft vines wrapped around them like gentle embraces. Cora could sense the lingering energy of the place, as if it had once been a sacred site where villagers gathered in ages past. Intrigued, Cora knelt to inspect the stones more closely. Faint carvings adorned them, depicting scenes of life in the village long ago, celebrations, harvests, and gatherings under the moonlight. It was a reminder of the deep connection between the villagers and the Whispering Woods, a bond that had been nurtured through generations. The Heart's Reflection. Eventually, they arrived at a small clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled with age. Nestled among its roots was a shimmering pool of water, the fabled enchanted spring of her grandmother's stories. Cora's heart raced with wonder as she approached the spring. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the night sky like a mirror, and Cora felt a strange warmth emanating from it. As she knelt beside the spring, she noticed a small, intricately carved stone lying at the water's edge. It was smooth and cool to the touch, etched with symbols that glowed faintly in the moonlight. Suddenly, a voice, soft and kind, echoed in the clearing. "Welcome, Cora. I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods." Startled yet mesmerized, Cora looked around, seeing no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the spirit of the woods, and I have watched over this place for centuries," the voice replied, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You have a pure heart, child, and I entrust you with a gift, a single wish granted by the enchanted spring. Use it wisely." Cora's mind whirled with possibilities. She thought of all the things she could wish for, but deep down she knew what her heart truly desired. "I wish to help my village," she said softly, "to bring happiness and prosperity to everyone." The water of the spring shimmered brightly, and the carved stone in Cora's hand glowed warmly. "Your wish is granted," the guardian said gently. "The magic of the spring will bless your village, but remember, true happiness comes not from magic alone, but from the kindness and love you share with one another." The return and transformation. Cora nodded, understanding the wisdom in the guardian's words. With her wish granted, she thanked the guardian and promised to cherish the gift she had received. As Cora and Pip made their way back home, the woods seemed to hum with contentment, the whispers now a soothing lullaby. As they returned, Cora felt a deep sense of peace and purpose. The forest, which had once been a place of mystery, now felt like an old friend, revealing its secrets to her. She had glimpsed the interconnectedness of all things, how the rustle of a leaf, the song of a bird, and the human heart were all part of the same grand tapestry. A new encounter. A few days after her adventure, Cora was in the village square when she noticed a stranger, a traveling minstrel named Alara, who had arrived with tales of distant lands. Her stories were vibrant and colorful, filled with the scent of exotic spices and the sounds of bustling markets. As the villagers gathered around, Cora felt a kinship with Alara and invited her to share a meal at her home. Over dinner, Alara spoke of her travels and the wonders she had seen, but also of the loneliness of the road. Cora, in turn, shared her experience in the Whispering Woods. The minstrel listened intently, her eyes sparkling with interest, and as Cora spoke, she realized how deeply the encounter had changed her perspective. Inspired by Cora's journey, Alara shared a secret of her own, a song taught to her by a wise elder in a distant land. The song, she explained, was a melody meant to harmonize with nature, believed to awaken the spirits of the earth and sky. Together they sang the song, their voices weaving through the air, resonating with the whispers of the woods. The Festival of Gratitude. Weeks later, the village decided to hold a festival in honor of the new blessings they received. The air was thick with the scent of freshly baked bread, and the joyous laughter of children echoed through the streets. Cora, now seen as a figure of hope and kindness, was asked to speak. Standing in the village square, surrounded by faces full of warmth and gratitude, she shared her journey into the Whispering Woods. "Magic lives in the heart of our community," she said, her voice strong and clear. "It is in our shared dreams, our laughter, and our love for one another." The villagers, inspired by Cora's words, pledged to take better care of each other and the world around them. They planted new trees, nurtured gardens, and ensured that the woods remained a sanctuary for all its magical inhabitants. A legacy of love. Years passed and Cora grew into a wise and beloved leader of the village. she never forgot her journey into the Whispering Woods, the night she discovered the spring and the lesson of love and kindness it had imparted. The villagers continued to prosper, their hearts filled with gratitude and joy. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of wonder and magic, forever whispering secrets to those who would listen. A reminder that the greatest magic of all was the love and friendship shared among the villagers. In the glow of the setting sun, Cora often wandered to the edge of the woods with Pip, listening to the whispers that had changed her life. She knew that the magic of the woods was not just in the enchanted spring, but in the beauty and mystery of nature itself, and in the hearts of those who cherished it. The seasons of change. As the years rolled on, Cora witnessed the cycles of nature at play. The woods, ever changing with the seasons, mirrored the ebb and flow of her own life. She watched as the vibrant colors of autumn cascaded from the treetops, carpeting the forest floor in hues of amber and crimson. Winter's breath later cloaked the village in a gentle hush, only to give way to the rebirth of spring, when blossoms burst forth in a symphony of color. Through these changing seasons, Cora learned that just as the woods evolved, so too did the village and its people. The lessons of kindness and community she had imparted became woven into the fabric of the village's identity. New generations grew up listening to tales of the Whispering Woods, of a young girl who dared to follow the call of the forest and discovered the true magic within herself. A new dawn. As Cora's hair turned silver like the moonlight that once guided her steps, she continued to be a beacon of wisdom in the village. Her legacy was not just in the tales told by firesides, but in the thriving community that celebrated life's wonders. The Whispering Woods, with its timeless secrets, stood watch over the village, a testament to the enduring power of love, courage, and the belief in something greater than oneself. The end. Story 3. In the quaint little village of Maple Hollow, nestled between the emerald folds of the Whispering Woods and the shimmering banks of the Moonlit Lake, curious events began to unfold under the soft glow of the twilight sky. The village was a place where magic and nature entwined like the delicate tendrils of ivy climbing the old stone cottages. The air was always sweet, with the scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle lullaby of the breeze through the birch trees was a constant companion. Yet something peculiar was in the air, an enchanting riddle that danced just beyond the edge of understanding, waiting to be solved. The villagers first noticed the odd happenings when the moonflowers, which only bloomed under the light of the full moon, began to open every night. Their silvery petals unfurled in the starlight, casting a soft, magical glow across the cobblestone streets, much to the delight and confusion of everyone. Then the gentle stream that meandered through the heart of the village began to sing. It wasn't the usual babbling or gurgling. No, this was a melody, a soft, haunting song that drifted through the air, weaving itself into the villagers' dreams. Intrigued and a little concerned, the villagers sought the wisdom of the sage who lived at the edge of the forest. They found him in his cozy cottage, the scent of lavender and rosemary wafting through the open windows, mingling with the warm, inviting aroma of freshly baked bread. The sage, with his long silver beard and twinkling eyes, listened patiently to the villagers' tales. He was a kind soul, wrapped in layers of woolen robes that whispered secrets of the forest as he moved. After a thoughtful pause, he spoke in his gentle, melodic voice. "These are signs, dear friends, of a magic deeper than our own. We must seek the creatures of the forest, for they hold the knowledge we need." As the villagers prepared for their journey, a young girl named Alara, with hair as dark as the night sky and eyes that sparkled with curiosity, stepped forward. "I want to help," she declared, her voice steady and filled with determination. Alara had always been captivated by the tales of magic and mystery that surrounded Maple Hollow, and this was her chance to be part of one. The sage nodded, seeing the earnestness in her gaze. "Very well, Alara. Your heart is brave and your spirit kind. You will be our guide." As they gathered provisions, Alara noticed her younger brother Finn watching from the shadows. His eyes, a mirror of her own, were wide with the excitement that only a child could possess. "Can I come too?" he pleaded, clutching a small wooden whistle he had carved himself. Alara hesitated, knowing the journey could be perilous, but the sage intervened with a nod. Often, it is the innocence of youth that sees what others cannot, he murmured, placing a gentle hand on Finn's shoulder. And so, a small group of villagers, led by the sage, Alara and Finn, ventured into the Whispering Woods. The forest was a symphony of life, each rustle of leaves and chirp of crickets a note in the grand tapestry of nature. The path was dappled with moonlight, and the scent of damp earth and pine filled their senses. As they delved deeper into the forest, the gentle hum of life around them grew richer. They observed the way the moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting intricate patterns on the forest floor. The air was filled with the sweet scent of night-blooming jasmine, and the occasional call of a distant nightjar added an echo of mystery. There, under the ancient oaks whose branches stretched towards the heavens, they met the wise owls. The owls, with their golden eyes gleaming like lanterns in the dark, listened to the villagers' concerns. "The moonflowers and the singing stream," hooted the eldest owl, "are gifts from the moonlit lake. It seems the lake is trying to tell you something." The villagers exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what message the lake could be sending. The owls, seeing their confusion, offered a clue. "To understand, you must speak with the water sprites," they advised. Alara, whose heart had danced with each note of the stream's melody, felt a flicker of understanding. She had always felt a connection to the water, spending endless summer days by its banks, dreaming of the worlds hidden beneath its surface. As they made their way to the moonlit lake, Finn's whistle trilled softly, echoing through the trees. "It sounds like the stream's song," he observed, his voice a mix of wonder and pride. Before reaching the lake, the group paused by an old stone circle, a relic of a time long past. The stones were cool to the touch, covered in moss and lichen, whispering stories of ancient gatherings and rituals. Alara knelt beside the largest stone, tracing the carved symbols with her fingers. She felt a surge of energy, a connection to those who had walked this path before them, seeking answers from the same spirits they now sought. The surface of the water shimmered like a quilt of stars, reflecting the sky above. As they approached, tiny figures emerged from the depths. The water sprites were delicate and ethereal, their laughter like the tinkling of wind chimes. The sprites danced across the water, leaving trails of light in their wake. "Welcome, friends," they chimed in unison, their voices as soft as the evening mist. "What brings you to our shores?" The villagers explained the strange events, and the sprites listened with smiles playing on their lips. "The lake is alive with magic," one sprite explained, her eyes sparkling like sunlight on water. "It wishes to share its joy with you, to remind you of the beauty and mystery of the world." "But why now?" asked a villager, brushing a strand of hair from her face as a gentle breeze ruffled it. "The cycle of the moon has reached a special alignment," replied another sprite, twirling gracefully in midair. "This rare event awakens the hidden magic within the lake, and it wishes to celebrate with you." Understanding dawned on the villagers like the first light of dawn. They realized that the occurrences were not warnings or omens, but rather invitations to reconnect with the wonder surrounding them every day. As they prepared to leave, one of the older villagers, a man named Thorn, stepped forward. His eyes, the color of storm clouds, reflected a life of both hardship and resilience. "I have seen many moons, many cycles," he murmured, his voice gravelly yet warm. "But I had forgotten the joy of wonder, the thrill of discovery. I thank you for reminding me." The sprites nodded, their expressions gentle and knowing. "Magic is not just in the extraordinary," one whispered, "but in the everyday, the overlooked." With hearts full of gratitude, they returned to the village, eager to share the sprite's message. That night, under a sky awash with stars, the villagers gathered by the lake. They sang and danced, their voices joining the melody of the stream, their laughter ringing out into the night. As the moon cast its silvery glow over Maple Hollow, the villagers felt a deep sense of peace. They understood now that magic was not just in the grand gestures or mysterious happenings, but in the simple, everyday beauty of life. For Alara, this journey had been transformative. She had discovered not only the magic of the world, but the strength and courage within herself. She vowed to carry this lesson with her, to always seek out the wonder in everyday life. Before returning to her cottage, Alara paused by the edge of the moonlit lake, watching the ripples dance across its surface. In that moment of solitude, she whispered a silent promise to the moon and the stars, vowing to protect the magic of Maple Hollow and to nurture the bond between her people and the mystical world that cradled them. And so, with hearts lighter than they'd been in a long time, the villagers returned to their homes as the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They knew that whenever they needed to remember the magic, they only had to look up at the moon, listen to the whisper of the stream, or watch the dance of the moonflowers. In the cozy warmth of their beds, as sleep gently embraced them, the villagers dreamed of moonlit dances and starry skies, their hearts forever touched by the gentle mystery they had unraveled together. And in the stillness of the night, the village of Maple Hollow slept soundly, wrapped in the comforting embrace of the magic that lived within their hearts. Story 4. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the foot of snow-capped mountains, there lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was a gentle soul with an unquenchable curiosity and a heart as warm as the golden sun that kissed the village each morning. The village itself was a tapestry of charming cobblestone paths, vibrant flower gardens, and cottages that seemed to hum with stories of old. It was a place where time danced slowly and laughter echoed like a sweet melody, blending with the gentle hum of bees in the lavender fields and the distant call of the mountain birds. Finn lived in a snug, ivy-covered cottage with his grandmother, a wise woman whose stories were as rich as the earth they walked upon. She often spoke of magical realms hidden within the folds of nature, whispering tales that kindled Finn's imagination. Her voice would weave the narrative, painting vivid pictures of far-off lands where the air shimmered with enchantment. Among all her stories, one about a mysterious object fascinated Finn the most, a shimmering stone that could reveal hidden worlds and grant the wielder the ability to communicate with the heart of nature. One chilly autumn morning, as the village was draped in a veil of mist and the air carried the crisp scent of fallen leaves, Finn set out on an adventure. His heart was light with the thrill of unknown possibilities. The forest that bordered the village was a place of endless wonder for Finn, with its towering trees that swayed in whispered secrets and the gentle rustle of creatures unseen. The ground was soft beneath his feet, littered with a carpet of auburn leaves that crunched with each step, while the distant sound of a babbling brook provided a soothing undertone to the symphony of nature. Finn's journey took him deeper into the heart of the forest, where the world around him seemed to change. The leaves glistened with dew that caught the morning light, creating a canopy of twinkling stars above him. The air was filled with the fragrant symphony of pine needles and moss, a scent that felt both ancient and eternal. Finn's heart pulsed with the rhythm of a place alive with enchantment. He paused to listen to the rustling leaves and the soft chirping of birds, feeling a profound connection to the vibrant life surrounding him. He soon stumbled upon a clearing where the sunlight poured in like liquid gold. At the center, nestled among a bed of soft, emerald ferns, lay a peculiar stone. It was unlike anything Finn had ever seen, a luminous orb that shimmered with hues of blue and green, as if the ocean itself had been captured within. Finn felt an inexplicable pull towards it, a feeling as though the stone was calling to him, singing a song only he could hear. Gingerly, Finn picked up the stone. The moment his fingers brushed its cool surface, a gentle warmth spread through him, filling him with a sense of peace and belonging. In that instant, the world around him shifted. The forest seemed to awaken, its colors more vibrant and its sounds more alive. Finn could hear the whisper of the wind as it danced through the trees, the murmured conversations of the brook, and the harmonious chatter of the forest creatures. With the stone in hand, Finn felt as though he had unlocked a secret door to the heart of the forest. He spent the day exploring this hidden world, marveling at the wonders that unfolded before him. He met a family of deer, their eyes wise and gentle, who guided him to a meadow where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors. He watched as a family of squirrels performed acrobatic feats among the branches, their laughter a bubbly chorus that echoed through the trees. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange, Finn knew it was time to return home. The stone, nestled safely in his pocket, felt like a promise of new adventures in the bond he had formed with the forest. With each step towards the village, Finn felt a change within himself, a deeper understanding of the world and his place within it. The following days were filled with wonder as Finn returned to the forest, each visit revealing more of its secrets. He learned to listen to the stories carried by the wind and the wisdom whispered by the ancient trees. He became friends with the creatures of the forest, who welcomed him as one of their own. The stone had not just opened a door to a hidden world, it had opened Finn's heart to the magic that lay in every leaf and stream. One evening, Finn sat with his grandmother by the hearth, the flames crackling softly as shadows danced across the walls. He shared his newly discovered tales with her, his eyes alight with the wonder of a world beyond imagination. His grandmother listened intently, her eyes shimmering with a deep understanding. She revealed to Finn that she, too, had once encountered the stone in her youth, and had chosen to leave it in the forest for someone else to discover its magic. Her stories added another layer to Finn's understanding, drawing him closer to the generations past who had walked the same paths and heard the same whispers of the wind. Inspired by his grandmother's connection to the stone and her wisdom, Finn felt an even greater sense of purpose. He realized the importance of sharing these stories, of kindling the village's connection to the land and its hidden wonders. The next morning, the village was shrouded in a tapestry of mist that clung to the earth like a veil, as if nature itself was holding its breath. Finn, with the stone tucked safely in his pocket, ventured into the forest once more. As he walked, he felt the forest's pulse, a rhythmic hum that resonated with the beat of his own heart. He was drawn to a secluded glade, where the trees grew in a perfect circle, their branches arching overhead like the ribs of a great cathedral. In the center of the glade, Finn discovered an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the wisdom of centuries. The air was thick with the scent of earth and the sweet aroma of wildflowers, and Finn could hear the faintest whisper of a song carried on the breeze. It was a melody that spoke of the forest's history, a symphony of life and time. As he leaned against the oak, Finn closed his eyes and listened. The stone in his pocket began to glow softly, its light pulsing in time with the song of the forest. Finn felt a profound clarity, as if the secrets of the world were being revealed to him in that sacred space. He understood that the stone was not merely a tool of magic, but a bridge, one that connected him to the soul of the forest and the ancient knowledge it held. One day, as Finn sat by the brook, its waters singing a lullaby of ancient tales, he noticed something unusual. The stone resting beside him began to glow with a soft, pulsing light. Curious, Finn held it up to the light, watching as it shimmered like a star. Suddenly a vision unfolded before him, a vision of his village, but in a time long past. He saw the people of the village, their faces familiar yet different, and among them his grandmother as a young girl. The vision showed a gathering in the heart of the village, where people came together in joy and celebration. Finn realized that the stone was revealing the history of the village, a history that had been forgotten with time. He watched as the villagers shared stories and laughter, their lives intricately woven with the surrounding forest. It was a reminder of a time when people lived in harmony with nature, respecting and cherishing the gifts it offered. With this newfound knowledge, Finn felt a sense of responsibility. He understood that the stone was not just a gift for him, but a message for the entire village, a reminder of the bond they once shared with the land. Finn knew he had to share this story, to rekindle the connection between his people and the forest that cradled their home. That evening, as the village gathered around the warmth of a crackling fire, Finn shared the tales he had learned from the forest. He spoke of the hidden world and the creatures that called it home, of the wisdom carried by the wind and the ancient songs sung by the trees. He told them of the vision he had seen, of a time when the village thrived in harmony with the land. As Finn spoke, the villagers listened with rapt attention, their hearts stirred by the stories of old. They began to remember the tales passed down by their ancestors, the traditions that had been forgotten with time. Inspired by Finn's words, the villagers promised to renew their bond with the forest, to cherish and protect the land that had provided for them through generations. In the days that followed, the village came alive with renewed purpose. People ventured into the forest, not to take, but to learn and understand. They planted trees and tended to the land, ensuring its health for future generations. The village and the forest became one once more, their stories intertwined in a dance of life and love. One morning, as Finn wandered through the forest, he encountered an elder tree, its bark gnarled and ancient, yet its leaves vibrant and full of life. The tree spoke to him in a voice that resonated like a deep melodic hum. It told Finn of the cycles of nature, the balance that must be maintained, and the importance of every creature, no matter how small. It was a lesson in humility and respect, one that Finn took to heart. And as for Finn, he continued to explore the hidden wonders of the forest, accompanied by the stone that had become a part of his very being. He knew that each day held a new adventure, a new story waiting to be discovered. With the stone as his guide, Finn embraced the world with open arms, knowing that magic was not confined to the stories of old, but lived in every whisper of the wind and every rustle of the leaves. One crisp dawn, Finn awoke with a peculiar sense of anticipation. The forest, with its whispering trees and hidden paths, seemed to call out to him more strongly than ever before. Driven by an inexplicable urge, he ventured deeper into the woods than he had ever dared, guided by the whispers of the trees and the soft glow of the stone in his pocket. After a long trek, he arrived at a grove he had never seen. The place was cloaked in an ethereal mist, with shafts of sunlight piercing through the canopy, casting a kaleidoscope of colors on the forest floor. In the center of the grove stood a pool of water clear as glass, reflecting the sky above and the leaves around. As Finn approached, the stone began to glow with an intensity he had never seen before. Intrigued, Finn knelt beside the pool, peering into its depths. Suddenly, the water began to ripple, and a vision unfolded within its depths, a vision of the future. He saw the village, thriving and harmonious, interwoven with the forest in a symbiotic dance of life. He saw children laughing and playing, elders sharing stories, and a community united by their love for the land. This vision filled Finn with a sense of hope and purpose. He realized that the stone was not just a relic of the past, but a beacon guiding them towards a brighter future. Energized by this revelation, Finn returned to the village, his heart brimming with the promise of what could be. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the village thrived in harmony, its people united by the stories that bound them to the land. Finn's heart sang with joy, for he had found his place in the world, a world where magic was real, and dreams took flight on the wings of friendship and love. And thus, in the warm embrace of the village and the forest, the story of Finn and the magical stone became a tale whispered by the wind, a lullaby sung by the trees, and a promise of hope and wonder for generations to come. Story 5. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the foot of a sprawling emerald forest, there lived a gentle soul named Oliver. The village, with its cobblestone streets and thatched cottages, was a place where time seemed to slow, and the air was always fragrant with the scent of blooming lavender and fresh-baked bread. The village had a rhythm of its own, a symphony of nature and humanity intertwined, where the laughter of children echoed through the lanes, and the soft murmur of the stream provided a soothing background melody. Oliver, a young man with an ever-curious mind and a heart full of wonder, spent his days tending to the small garden beside his family's cottage and helping neighbors with small chores. Each morning, as the village awoke, Oliver would breathe in the crisp air, filled with the aroma of dew-laden lavender, mingling with the earthy scent of morning mist. The cobblestones underfoot were cool to the touch, whispering stories of countless footsteps that had walked them before. The sky at dawn was a canvas of ever-changing colors, each sunrise a unique masterpiece that Oliver cherished. Oliver's love for his village and the surrounding nature was evident, as he often paused to watch the sun rise, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, while the first birds of the day sang their morning greetings. One misty morning, as the sun began to cast its golden rays across the dew-kissed fields, Oliver decided to explore the forest that edged their village. The forest was a place of whispered legends and childhood tales, said to be home to creatures both wise and whimsical. As he stepped onto the well-trodden path, The cool earth beneath his feet felt alive, humming with the promise of adventure. The path, winding and mysterious, seemed to invite Oliver into its depths, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves. As Oliver wandered deeper into the woods, the trees grew taller, and their leaves formed a canopy that danced with the dappled sunlight. The air was filled with the sweet songs of birds and the gentle rustle of leaves. Each step he took was accompanied by the soft crunch of twigs and leaves, a symphony of the forest's secret life. It wasn't long before he stumbled upon a small, hidden glade. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk gnarled and twisted with age. The bark of the tree was a tapestry of time, each groove and knot a testament to centuries of growth. At the base of the tree, nestled among the roots, lay a peculiar object, a delicate, silver locket, its surface etched with intricate designs that seemed to shimmer in the light. Oliver picked up the locket, its cool metal warming instantly in his hand. As he opened it, a soft, ethereal glow enveloped him, and he felt an unfamiliar yet comforting sensation, as though he were being embraced by the very essence of the forest itself. Within the locket, he discovered a tiny, swirling galaxy of stars, each twinkling with a light of its own. It was then that he realized this was no ordinary piece of jewelry. It was a magical artifact, a treasure of the forest. Eager to understand its secrets, Oliver decided to seek the wisdom of the village elder, a kindly woman named Agatha, who was known for her knowledge of the old ways. Her cottage, set at the edge of the village near the forest, was a place of warmth, its windows aglow with the light of 100 candles and the scent of herbs hanging in the air. The path to her door was lined with wildflowers, their colors vibrant against the soft hues of twilight. Oliver approached Agatha's door, his footsteps echoing softly against the wooden porch. Agatha welcomed Oliver with a gentle smile, her eyes twinkling like the stars in the locket. Her hands, weathered by time yet gentle as a summer breeze, cupped the locket as Oliver recounted his discovery. She listened intently, nodding with understanding. "Ah, the Locket of Echoes," she murmured, tracing a finger over the locket. "It is said to hold the memories of the forest, a keeper of secrets, and a guide to those pure of heart." Curious and determined to learn more, Oliver asked how he might unlock its potential. Agatha explained that the locket's magic could only be fully realized through acts of kindness and wisdom, and by listening to the stories whispered by the forest. "Its power is not one of force, but of understanding," she advised. "You must open your heart to the wonders around you." That night, as Oliver lay in bed, he pondered Agatha's words. His room was filled with the moon's gentle glow, casting soft shadows that danced across the walls. He realized that the journey ahead was not just about uncovering secrets, but embracing the beauty and wisdom of the world around him. The moonlight seemed to weave dreams of what lay ahead, whispering promises of discovery and growth. With this guidance, Oliver embarked on a journey both within and around him, returning to the forest each day, listening to its whispers, and performing small acts of kindness, helping a bird with a broken wing, guiding a lost fawn back to its mother, and tending to the flowers that bloomed in the hidden glade. Each act, though small, was a step towards understanding the locket's true magic. These moments of gentleness were like ripples in a pond, each action creating a wave of harmony in the forest. Throughout his journey, Oliver was joined by two unlikely companions. First was Luna, a clever fox with fur as soft as moonlight. Luna had watched Oliver's gentle nature from afar and decided to lend her cunning and agility to his quest. Her eyes, bright and curious, seemed to hold secrets of the forest's depths. The second was Rowan, a wise old owl whose feathers seemed dusted with stardust. Rowan provided sage advice, his deep voice resonating with the wisdom of ages. His presence was a comforting reminder of the forest's ancient knowledge. Together, they ventured further into the heart of the forest, where the air was thick with enchantment, and the ground sparkled with dew that caught the light like 1,000 tiny diamonds. It was here that they encountered their greatest challenge, a shimmering barrier of mist that whispered of forgotten paths and hidden truths. Oliver knew that this was the test Agatha had spoken of, one that would require wisdom rather than strength. With Luna and Rowan by his side, he paused to listen, to truly hear the stories the forest wished to tell. Closing his eyes, he let the soft rustle of leaves and the distant song of the brook guide him. In that moment of stillness, Oliver understood. The barrier was not meant to keep him out, but to invite him in, to see not with his eyes, but with his heart. He spoke softly to the mist, offering a story of his own, of a boy who found a locket and learned to see the world anew. As his words hung in the air, the mist parted, revealing a hidden grove bathed in a gentle golden light. At its center stood another ancient tree, its branches reaching towards the sky, adorned with flowers that glowed with an inner light. The locket in Oliver's hand glowed in response, its stars aligning to form a constellation that mirrored the tree's branches. In this moment, Oliver realized that the locket's true magic was not in the power it held, but in the journey it had inspired. The forest had gifted him not with answers, but with the understanding that wisdom lies in the heart's ability to connect, to listen, and to grow. With a heart full of gratitude, Oliver returned to the village, the locket now a cherished reminder of his journey. He shared his tale with Agatha, Luna, and Rowan, each of them weaving their own stories into the tapestry of the village's lore. The villagers, young and old, gathered around the hearth, their faces illuminated by the flickering firelight as they listened to Oliver's adventures. Each story was a thread, weaving them closer to the heart of the forest and each other. As the tales were shared, Oliver noticed a change in the village. People began to pay more attention to the whispers of the forest, to the stories of old, and to each other. The village, once a quiet haven, became a place of vibrant connection, where the past and present danced together in harmony. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village, where the forest's magic was ever present, Oliver found his place, a guardian of stories and a friend to all who walked the paths of wonder. His heart, once filled with questions, now brimmed with a quiet understanding. Years passed, and Oliver became a fixture in the village, known not only for his tales but for the wisdom he imparted to those who sought it. He often sat by the village fountain, where the sound of water mingled with the chatter of villagers, sharing his insights with those who came to listen. His teachings, always gentle and filled with empathy, inspired others to explore the forest and discover their own stories. The locket, now a symbol of unity and wisdom, was passed down through generations, each bearer adding their own experiences and stories to its legacy. It became a tradition for the villagers to gather annually, celebrating their connection to the forest with a festival of lights. Lanterns lit the night sky, and the village resonated with music, laughter, and stories that echoed through the ages. As the village grew and changed, so too did its people. New stories emerged, blending with the old, creating a living tapestry of shared experiences. The forest, ever watchful and wise, continued to nurture the village, its magic and enduring presence in their lives. Oliver, now an elder himself, watched with pride as the villagers embraced the lessons he had learned so long ago. The forest and village remained intertwined, a testament to the power of connection and understanding. Through the changing seasons, Oliver's heart remained full, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and wisdom shared by the people he called family. Yet amidst this harmony, Oliver sensed a subtle shift in the village. A group of young villagers, driven by curiosity and a thirst for adventure, began to explore the forest beyond its familiar bounds. Among them was Alara, a spirited young woman with a mind as sharp as a hawk's gaze. Her determination was matched only by her kindness, and she often sought Oliver's guidance, eager to learn from the stories of old. Alara, with her keen sense of wonder, stumbled upon a forgotten path within the forest. The path, overgrown with vines and flowers, seemed to call out to her, whispering secrets of a time long past. Intrigued, she followed it, her footsteps light and purposeful. The path led her to a secluded clearing, where the trees formed a natural cathedral, their branches intertwining above like ancient arms reaching for the sky. In the center of the clearing stood a stone altar, weathered by time, yet exuding a quiet strength. Upon it lay a book, its cover adorned with symbols that glowed faintly in the dappled sunlight. Alara, her heart pounding with excitement, reached out to touch the book. As her fingers brushed its surface, she felt a surge of warmth, as if the forest itself was welcoming her. The book, ancient and wise, contained stories of the locket's origins and the magic of the forest. It spoke of a time when the village and forest were one, bound by a shared understanding and respect for nature's mysteries. Alara realized that the book was a gift, a reminder of the delicate balance between humanity and the natural world. With newfound purpose, Alara returned to the village, her eyes alight with the fire of discovery. She shared her findings with Oliver and the villagers, weaving her tale into the fabric of their lives. Her story, a testament to the enduring bond between the village and the forest, inspired a new generation to seek wisdom and connection. In the quiet of the night, by the comforting glow of the fireplace, the villagers continued to gather around to hear Oliver's stories of the forest and the locket, each tale a gentle reminder that the greatest magic of all is the love and wisdom we share. As the fire crackled and the stars twinkled above, the village knew that as long as they listened with open hearts, the magic would always be there, waiting to be discovered anew. The locket, now a part of the village's lore, continued to inspire generations to seek the beauty in the world and the stories yet untold. Story 6. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stretched their gnarled fingers towards the sky and the moonlight danced on the leaves, there lay a hidden world. This was a place where time seemed to slow, and the air was thick with the sweet scent of pine and blooming wildflowers. Here, the chirping of crickets blended harmoniously with the gentle rustling of the forest, creating a symphony that lulled its inhabitants into a serene sense of peace. Nestled within this enchanting world was a quaint little village known as Luminara. The villagers of Luminara were a gentle folk, living in harmony with the nature that surrounded them. Their homes were small but cozy, built from the smooth stones of the riverbed and the sturdy wood of the forest. Each house was adorned with vibrant flowers, their petals swaying like tiny dancers in the night breeze. Warm light spilled from the windows, casting a golden glow onto the cobbled paths that wound through the village. In this village lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was a curious soul with eyes the color of the deep blue sea and a heart as kind as a summer's day. He had a mop of unruly brown hair that always seemed to be tangled with leaves and twigs, a testament to his adventurous spirit. Finn loved nothing more than to explore the whispering woods, where he would spend hours listening to the stories the wind would weave through the trees. Despite his love for the forest, Finn often felt a sense of longing, as if he were searching for something just beyond his reach. The villagers would often find him gazing into the distance, his mind lost in dreams and wonder. But Finn knew that the forest held secrets, and he was determined to uncover them. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the forest in hues of amber and gold, Finn set off on one of his many adventures. The air was cool and refreshing, filling his lungs with each breath as he wandered deeper into the woods. The sun peeked through the canopy, casting dappled shadows that danced along the forest floor. Finn's heart raced with excitement, for today he planned to venture farther than he had ever gone before. As he walked, Finn noticed a trail he had never seen. It was a narrow path, almost hidden by the overgrown foliage. Intrigued, he followed it, the thrill of discovery quickening his steps. The path wound through the trees, leading him to a clearing he had never encountered. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its trunk twisted and gnarled with age. Its branches stretched out like welcoming arms, and nestled within its roots was a small, shimmering object. Finn approached cautiously, his heart pounding with anticipation. As he drew closer, he saw that the object was a golden acorn, its surface etched with delicate, swirling patterns that seemed to glow with an inner light. He reached out and gently picked it up, marveling at its beauty. A strange warmth spread through his fingers, and he felt an inexplicable connection to this magical object. With the acorn cradled in his hands, Finn heard a soft whisper, as if the forest itself were speaking to him. "Protect the heart of the woods," it seemed to say, "and the woods will protect you." Confused yet captivated, Finn slipped the acorn into his pocket and began the journey back to Luminara, his mind buzzing with questions. As Finn made his way through the village, he couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The air seemed charged with energy, and the villagers greeted him with smiles that held a hint of knowing. That evening, as he sat by the fire with his grandmother, a wise old woman with hair as white as freshly fallen snow, Finn told her of his discovery. His grandmother listened intently, her eyes twinkling with a mixture of surprise and understanding. "You have found the heart of the forest, dear Finn," she said softly. "It is a gift of great power and responsibility. The forest has chosen you as its guardian." Finn's eyes widened in disbelief. "But why me, Grandma? I'm just a boy." His grandmother chuckled, her laughter like the tinkling of wind chimes. "It is not our stature or age that decides our worth, my dear, but the goodness within our hearts. The forest sees this goodness in you." That night, as Finn lay in bed, the golden acorn resting on his bedside table, he felt a newfound sense of purpose. He knew that he had been entrusted with a great responsibility, and he vowed to protect the forest, just as it had promised to protect him. In the weeks that followed, Finn spent every spare moment exploring the whispering woods, guided by the whispers of the forest that only he could hear. He discovered hidden groves where the air was thick with magic, and he learned to communicate with the creatures that called the woods home. They came to trust him, and he, in turn, found companionship and joy in their presence. One day, as he sat by a babbling brook, Finn met a fox named Sol. Sol was a clever creature with a coat the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with mischief. Despite their initial wariness, Finn and Sol formed an unlikely friendship. Together, they explored the deepest corners of the woods, sharing stories and laughter along the way. Their friendship was a source of strength for Finn, for Sol had a knack for solving problems and seeing solutions where others saw none. It was this very knack that would prove essential when a shadow fell over the whispering woods. It began subtly, with the leaves turning brittle and the streams running dry. The forest, once vibrant and alive, seemed to wither under an unseen threat. Finn could feel the distress in the whispers of the trees, and he knew that he had to find the cause of this malady. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in shades of indigo and rose, Finn and Sol set out to discover the source of the forest's ailment. Guided by the whispers of the woods, they ventured deeper than ever before, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the golden acorn. As they journeyed, the air grew colder and the shadows lengthened. The trees, once towering and majestic, seemed to close in around them, their branches twisted and barren. Finn felt a chill run down his spine, but he pressed on, his determination unwavering. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where the air was still and heavy. In the center stood a dark, twisted tree, its bark blackened and its branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. Beneath its roots lay a pool of inky water, its surface rippling with an unnatural energy. "This is the source," Sol murmured, his voice barely more than a whisper. "Something dark has taken root here." Finn nodded, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and resolve. He knew that he had to act, but he also knew that he could not do it alone. Drawing strength from the warmth of the golden acorn in his pocket, he knelt beside the pool and placed his hand on the ground. He closed his eyes and focused on the whispers of the forest, channeling his energy into the earth. The ground beneath his fingers began to warm, and he felt the acorn's magic flow through him, mingling with his own. As the warmth spread, the dark tree began to tremble. Its branches shuddered, and the pool's surface roiled with energy. Finn felt a surge of power, a connection to the forest that was deeper and more profound than he had ever known. With Sol by his side, Finn willed the darkness to dissipate, to return the forest to its natural state. Slowly, the twisted tree began to wither, its bark softening and its branches wilting. The pool's surface calmed, and the air grew lighter, filled with the fresh scent of pine and earth. As the last of the darkness faded, Finn opened his eyes. The clearing was bathed in moonlight, and the forest seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The golden acorn pulsed warmly in his pocket, and Finn knew that the forest was safe once more. Together, Finn and Sol made their way back to Luminara, their hearts light with triumph and friendship. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, and Finn's grandmother embraced him with tears of joy in her eyes. That night, as Finn lay in bed, he felt a deep sense of peace. The forest was safe, and he had found a true friend in Sol. The golden acorn rested beside him, a symbol of the bond between him and the whispering woods. And so, the forest thrived, its secrets and wonders preserved by the boy who had been chosen as its guardian. Finn's adventures continued, each day bringing new discoveries and deeper connections with the world around him. For he had learned that true strength came not from power or age, but from the kindness and courage within one's heart. As the years passed, Finn grew into a wise and gentle leader, beloved by the villagers and the creatures of the woods alike. Together with Sol, he ensured that the Whispering Woods remained a place of magic and wonder, a sanctuary where all were welcome. And though the golden acorn's light eventually dimmed, its magic lived on in Finn, a testament to the enduring bond between the forest and its guardian. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees, Finn found his true home, a place where dreams were woven into the very fabric of the world, and where the whispers of the forest would forever guide him on his journey. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a cozy little cottage, nestled deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though she appeared like any other child, Willow possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to bring inanimate objects to life with a simple touch. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow snuggled beneath her patchwork quilt, she heard a faint rustling from the corner of her room. Turning her gaze, she was astonished to see her beloved rag doll, Rosie, gently stirring. Rosie's button eyes blinked open, and she greeted Willow with a warm smile. "Why, hello there, dear Willow," Rosie exclaimed in a kindly voice. "It seems your special touch has brought me to life. What a delightful surprise." Willow, equal parts amazed and delighted, embraced her newfound friend. From that night on, Rosie became her constant companion, regaling her with tales of adventure and offering sage advice whenever Willow felt troubled or uncertain. One day, as Willow and Rosie sat by the flickering hearth, Rosie shared a wondrous secret. "My dear, there exists a magical realm hidden deep within the forest, where all manner of enchanted beings dwell. It is a place of wonder and enlightenment, and I believe your unique gift could unlock its secrets." Willow's eyes widened with curiosity, and she knew she must embark on a journey to uncover this mystical realm. With Rosie tucked safely in her satchel, she set off into the forest, the crisp autumn leaves crunching beneath her feet. Along the way, they encountered a host of delightful companions. First, there was Oakley, a wise and weathered oak tree whose branches swayed with ancient knowledge. Then they met Flitterwing, a playful sprite who danced among the wildflowers, leaving a trail of glittering pixie dust in her wake. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Willow and her newfound friends faced a daunting challenge. A towering, twisted thorn hedge that seemed impenetrable. No matter how they tried, they could not find a way through. It was then that Rosie shared a profound insight. Sometimes the answer lies not in force, but in patience and understanding. With those words, Willow realized that the hedge was a living, breathing entity, and she must approach it with kindness and respect. Gently, Willow reached out and touched the thorny vines, pouring her warmth and empathy into them. To her amazement, the hedge began to part, revealing a hidden pathway that led to a breathtaking realm of magic and wonder. Within this enchanted land, Willow encountered beings and sights beyond her wildest dreams. Talking trees, friendly woodland creatures, and whimsical sprites all welcomed her with open arms. She learned the ways of the magical realm, honing her gift and discovering the true depth of her connection to the natural world. As the seasons changed and Willow grew older, she never lost her sense of awe and appreciation for the extraordinary wonders that surrounded her. Rosie remained her constant companion, a cherished friend who had guided her on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. And whenever a child's imagination yearned for a bedtime tale, Willow would gather them close, her eyes sparkling with joy, and share the incredible story of how an ordinary rag doll opened the door to a world of magic and adventure. Story 8. In a galaxy where stars twinkled like scattered jewels across an indigo sky, there existed a planet of vibrant emerald forests and crystalline lakes known as Althiera. This was the home of Alondra, a gentle being with skin that shimmered like morning dew and eyes that mirrored the depths of the cosmos. Her people, the Altheans, were known for their wisdom and deep connection to the natural world. On a distant planet enveloped in swirling mists and towering mountains, lived Corin, a sturdy creature from the Vorten species. Corin's skin was as rough as the rocky terrain he called home, and his heart was as steadfast as the roots of the ancient trees that dotted his landscape. The Vortens valued strength and resilience, qualities that Corin embodied with every fiber of his being. The two met on a vast space station, a colossal hub of interstellar commerce and culture, where beings from countless worlds mingled beneath its domed ceilings. Alondra had journeyed there to study the intricate network of life that thrived in the station's biodome, while Corin had come to trade his planet's precious minerals for technological enhancements. Their paths first crossed in the station's bustling marketplace, a tapestry of sounds and scents that filled the air like a symphony. Alondra, entranced by a display of luminescent crystals, accidentally bumped into Corin, causing him to drop a heavy satchel of metallic ores. "Apologies," Alondra said, her voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "I didn't see you there." Corin grunted, his initial irritation fading as he saw the sincerity in her eyes. "No harm done," he replied, his voice like the rumbling of distant thunder. Over time, Alondra and Corin found themselves crossing paths more frequently, often in the biodome where Alondra marveled at the synthetic ecosystems. Corin, initially skeptical of such an artificial environment, found himself drawn to Alondra's quiet passion and curiosity. One afternoon, as they strolled beneath the biodome's canopy of simulated stars, Corin spoke of his home, describing the rugged beauty of Vorten landscapes. Alondra listened intently, her empathy bridging the vast distances between their worlds. "You speak of your home with such love," Alondra observed, her voice gentle and warm. Corin nodded, a rare smile touching his lips. "It's not an easy place to live, but it's where I belong." Their companionship deepened as they shared stories of their worlds, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Yet, not all moments were peaceful. A misunderstanding arose when Alondra, in her eagerness to help, suggested a more efficient way for Corin to trade his minerals. Offended by what he perceived as interference, Corin retreated into silence, his pride bruised. Alondra, sensing his discomfort, spent several days pondering how to mend the rift. It was during a meteor shower, the station's artificial sky ablaze with streaks of light, that she approached him. "I didn't mean to undermine your ways," Alondra said, her voice as serene as a lullaby. "I only wished to help." Corin regarded her for a moment, the tension in his shoulders easing. "I know," he admitted, his voice softened by understanding. "I may have overreacted." From that moment, their bond grew stronger. They faced challenges together, from navigating the station's complex trade networks to aiding in the rescue of a stranded ship whose distress signal had been picked up by the station's sensors. In these shared endeavors, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a connection forged not through similarity but through mutual respect and support. Alondra's compassion balanced Corin's strength, and his steadfastness anchored her ethereal nature. As their time on the station drew to a close, they sat side by side in the biodome, watching as the artificial sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in hues of gold and violet. "I'll miss this," Alondra confessed, her gaze fixed on the sky. Corin nodded, the weight of their impending departure heavy in his chest. "So will I." Yet, in their hearts, they knew that the bond they had formed transcended physical distances. They had learned that true friendship could bridge the vastness of space, bringing warmth and light to even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, as the stars began to twinkle once more, Alondra and Corin made a promise to each other, a promise to remain friends no matter the distance, bound by the memories they had created and the understanding they had found. With hearts full of gratitude and hope, they parted ways, their spirits forever intertwined like the celestial constellations above. In the quiet of the station's night, they each found comfort in the knowledge that they had discovered a friendship as enduring and limitless as the universe itself. Story 9. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a canopy of whispering leaves, a hidden world thrived in a delicate balance of harmony and magic. This was a realm where the whispers of the wind carried secrets older than time and where the creatures, both seen and unseen, lived lives intertwined with the very soul of nature. One such creature was Neum, a gentle doe with eyes as deep and knowing as the forest itself. Her coat was the color of autumn leaves, a rich tapestry of amber and gold, blending seamlessly with the dappled sunlight that danced across the forest floor. Niem was a guardian of the forest's secrets, entrusted with the ancient wisdom passed down through generations of her kind. As the forest hummed with the vibrant energy of early autumn, the air tinged with the scent of earth and pine, Niem sensed a change. The whispers of the trees spoke of a disturbance, a ripple in the harmony that held their world together. The leaves rustled with urgency, and the brook that babbled over moss-covered stones did so with a note of concern. Curious and concerned, Niem set out to uncover the source of this disturbance. Her hooves were silent upon the soft earth, her presence a quiet whisper in the symphony of the forest. Along her path, she encountered Finbar, a wise old owl perched high in the branches of a towering oak. His feathers were the color of storm clouds, and his eyes gleamed with the light of countless moonlit nights. "Niem," he called in a voice like the rustle of ancient parchment. "The forest speaks of an imbalance. The clouds gather their strength, yet the rains do not fall. The rivers run low, and the creatures grow anxious. We must find the cause and restore the harmony." Niem nodded, her heart heavy with the responsibility she felt for her forest home. Together, she and Finbar set off deeper into the woods, following the subtle signs that nature left for those who knew how to read them. As they ventured further, the forest grew denser, the canopy above a quilt of green and gold. The sunlight flickered like 1,000 tiny flames, casting playful shadows on the ground. They were joined by Aisling, a rabbit with fur as soft as the morning mist, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. She hopped alongside Niem, her nose twitching with determination. "I heard your call, Finbar," Aisling said, her voice as light as a breeze. "The forest is my family, too. I will help in any way I can." Together, the trio journeyed on, their path winding through groves of ancient trees and fields of wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze. They listened to the songs of the birds and the rustle of the leaves, seeking clues in the patterns of nature. Finally, they reached a clearing where the earth seemed to hold its breath. Here, the magic of the forest was palpable, a shimmering presence that danced in the air. In the center of the clearing stood a great stone, worn smooth by time and weather, its surface etched with symbols that told the story of the forest. As they approached, the stone began to glow with a soft, ethereal light, and a gentle voice spoke, seeming to rise from the very heart of the earth. "Welcome, guardians of the forest," the voice intoned, resonating with the strength of the mountains and the softness of the falling rain. "The balance of this world is delicate, and it is in peril. The seasons have shifted, their rhythms disrupted by the actions of those who do not understand their power." Niem, Finbar, and Aisling listened intently, their hearts united in purpose. They knew that the balance of the forest depended on the cyclical dance of the seasons, each playing its part in the grand tapestry of life. Without the rains of autumn, the seeds could not grow, and the rivers would not flow to nourish the land. The voice continued, its tone filled with wisdom and hope. "To restore balance, you must seek the heart of the storm. There, you will find the key to unlocking the rains. But remember, the true power lies not in force, but in understanding and harmony." With renewed determination, the trio set forth once more, their path leading them ever closer to the heart of the forest. The air grew cooler, the scent of rain heavy upon the breeze. Above, the sky was a swirling mass of dark clouds, pregnant with the promise of a storm yet to be unleashed. As they neared the source of the disturbance, the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the resolution that would either restore or unravel its delicate balance. Niem and her companions moved with purpose, their hearts guided by the wisdom of ages. Finally, they arrived at the edge of a great lake, its waters still and reflective like a mirror. In the center of the lake, a swirling vortex of clouds hovered, crackling with energy. This was the heart of the storm, the place where the balance must be restored. Niem stepped forward, her reflection shimmering in the water's surface. She closed her eyes and reached deep within herself, seeking the connection that bound her to this land. Finbar and Aisling stood beside her, lending their strength and faith to the effort. In the stillness, Niem heard the voice of the forest once more, a whisper of leaves and the gentle caress of the wind. Remember, Niam, the key is in understanding. The storm is not your enemy, but a partner in this dance of life. With this wisdom, Niam opened her eyes and spoke to the storm, not with words, but with the language of the heart. She shared her love for the forest, her respect for the cycles of nature, and her desire to restore the harmony that had been disrupted. As her message resonated through the air, the storm responded, the clouds parting to reveal a sky painted with hues of gold and pink. Raindrops began to fall, gentle and life-giving, soaking into the earth and filling the rivers once more. The forest sighed with relief, its balance restored. The creatures emerged from their hiding places, their hearts light with gratitude. Niam, Finbar, and Aisling stood together on the shore of the lake, their spirits intertwined with the magic of the moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, Niam turned to her companions with a serene smile. "We have done it, my friends. The forest will thrive once more, its harmony preserved for future generations." And so, under the sheltering canopy of the ancient forest, the hidden lives of its creatures continued in peace, their world a testament to the power of understanding and friendship. As the stars twinkled above, the forest settled into a gentle lullaby, carrying the promise of new beginnings and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. Story 10. In a quaint village nestled in the embrace of rolling hills and ancient trees, there lived a gentle soul named Lyra. The village, known as Eldergrove, was a place where time seemed to slow, where the air carried a melody whispered by the leaves and the stars twinkled with stories of old. Lyra was known for her kind heart and her affinity with the animals and plants that surrounded her cottage at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Her garden was a vibrant tapestry of colors, where flowers bloomed in hues of sunset and dawn, and herbs grew with a fragrance that could soothe the most restless of minds. Yet despite the beauty she nurtured around her, Lyra felt a restlessness within, a yearning for change that she couldn't quite understand. As the seasons shifted from the golden warmth of summer to the crisp embrace of autumn, Lyra found herself drawn to the heart of the Whispering Woods. The trees, their leaves hues of amber and ruby, seemed to beckon her deeper into their midst. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in strokes of lavender and gold, Lyra ventured into the woods, her feet guided by a path of fallen leaves that rustled like whispers beneath her steps. It was here, in a clearing bathed in the silver light of the full moon, that Lyra met an unexpected companion. A fox, with fur as white as the first snow and eyes that shimmered like liquid gold, appeared from the shadows. The fox seemed unafraid, approaching Lyra with a grace that spoke of ancient wisdom. "Who are you?" Lyra asked, her voice barely more than a breath in the stillness of the night. The fox tilted its head, and though it did not speak, Lyra felt an understanding blossom within her heart. It was as if the fox could see the turmoil within her, the struggle with the change she couldn't comprehend. The fox turned and began to walk away, pausing only to glance back at Lyra, inviting her to follow. Intrigued and feeling a gentle tug of curiosity, Lyra followed the fox deeper into the woods. They walked in silence, the only sound the soft crackle of twigs and leaves underfoot. As they journeyed, Lyra noticed how the forest seemed to transform around them. The trees whispered secrets in the language of the wind, and the air shimmered with a magic that felt both old and familiar. It was as if the forest was alive with the pulse of ancient stories, tales of change and transformation. Finally, they arrived at a glen where a small, shimmering pond lay cradled by a circle of stones. The moonlight danced upon the surface, creating patterns that seemed to tell stories of their own. The fox sat by the edge of the pond, watching Lyra with those wise, golden eyes. Lyra knelt beside the fox and gazed into the pond. As she did, the water began to ripple, reflecting not only the moon and stars above, but images of her own life. She saw herself tending her garden, caring for the creatures of the forest, and helping her neighbors with gentle kindness. Yet, she also saw moments of hesitation, of fear to step beyond the familiar confines of her world. The fox nudged Lyra gently, urging her to see beyond the surface reflection. As she focused deeper, the water began to reveal visions of what could be, adventures she had yet to embark upon, friendships she had yet to form, and a life filled with the vibrant tapestry of new experiences. In that moment, Lyra understood. The change she feared was not something to be resisted, but embraced. It was a part of her journey, a path leading to growth and discovery. The forest, the fox, and the pond had shown her that change was not an end, but a beginning, a door to a world of endless possibilities. With newfound clarity, Lyra turned to the fox. "Thank you," she whispered, her heart full of gratitude. The fox blinked slowly, its eyes soft with understanding. Then, with a flick of its tail, it vanished into the shadows, leaving Lyra alone in the moonlit glen. Lyra returned to her cottage that night, her heart light with the promise of what lay ahead. She understood that while change could be daunting, it was also the source of life's most beautiful transformations. The village of Eldergrove, with its familiar comforts, would always be her home, but the world beyond was calling, inviting her to grow and explore. In the days that followed, Lyra embraced the change she once feared. She ventured beyond the village, meeting new friends and learning the stories of other lands. With each step, she discovered more about herself and the world around her, her heart expanding with the joy of new experiences. And in the quiet moments, when the night wrapped the village in its starry cloak, Lyra would return to the whispering woods, seeking the silver pond and the wise, silent fox. Though she never saw the fox again, she felt its presence, a gentle reminder of the night she learned to embrace the beauty of change. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Lyra's journey continued, a tale of transformation and growth, woven with the threads of wisdom and friendship, and filled with the gentle magic of the world around her. Story 11. In a tranquil village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a small, unassuming shop known as Granny Mabel's Curiosities. Its windows, framed with ivy, displayed an assortment of trinkets that sparkled under the golden glow of the evening sun. Inside the shop was a labyrinth of shelves stacked high with peculiar items, old books with gilded covers, seashells that sang in the breeze, and clocks whose hands moved only when no one was watching. The shop's keeper, Granny Mabel, was a gentle soul whose hair resembled clouds of silver mist. Her eyes twinkled with the kind of wisdom that only comes from having lived many, many years. She had a knack for knowing precisely what each visitor needed, even if they themselves were unaware of it. One crisp autumn afternoon, as leaves danced down the cobblestone streets, a young girl named Lila wandered into the shop. She was a curious child, with eyes like the summer sky and a heart eager for adventure. Lila had heard whispers among the village children of Granny Mabel's shop, being a place where magic lingered in the air like the scent of cinnamon and cloves. "Good day, dear Lila," Granny Mabel greeted her warmly, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "What brings you to my little corner of the world?" Lila shuffled her feet shyly. "I'm not quite sure," she admitted. "I just felt drawn here." Granny Mabel nodded knowingly and gestured for Lila to follow her deeper into the shop. They stopped before a weathered wooden cabinet with intricately carved doors. With a gentle touch, Granny Mabel opened it to reveal a small, unadorned mirror, its surface slightly clouded with age. "This is the mirror of true reflection," Granny Mabel explained softly. "It's special. It doesn't show you as you are, but how you could be if you let your true self shine." Lila peered into the mirror, and to her astonishment, her reflection smiled back with a confidence she didn't yet possess. Her reflection seemed to whisper encouragements that only she could hear. "Take it," Granny Mabel said, placing the mirror gently into Lila's hands. "Perhaps it will guide you on a journey you never expected." With the mirror safely tucked in her satchel, Lila left the shop, the bells on the door chiming a sweet farewell. Her steps led her towards the forest that bordered the village, a place she had rarely ventured alone. As she walked, the woods embraced her with their earthy scent and the gentle rustle of leaves. Along the path, she encountered a peculiar sight, a squirrel with fur as white as snow. It chittered cheerfully, scurrying around her feet before darting to the edge of the path, beckoning her to follow. Intrigued, Lila obliged and soon found herself in a clearing where the sunlight poured down like liquid gold. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient tree, its bark gnarled and wise. Beneath its boughs sat a rabbit with ears so long they nearly touched the ground. "Greetings," the rabbit said in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "You must be the one the forest has been waiting for." Leela blinked in surprise but found comfort in the rabbit's gentle gaze. "Why is the forest waiting for me?" she asked. "The forest seeks a guardian," the rabbit explained, "one who can see with the heart and understand the whispers of the trees." "But I'm just a girl," Lila protested, doubt creeping into her voice. The rabbit wiggled its nose. "A girl with the mirror of true reflection," it countered. "Look within, and you might find the wisdom you seek." Taking a deep breath, Leela held the mirror up once more. This time, her reflection showed not just confidence, but a sense of peace and purpose. She felt a warmth spread through her, a quiet understanding that perhaps she could be more than she had ever imagined. "To be the guardian," the rabbit continued, "you must solve the riddle of the leaves. It's a challenge not of strength, but of understanding." The squirrel, who had been listening intently, scampered up the tree and returned with a single golden leaf. "Listen closely," it said, its voice as light as a breeze. The leaf shimmered with an inner light and spoke in a language that seemed older than time itself. "What dances without feet, sings without voice, and binds without chains?" Lila pondered the riddle, her mind sifting through possibilities. She closed her eyes, allowing the sounds of the forest to wash over her. The rustling leaves, the birds' melodious calls, the whispering winds. "It's the wind," she realized aloud. "The wind dances through the trees, sings through the branches, and binds the forest together." The rabbit nodded approvingly, and the golden leaf dissolved into a gentle shower of light. "You have seen with your heart, Lila," it said. "You are indeed the guardian this forest needs." With a newfound sense of belonging, Lila spent the rest of the day exploring the forest, guided by the squirrel and the rabbit. They introduced her to the secrets of the woods, the hidden brook that giggled over smooth stones, the shy deer that peeked from behind bushes, and the wise owl that watched over them all. As twilight descended, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila returned home, her heart full and her spirit light. She thanked the rabbit and the squirrel for their guidance, promising to return with the dawn. Back in her room, as she placed the mirror on her bedside table, Lila realized that the journey had not just been through the forest, but within herself. She had discovered courage she hadn't known she possessed, and with it, a deeper understanding of her own heart. As she drifted into the gentle embrace of sleep, the mirror glowed softly, a comforting reminder that she was never truly alone. The forest would always be there, waiting with open arms, just as Granny Mabel's shop would always hold a piece of magic for those who believed. And so, in the quiet of the night, under a sky full of twinkling stars, Lila slept soundly, wrapped in dreams of golden leaves and whispering winds, knowing she was exactly where she belonged. Story 12? In a quaint village nestled between the emerald folds of the whispering woods and the gentle lapping shores of Lake Lyria, there existed a mystery that whispered through the trees and shimmered across the water. This village, with its cobblestone streets and quaint cottages, held stories as old as the stars, but none as enchanting as that of the moonlit mirror. It was said that deep within the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight dappled the forest floor like golden lace, there lay a hidden world, a magical realm seen only through the reflection of the moonlit mirror. This mirror, forged by ancient hands and imbued with the magic of the moon, was believed to reveal the truths of the heart and the secrets of the earth. However, it was hidden, known only to those who dared to listen to the whispers of the woods and follow the path less traveled. In this village lived a young girl named Leora, whose heart was as warm and gentle as the summer breeze that danced through the fields of wildflowers. Leora had always been drawn to the forest, to the rustling leaves and the soft hum of nature's lullaby. She was a girl of simple joys, finding comfort in the stories told by the elders and the songs of the birds. Her best friend, a sprightly boy named Finn, was her constant companion. Together, they explored the woods, waded in the lake, and shared dreams under the starlit sky. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leora and Finn sat by the edge of Lake Lyria. The water shimmered like liquid gold, and the air was fragrant with the scent of blooming jasmine. "Do you think the moonlit mirror really exists?" Finn asked, skipping a pebble across the lake. Leora's eyes sparkled with wonder. I like to believe it does. Imagine a world where everything is revealed as it truly is, where mysteries unfold like petals of a flower. Finn grinned, his eyes alight with mischief. Then let's find it. Let's uncover the secrets of the woods and see what the mirror has to show us. The idea of an adventure stirred within Leora, and with a nod she agreed. They would embark on a journey to find the moonlit mirror, guided by the whispers of the woods and the dreams in their hearts. The next morning, as dawn painted the sky in soft pastels, Leora and Finn set off into the whispering woods. The forest greeted them with open arms, the leaves rustling a gentle welcome. Birds sang sweet melodies, and the scent of pine and earth enveloped them like a warm embrace. They followed the winding paths, their footsteps soft upon the moss-covered ground. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows that danced in rhythm with the breeze. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with a magic of its own, the trees whispering secrets in a language only the heart could understand. Their journey was filled with wonder and discovery. They encountered a family of deer, their graceful forms blending seamlessly with the forest. A chorus of frogs serenaded them by a babbling brook, and a curious fox watched from a distance, its eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom. As the sun reached its zenith, they paused by a glen where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors. The air was sweet with their fragrance, and the gentle hum of bees added a symphony to the scene. "Do you think we're close?" Leora asked, her voice hushed with anticipation. Finn gazed around, his brow furrowed in thought. "I think we're getting closer. The woods feel different here, as if they're holding their breath." With renewed determination, they pressed on, their hearts guided by the whispers of the forest. It was then that they noticed a faint, silvery glow filtering through the trees, beckoning them forward like a beacon. As they approached the source of the light, they found themselves in a small clearing. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk gnarled and wise, its branches stretching towards the heavens. At its base, nestled among the roots, lay the moonlit mirror. The mirror was unlike anything they had ever seen. A perfect circle of polished silver, its surface smooth and flawless. It shimmered with an ethereal glow, reflecting the light of the sun and the magic of the forest. Leora and Finn approached with reverence, their hearts pounding with excitement and awe. As they peered into the mirror, they saw not only their reflections, but a world beyond. A world where the colors were brighter, the air was sweeter, and the magic of the earth was palpable. It was a world where dreams took flight on gossamer wings, where the heart's true desires were laid bare. In this reflection, they saw themselves not as they were, but as they could be, brave, wise, and full of wonder. But the mirror also revealed something else, a path hidden beneath the forest floor, leading deeper into the heart of the whispering woods. It was a path only visible in the mirror's reflection, a path that promised answers and adventures untold. With a shared glance and a nod, Leora and Finn stepped away from the mirror and followed the hidden path. The forest welcomed them with open arms, the trees parting to reveal a world of magic and mystery. The journey was not without its challenges. They encountered thickets of brambles and streams that needed crossing, but with each step they grew stronger, their friendship a guiding light in the shadows. As they delved deeper into the forest, they came upon a grove where the trees were adorned with twinkling lights, fireflies that danced in the twilight, casting a soft glow upon the ground. It was here that they met an unexpected friend, a wise old owl with eyes like amber and feathers as soft as moonlight. The owl regarded them with a knowing gaze. "You seek the secrets of the forest, do you not?" Leora nodded, her heart swelling with hope. "Yes, we wish to understand the magic and find the truth within." The owl chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "Then you must learn to listen, not with your ears, but with your heart. The forest speaks to those who listen." With that, the owl took flight, leading them further into the woods. They followed, their hearts open to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the earth. As dusk descended, they arrived at a grove where a small, clear pool lay beneath a canopy of stars. The water shimmered like liquid silver, reflecting the night sky in its depths. The owl perched on a branch, its eyes twinkling with wisdom. This is the heart of the forest. It is here that the magic of the woods is strongest, and where you will find the answers you seek. Leora and Finn approached the pool, their reflections mirrored in the water alongside the stars. As they looked deeper, they saw visions of the past, present, and future, a tapestry of moments woven together by the threads of time. In the visions, they saw the village they called home, the people they loved, and the dreams they cherished. They saw the challenges they had faced, the friendships they had forged, and the growth they had experienced. And then they saw the forest, not just as a place of mystery and magic, but as a living, breathing entity, filled with wisdom and life. They understood that the forest was not just a place to explore, but a friend to cherish, a guide to listen to, and a part of their very souls. With this understanding, they turned to the owl, gratitude shining in their eyes. "Thank you for showing us the way," Finn said, his voice filled with sincerity. The owl nodded, its eyes soft with kindness. "Remember, the magic of the forest is within you, and the journey of the heart is one of endless discovery." With those parting words, the owl spread its wings and took to the sky, leaving Leora and Finn to ponder the lessons they had learned. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and pink, Leora and Finn made their way back to the village. Their hearts were full, their spirits renewed, and their friendship stronger than ever. They had discovered the secrets of the moonlit mirror, but more importantly, they had discovered the magic within themselves, the courage to seek the unknown, the wisdom to listen to their hearts, and the strength of a friendship that defied expectations. Back in the village, life continued as it always had, but for Leora and Finn, everything seemed brighter, more vibrant. They carried the magic of the forest with them, sharing its wonders with those around them, and inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of discovery. And when the nights were clear and the moon was full, they would return to the edge of Lake Lyria, where the water shimmered like diamonds and the whispers of the woods sang softly in the night. There, under the watchful gaze of the stars, they would dream of new adventures and cherish the magic of the world they had come to know and love. For the true magic, they realized, was not in the finding, but in the journey itself, a journey of friendship, discovery, and the endless wonder of the heart. And so, in the warm embrace of the village by the whispering woods, where mysteries lingered like morning mist and dreams danced upon the breeze, Leora and Finn's tale became a part of the tapestry of stories that wove through the hearts of all who called it home. A tale of magic, of friendship, and of the timeless journey to discover the beauty within and beyond. Story 13. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village surrounded by whispering woods and emerald fields, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was known for her twinkling eyes and boundless curiosity. She loved exploring hidden nooks of the village and listening to the tales spun by the elders by the village square's old stone fountain, which continually sang with the gentle trickle of water. One golden afternoon, when the sun bathed the village in warm hues of amber, Clara stumbled upon an old dusty shop at the edge of the village. Its door creaked open with a sigh, and the scent of aged wood and lavender filled the air. Inside, an assortment of peculiar items lined the shelves, each whispering its own silent history. Among them, Clara's attention was drawn to a peculiar tarnished brass key. It was nestled in a velvet-lined box, its surface etched with intricate vines and blossoms. The shopkeeper, an elderly gentleman with kind eyes and a soft voice, noticed her interest. "Ah, you've found the key of whispers," he said, his voice as smooth as the rippling brook outside. Clara's eyes widened with intrigue. "What does it do?" she asked. "It is said to hold the secret of understanding the language of the world around us," he explained. "But its magic only reveals itself to those with a heart open to wonder." Clara's curiosity was piqued. She carefully cradled the key in her hands, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. With a nod from the shopkeeper, she decided to take it with her, feeling a strange yet comforting connection to the object. That evening, as the sky deepened into twilight and the stars began their steady glow, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the key nestled in her palm. As she closed her eyes, a soft breeze swept through the room, carrying with it the faintest whisper of voices. Startled, she listened closely, realizing it was the trees outside speaking to one another. The next morning, Clara awoke with a newfound sense of wonder. She stepped into the garden, the key in her pocket, and listened as the flowers shared stories of the sun's warmth and the bees' gentle visits. The stones beneath her feet murmured tales of centuries past, of footsteps long forgotten. As days turned into weeks, Clara found herself understanding the world in ways she had never imagined. She became friends with a wise old oak tree whose leaves rustled with wisdom, and a family of sparrows who chirped lively news from lands afar. But one morning, a somber hush fell over the village. The fountain at the village square, which had always sung its gentle tune, had fallen silent. The villagers gathered around, puzzled and disheartened, for the fountain had been a source of comfort and joy for generations. Clara, with her newfound ability, decided to help. She approached the fountain, laying her hand gently on its cool stone surface. Closing her eyes, she listened closely. The whispers were faint, but there, beneath the silence, she heard the fountain's gentle sighs. Gathering her courage, Clara spoke softly to the fountain. "Why have you fallen silent?" she asked. The fountain, with a voice like the softest ripple, responded, "I am weary, for I have given my song for many years, and now I need something in return." Clara pondered this, her heart full of empathy. "What is it you need?" she inquired gently. "A song," the fountain replied, "a song of love and gratitude to fill my waters with joy once more." With determination, Clara sought help from her friends, the oak tree, the sparrows, and even the stones. Together, they composed a melody as sweet as a summer breeze, each lending their voices to the song. The oak offered its deep, resonant hum, the sparrows their cheerful trills, and the stones their gentle percussion. As Clara began to sing their collective melody at the fountain's edge, the breeze carried the tune across the village. Slowly, the fountain began to stir, its waters bubbling with renewed life. The melody intertwined with the fountain's own rhythm, creating a harmony that resonated through the village. The villagers watched in awe as the fountain's song returned, more beautiful than ever. Its melody was now infused with the love and gratitude of the entire village, a testament to the power of understanding and friendship. Clara realized that the true magic of the Key of Whispers was not just in hearing the world, but in connecting with it, allowing her to bring people and nature together in harmony. As the stars twinkled above that night, Clara lay in bed, the key resting on her nightstand. She smiled, feeling the warmth of the world's whispers enveloping her like a cozy blanket. She had discovered that true magic lay not in objects, but in the bonds we form and the understanding we nurture. And so, Clara drifted into a peaceful slumber, comforted by the gentle lullaby of the world around her, knowing she would always be a part of its wondrous song. Story 14. In the quaint village of Wisteria Hollow, nestled between rolling hills blanketed in lavender and the gentle murmur of a winding brook, there lived a young girl named Linnea. Her spirit was as bright and lively as the sun-dappled meadows that surrounded her home. Linnea had a curious heart, always eager to uncover the secrets whispered by the rustling leaves and the babbling streams. One twilight evening, as the sky blushed with the warm hues of sunset, Linnea wandered into the attic of her cozy cottage. There, beneath a thick layer of dust and forgotten memories, she discovered an old, ornate mirror. Its frame was carved with ivy tendrils and tiny woodland creatures, so lifelike they seemed ready to leap into the world at any moment. As Linnea wiped away the dust, she noticed something peculiar. The reflection in the mirror shimmered with a soft, otherworldly glow. Intrigued, Linnea peered closer. To her astonishment, the mirror did not reflect the attic, but rather a lush, vibrant forest, teeming with life and color. Birds of every imaginable hue flitted through the branches of towering trees, while the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. Her heart fluttering with excitement, Linnea reached out to touch the mirror's surface. As her fingers brushed against the glass, the mirror rippled like water, and she found herself gently pulled into the enchanting forest on the other side. The air was warm and inviting, filled with the melodious chorus of birdsong. The ground was soft beneath her feet, carpeted with moss and wildflowers. Linnea's senses danced with delight. Everything was more vivid and alive than she had ever imagined. As she wandered deeper into the forest, Linnea met her first companion, a wise old tortoise named Oliver. His shell was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of ancient times. "Welcome, dear traveler," Oliver greeted, his voice slow and soothing. "This is the Forest of Reflections, a place where the heart's true desires are revealed." Linnea, though a bit perplexed, felt a spark of excitement. "What do you mean by true desires?" she asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Oliver chuckled softly, the lines on his face crinkling with kindness. "Every creature who enters this forest is drawn here for a reason. Your heart holds a question, and the forest will guide you to the answer." Eager to begin her journey, Linnea continued along the dappled path, with Oliver ambling beside her. They soon encountered a lively squirrel named Pip, whose bushy tail twitched with curiosity. "Oh, a new friend!" Pip chirped, bounding from branch to branch. "I can help you find your way. I know every nook and cranny of this forest." With Pip's playful guidance and Oliver's wise counsel, Linnea felt a growing sense of belonging. As they journeyed together, Linnea learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the stories carried by the stream. The forest was alive with magic, and each moment was a discovery. One day, as they rested by a glistening pond, Linnea shared her longing with her companions. "I've always wondered what my place in the world is," she confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. "What am I meant to do?" Pip twirled a twig between his paws, pondering the question. "Perhaps the answer lies in the challenges we face," he suggested. "The forest has a way of revealing truths through our experiences." Oliver nodded sagely. "Indeed, sometimes the path is less about finding and more about being open to what unfolds." Their words lingered in Linnea's heart like the gentle glow of fireflies at dusk. She realized that the journey itself was teaching her to trust in the unfolding of life, to embrace the uncertainties with patience and grace. As the days turned into weeks, Linnea faced small challenges that tested her resolve and creativity. Once, when they encountered a fallen tree blocking their path, Linnea remembered the ancient patterns on Oliver's shell. Inspired, she used the patterns as a guide to weave a path through the underbrush, finding a way around the obstacle. Another time, when a sudden storm drenched the forest, Linnea used Pip's knowledge of the terrain to find a cozy shelter beneath a cluster of overhanging rocks. There, as the rain pattered gently around them, she realized the importance of adaptability and resourcefulness. With each challenge overcome, Linnea's confidence grew, her heart swelling with the quiet assurance that she was discovering her own strength. The forest, with its gentle wisdom, was guiding her not to a destination, but to a deeper understanding of herself. One morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, Linnea awoke with a newfound clarity. She understood that her journey was not about finding a singular purpose, but about embracing the journey itself, the friendships, the lessons, the beauty in every moment. With gratitude blooming in her heart, Linnea bid farewell to Oliver and Pip. They had become cherished friends, their spirits intertwined with hers. "Thank you for guiding me," she said, her voice soft with emotion. Oliver smiled, his eyes twinkling like the stars. "Remember, you carry the forest within you now," he said. "Its magic will always be with you." Pip scampered up to her shoulder, nuzzling her cheek. "We'll miss you, but you'll always be a part of our forest family," he chirped. As Linnea stepped back through the mirror, returning to the familiar comfort of her attic, she felt a profound sense of peace. The world outside was the same, yet she saw it with new eyes, eyes that recognized the magic in the everyday, the wonder in the ordinary. From that day on, Linnea lived her life with a gentle wisdom, a heart open to the whispers of the world. She embraced the journey, knowing that every moment was an opportunity to learn, to grow, and to share her light with others. And so, in the quiet village of Wisteria Hollow, where lavender danced in the breeze and the brook sang its timeless lullaby, Linnea's story of discovery and wonder became a beacon of hope and inspiration for all who sought the magic in their own lives. Story 15. In the heart of a sleepy, forgotten valley, where the morning mist clung to the earth like a silken shawl, there lay a village untouched by the hurried pace of time. Here, nestled amongst ancient oak trees and fields that blushed with wildflowers, lived a young girl named Lyra. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and her heart brimmed with kindness that seemed to spill over into everything she touched. Lyra was known throughout the village for her tales of wonder and dreams of distant lands. Her grandmother, a wise woman with a voice like the soft rustle of leaves, had filled Lyra's head with stories of magic and worlds beyond the visible. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of amber and rose, Lyra would sit by the fireplace, her imagination alight with the glow of possibility. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to fall, Lyra set out on a journey across the hills that cradled her village. Her feet carried her through fields dotted with dew-kissed clover, past streams that sang over smooth stones, and into the heart of a forest that whispered secrets with every breeze. It was in this forest, under the sprawling arms of a centuries-old oak, that she stumbled upon something extraordinary. There, nestled amongst the roots, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. The wood was polished to a warm glow, and the carvings seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Lyra's fingers traced the delicate patterns, feeling a gentle pulse that seemed to echo with the rhythm of her own heart. Intrigued, she lifted the lid to reveal a shimmering crystal, unlike anything she had ever seen. It was clear as a mountain spring, yet within its depths swirled colors that seemed to capture the essence of a rainbow. As she held the crystal, a soft warmth spread through her fingers and up into her arm, filling her with a sense of peace and belonging. It was as if the crystal knew her, understood her dreams and fears, and whispered promises of adventure and discovery. Lyra felt a gentle tug, as though the crystal was guiding her deeper into the forest. Eager to uncover its secrets, she followed, her heart pounding with anticipation. The path wound through a hidden world, where sunlight filtered through leaves in a kaleidoscope of colors, and the air was rich with the scent of pine and earth. As she walked, Lyra discovered that the crystal bestowed upon her a magical ability. She could understand the language of the forest. The rustling leaves, the bubbling brook, even the chatter of squirrels and birds now spoke to her in a symphony of voices. It was a gift that filled her with awe and a sense of responsibility, for she realized that she was part of something much larger than herself. Her journey led her to the heart of the forest, where she found a hidden glade. In the center was a pond, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the sky above. It was here that she met the first of her unexpected friends, a fox with eyes like amber, watching her with an intelligence that belied its animal form. "Welcome, Lyra," the fox said, its voice warm and rich as honey. "I am Rowan. The forest has been waiting for you." Though taken aback by a talking fox, Lyra felt an immediate kinship with Rowan. She smiled and sat by the pond's edge, her heart open and curious. Rowan explained that the forest was a realm of magic, hidden from those who couldn't see its wonders. "Your heart, open and kind, has allowed you to find us," he said. "The crystal you hold is a part of our world, a key to understanding and preserving the balance here." As days turned into weeks, Lyra returned to the glade, each visit a step deeper into the mysteries of the forest. She learned of the delicate balance that sustained the hidden world and how the crystal was a beacon of hope and harmony. It was during one such visit that she met another friend, an owl named Elowin, whose wings brushed the air with a sound like whispered secrets. Elowin, wise and gentle, taught Lyra about the night sky and the stories written in the constellations. Together with Rowan, they formed a bond of friendship that filled Lyra's heart with joy and courage. It was a friendship that defied the boundaries of their worlds, built on trust and shared dreams. One evening, as the sun set in a blaze of crimson and gold, Rowan and Elowin brought troubling news. A shadow had fallen over the forest, spreading fear and confusion among its inhabitants. The balance was at risk, threatened by a force that sought to unravel the harmony that had existed for centuries. Lyra felt a surge of determination. She knew that the crystal, with its magic and her newfound abilities, was the key to restoring balance. With Rowan and Elowin by her side, she set out to uncover the source of the shadow. Their journey led them to the edge of the forest, where a dark mist coiled like a serpent, suffocating the light. As they ventured deeper into the mist, Lyra felt the crystal grow warm in her hand, its light pulsing with a steady rhythm that matched her heartbeat. In the heart of the mist, they found a clearing where the air was thick with tension. There, shrouded in darkness, stood a figure, a being of shadow, its form ever-changing and elusive. It was a creature of forgotten dreams and untold fears, feeding on the imbalance it created. Lyra stepped forward, her voice steady and filled with the strength of her resolve. "You do not belong here," she said, her words echoing with the power of the crystal. "This is a place of harmony and peace." The shadow laughed, a sound like dry leaves crackling underfoot. "I am the other side of your dreams, child. I am born from your fears and doubts. But you are not alone," Rowan said, his voice firm and unwavering. "Lyra's heart is a beacon of light, and we stand with her." Elowen spread her wings, casting a protective glow over the clearing. "Together, we can restore the balance," she added, her voice a soothing balm against the shadow's cold. With her friends by her side, Lyra held the crystal high, focusing on the warmth that radiated from its depths. She thought of the forest, of the beauty in its hidden corners, and the harmony that bound it together. She thought of her village, of the stories and laughter shared by the fireside. She thought of her friends, of the bond they had forged, and the strength they gave her. The crystal responded to her thoughts, its light growing brighter and more intense until it was a radiant beacon, cutting through the darkness like a blade of pure light. The shadow recoiled, its form unraveling in the face of such overwhelming brightness. "You are not welcome here," Lyra said once more, her voice a gentle command. "Return to the shadows, where you belong." With a final defiant hiss, the shadow dissolved into the mist, its remnants carried away on the breeze. The clearing was filled with a gentle light, the air sweet with the scent of renewal and hope. Lyra felt a deep sense of peace wash over her, a knowing that she had found her place in the world and had made a difference. Her journey had changed her, teaching her the power of friendship and the strength that came from understanding and harmony. As she stood in the clearing, her heart full and light, Rowan and Elowen came to her side. "You have done well, Lyra," Rowan said, his voice warm with pride. "The forest is grateful." Elowen nodded, her eyes filled with a gentle wisdom. "You have brought light to the darkness, and in doing so, you have discovered your own strength." With the forest restored to balance, Lyra returned to her village, the crystal a comforting weight in her pocket, its light a constant reminder of the magic that lay within and around her. She carried with her the lessons she had learned, the value of friendship, the importance of balance, and the power of a kind heart. Each evening, as the stars emerged one by one in the velvet sky, Lyra would sit by the fireside, her voice weaving tales of wonder and adventure, her heart forever touched by the magic of the hidden world within the forest. And though her journey had come to an end, it was but the beginning of a life filled with discovery and joy, guided by the light of the crystal and the warmth of her friends. Story 16. Once upon a time, in a realm where dreams danced among the stars, there lived a young dreamer named Lilia. Her inquisitive spirit yearned for adventure, and she often found herself lost in fantastical tales of unexplored lands. One night, as the moon's gentle glow filtered through her window, Lilia's eyes grew heavy with sleep. But instead of drifting into a peaceful slumber, she found herself transported to a world unlike any she had ever imagined. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine and honeysuckle, and the ground beneath her bare feet was blanketed in soft emerald moss. Towering trees with twisted trunks and boughs laden with glittering leaves surrounded her, their branches reaching towards a sky that shimmered with 1,000 hues. Lilia gasped in awe, her heart racing with excitement and a touch of apprehension. Where was she? This enchanting place seemed to defy the laws of reality, and yet it felt more vivid than any dream. As she ventured deeper into the wondrous forest, she encountered creatures that could have sprung from the pages of a storybook. Tiny, winged fairies flitted from flower to flower, their luminous bodies leaving trails of stardust in their wake. Friendly trolls, with mischievous grins and knotted beards, peeked out from behind ancient tree trunks, offering her fragrant mushrooms that seemed to glow with an inner light. Lilia's eyes widened with delight at every turn, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging she had never experienced before. This magical realm seemed to understand her deepest yearnings, answering her unspoken questions with each new marvel it unveiled. Yet as she explored further, she encountered gentle challenges that tested her courage and resolve. A shimmering stream blocked her path, its waters rippling with ethereal colors. Without hesitation, Lilia waded through the cool, enchanted currents, her determination unwavering as she emerged on the other side, her spirits buoyed by her own bravery. Deep within the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing where a magnificent tree stood, its branches adorned with luminous blossoms that seemed to sing with the whispers of ancient wisdom. As Lilia approached, the tree's bark shifted and contorted, revealing a kindly face etched into the wood. "Welcome, young dreamer." The tree spirit spoke in a voice that resonated like the gentle tolling of bells. "You have ventured far into the realm of imagination, guided by your own curiosity and courage. Here, you have discovered the true essence of wonder, the ability to embrace the unknown and let it shape you in ways you never thought possible." Lilia listened, enraptured, as the tree spirit's words washed over her like a soothing balm. She realized then that this extraordinary journey had awakened something within her, a newfound confidence and a profound appreciation for the magic that lay hidden in the world around her. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, Lilia felt a familiar pull, a gentle beckoning back to the waking world. But as her eyes fluttered open in her cozy bed, she carried with her the memory of the enchanted realm, a treasured secret that would forever remind her of the power of imagination and the boundless wonders that await those brave enough to seek them out. From that day forward, Lilia approached each new adventure with an open heart and a fearless spirit, her dreams forever entwined with the magic she had discovered in that extraordinary place beyond the veil of slumber. Story 17. Once upon a time, nestled between the gentle slopes of verdant hills and the embrace of an ancient forest, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. This was no ordinary village, for it was whispered among the townsfolk that the forest harbored secrets older than time itself. On the edge of this village, where the cobblestone paths met the whispering woods, stood a humble cottage belonging to an elderly weaver named Finian. Finian was a man of peculiar talents. His fingers wove tapestries that seemed to dance with life. His creations were sought by many, but few knew the secrets of his art. For within the loom he cherished, there lay a magical spindle, a gift from the forest's heart. This spindle, crafted from the wood of the oldest tree, had the power to weave stories into the very fabric Finian spun. One misty morning, as dawn cast its gentle glow over the dewdrop-laden leaves, Finian sat at his loom, the rhythmic clatter of the shuttle a lullaby to his ears. Today, however, was different. The spindle, usually warm and vibrant, felt cold and silent. Finian paused, his heart heavy with a sense of foreboding. He knew the spindle's silence was a call for help from the enchanted forest. After a moment of contemplation, Finian decided to heed the call. He donned his cloak, its hood lined with soft wool, and set off towards the forest. The path was familiar, yet each step felt new, as the trees whispered secrets only they could understand. As Finian ventured deeper, the forest revealed its hidden wonders, a world within its embrace that few had ever seen. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, while the gentle hum of life thrummed all around. Birds, their feathers a kaleidoscope of color, flitted through the canopy, and squirrels chattered in the branches above. In the heart of this lush world stood the great oak, its trunk as wide as a house and its branches reaching high into the sky. It was said to be the guardian of the forest and the source of the spindle's magic. Beneath its boughs a soft golden light shimmered, and there in the tree's embrace sat a creature of pure grace, a fox, its fur a fiery red, eyes bright with wisdom. The fox, named Leora, was the forest's guardian. She approached Finian with a gentle nod, her presence both calming and commanding. "Dear Finian," she spoke, her voice like the rustle of leaves, "the balance of our world has been disturbed. The spindle's silence is a cry for harmony." Finian listened intently, understanding the weight of the task before him. "How can I help restore the balance, Leora?" he asked, his voice earnest and filled with resolve. Leora's gaze was steady. "Beyond the winding creek, in the shadow of the misty mountains, lies the crystal cavern. Within it rests a shard of the Heartstone, a gem that holds the essence of our world's magic. It has grown dim, and without its light, the magic fades." Finian nodded, determination alight in his eyes. I will journey to the crystal cavern and bring back the shard's light." With Leora's blessing, Finian set forth on his quest. The journey was long and the terrain rugged, but Finian's spirit was buoyed by thoughts of the vibrant world he sought to preserve. His path led him through fields of wildflowers, their colors a tapestry of nature's own weaving, and across bubbling streams that sang of life eternal. As he traveled, Finian encountered many creatures of the forest, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. A wise old owl gifted him feathers for guidance, a playful otter presented him with a shell for protection, and a pair of rabbits, their friendship a testament to the power of unity, offered him roots for sustenance. Days turned into weeks as Finian pressed on, his heart ever hopeful. The misty mountains loomed closer, their peaks shrouded in clouds like guardians of an ancient secret. At last he reached the winding creek, its waters clear and cool, reflecting the sky's azure hue. Crossing the creek, Finian felt a change in the air, a promise of the mystery that lay ahead. The path grew steeper, stones and roots weaving a challenging tapestry beneath his feet. Yet the thought of the spindle's warmth and the forest's vibrant life spurred him onward. Finally, he stood before the entrance to the crystal cavern, its mouth a dark yawn in the mountain's face. Taking a deep breath, Finian entered, the air within cool and still, filled with the scent of stone and earth. The cavern was a marvel of nature's artistry. Stalactites and stalagmites glittered like diamonds, and the walls shimmered with veins of crystal. At the cavern's heart, on a pedestal of rock, rested the Heartstone shard, its light dim but present. As Finian approached, he felt an energy in the air, a gentle pulse that resonated with his own heartbeat. He reached out, his fingers brushing the shard's surface, and in that moment, a vision unfolded before him. He saw the forest as it once was, vibrant and alive, its magic a living force that connected all things. He saw the spindle, its warmth a reflection of that magic, and understood the bond he shared with the world around him. With a newfound clarity, Finian spoke softly, his words a promise. "I will carry this light back to our world, and together we shall weave a future of harmony." The shard responded, its light growing brighter, infusing Finian with a sense of purpose and peace. Carefully, he cradled the shard in his hands, its glow a beacon in the dim cavern. As Finian retraced his steps, the world seemed to welcome him with open arms. The journey home was a tapestry of joy and gratitude, each creature he passed offering a nod of thanks or a gift of kindness. When he reached the village, the sun was setting, casting a golden hue over Willowbrook. Finian hurried to his loom, the spindle now warm beneath his touch. As he wove the fabric, the shard's light infused each thread, creating a tapestry that shimmered with life. The villagers gathered, drawn by the loom's magic. They watched in awe as the tapestry unfolded, its colors vibrant and its patterns a dance of nature's beauty. In that moment, they felt a connection to the world around them, a reminder of the magic that existed in every leaf, every breeze, and every star. Finian smiled, his heart light with the knowledge that he had helped restore the balance. The spindle's warmth was a comfort, a promise of the stories yet to be woven. As the moon rose, casting a silvery glow over the village, Finian settled into his chair by the fire. The crackling flames whispered tales of the past and future, and in that cozy warmth, he knew that the world was at peace. And so, as the night wrapped Willowbrook in its gentle embrace, the village slept under a sky filled with stars, their light a testament to the magic that lived in every heart. And thus, dear listener, may your dreams be woven with the threads of wonder and peace, as you drift into the comforting embrace of sleep. Story 18. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves murmured secrets to the wind, and the air was always tinged with the scent of honeyed blossoms, there lay the quaint village of Elderglen. This was a place where chimneys puffed gentle curls of smoke into the sky, and cobblestone paths meandered through gardens bursting with the colors of every imaginable flower. One evening, as the golden sun began its descent behind the hills, casting long, soft shadows, the villagers gathered in the square for their weekly market. Stalls brimmed with fresh produce, handmade trinkets, and sweet-smelling pastries. Yet amidst this familiar bustle, there was a peculiar air of curiosity. The villagers spoke in hushed tones about the strange happenings of late, items vanishing, only to reappear in the most unexpected places, and soft, melodic chimes echoing through the night with no visible source. A gentle-natured young girl named Lyra, with eyes the color of the summer sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread, had been listening intently to these tales. She was known for her keen observation and gentle wisdom, often seeing things others missed. Her best friend Rowan, a lively boy with a shock of curly hair and a penchant for adventure, was by her side, eager to unravel the mystery. As the market wound down and the stars began to twinkle like tiny lanterns hung in the sky, Lyra and Rowan decided to investigate. They ambled through the village, their footsteps soft against the cobblestones, guided by the luminous glow of fireflies that danced like tiny fairies around them. "Let's pay a visit to Hazel," suggested Rowan, nodding towards the cozy little cottage at the edge of the woods. Hazel was a wise old woman, revered for her knowledge of the magical and the mundane. Her home was a haven of warmth, filled with the scent of herbs and the gentle crackle of a welcoming fire. Hazel greeted them with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling like the stars themselves. "I've been expecting you," she said, her voice as warm and soothing as a mug of chamomile tea. She ushered them into her sitting room, where colorful cushions lay scattered invitingly, and a pot of lemon balm tea steamed gently on the table. Lyra explained the mysterious occurrences, her voice earnest and curious. Hazel listened carefully, nodding in understanding. "These are the whispers of the whims," she said finally, her voice tinged with a sense of wonder. "The whims?" asked Rowan, his eyes wide with intrigue. "Gentle creatures of the forest," Hazel explained. "They are playful and love to borrow things, often leaving them in places where they believe they might be needed. Their chimes are a way of communicating, a song of joy and mischief." Lyra's brow furrowed in thought. "Is there a way we might speak with them?" "Indeed," Hazel replied. "They are drawn to kindness and warmth. Show them you mean no harm, and they will reveal themselves." That night, Lyra and Rowan set to work. They crafted small lanterns from paper and twine, filling them with the soft glow of captured fireflies. On a blanket beneath the ancient oak in the village square, they spread a feast of berries, nuts, and honey cakes, hoping to entice the whims with their offering. As the moon bathed the village in its silver light, the air around them began to shimmer. Delicate figures, no larger than a child's hand, emerged from the shadows. They were ethereal, with wings that sparkled like dew-kissed spiderwebs and eyes that gleamed with playful curiosity. Lyra offered a gentle smile, her voice soft as she spoke. "We wish to understand your games and welcome you as friends. Would you share your story with us?" The whims hovered closer, their chimes tinkling like distant bells. One, with wings the color of autumn leaves, floated forward. "We mean no harm," it chimed. "We borrow to learn and explore. Your world is full of wonders we wish to understand." Rowan chuckled, the tension easing into a warm camaraderie. "Perhaps we can help one another. Teach us your ways, and we'll show you ours." For the rest of the night, Lyra, Rowan, and the whims shared stories and laughter, weaving a tapestry of understanding and friendship. As dawn's first light kissed the horizon, the whims returned the borrowed items, placing them with care and a touch of magic so they gleamed anew. The villagers awoke to find their belongings restored, and the mysterious chimes now a sweet melody that laced their dreams. Lyra and Rowan, with Hazel's gentle guidance, had forged a bond with the whims, ensuring that their playful spirits would be a part of Elderglen's charm rather than its mystery. And so, under the watchful eyes of the whispering woods and the gentle glow of the morning sun, Elderglen returned to its peaceful rhythm, richer for its newfound friends and the gentle lessons learned, that kindness and understanding could bridge even the most magical of worlds. As Lyra and Rowan strolled back to their homes, the warmth of friendship wrapped around them like a cozy blanket, and they knew that the village and their hearts had found a little more magic. Story 19. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight danced playfully through a canopy of emerald leaves, there thrived a hidden world known only to those who listened with their hearts. This forest was a symphony of life, where each creature played a part in the harmony of nature. Here, the whispering wind carried stories from the past, and the babbling brooks sang songs of ages long gone. In this mystical place lived a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers shimmered like moonlit silver. Orin was the guardian of the forest's secrets, and his eyes, deep and knowing, had witnessed the passage of countless seasons. His perch, a grand oak tree with roots that hugged the earth like an old friend, stood at the center of a glen carpeted with soft moss and delicate wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun set in a blaze of amber and violet, the creatures of the forest gathered beneath Orin's tree. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle breeze carried the cool promise of nightfall. Deer with coats as soft as velvet, rabbits with twitching noses, and foxes with bushy tails came to listen to Orin's tales. Even the smallest of creatures, the ants and fireflies, paused in their busy lives to hear wisdom spoken under the twilight. One particular evening, as the forest began to glow with the light of 1,000 fireflies, a young squirrel named Finn approached Orin. His eyes, bright with youthful curiosity, reflected the twinkling stars above. "Orin," Finn began, his voice a gentle rustling like leaves in a soft wind, "I've heard the whispers of a great change coming with the next full moon. The air feels different, and the trees murmur of something new. What is this change, and how will it affect our forest?" The old owl blinked slowly, his gaze as steady as the ancient mountains. "Ah, young Finn," he replied, his voice as soothing as a lullaby, "what you sense is the turning of the seasons, a dance as old as time itself. With the full moon comes the first breath of autumn, a time of transformation and balance." Finn's eyes widened with wonder as he imagined the forest painted in hues of gold and crimson. But beneath his excitement lay a seed of worry. "Will everything change, Orin? Will we lose what we love about our forest?" Orin chuckled softly, a sound like leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. "Change is the heartbeat of nature, my dear Finn. It is through change that the forest thrives. Each season brings its own gifts, its own lessons. Autumn teaches us the beauty of letting go, of preparing for the quiet rest of winter." As Orin spoke, the forest seemed to lean in, every leaf and creature hanging on his words. "The leaves will fall, making way for new life. The streams will slow, conserving their strength for the spring. Yet, in this quiet, there is peace. In this balance, there is wisdom." Finn nodded, feeling the comfort of Orin's wisdom settle over him like a warm blanket. "And what can we do, Orin, to help our forest through this change?" The owl's eyes twinkled like stars. "We must each play our part, dear Finn. Gather the acorns and seeds, for they are the promise of tomorrow. Share your warmth, your kindness, with those who seek shelter from the cold. And remember, the forest is a family. In unity, we find strength." Reassured by Orin's words, Finn scampered off to prepare, his heart light and full of purpose. Around him, the forest began its slow, graceful transformation. The air grew crisp, carrying the spicy scent of pine needles and the sweet earthiness of fallen leaves. The sky, a canvas painted with the deep blues and purples of dusk, whispered of the changes to come. As the days passed, the forest embraced the touch of autumn. Leaves turned to gold and amber, fluttering to the ground in a gentle cascade. The animals, guided by Orin's wisdom, worked together to gather food, build shelters, and care for one another. One evening, as the full moon rose in a sky dusted with stars, the forest gathered once more beneath Orin's tree. The air was cool and filled with the soft lullaby of crickets and the occasional hoot of a night owl. Finn, sitting at the foot of the great oak, felt a sense of peace and belonging. "Orin," he called softly, looking up at the wise owl whose eyes sparkled under the moonlight, "thank you for your guidance. The forest feels more beautiful than ever, even in this time of change." The old owl nodded, a gentle smile in his eyes. "It is the cycle of life, dear Finn, and as each cycle turns, we learn anew. Remember, wisdom is not just in the knowing, but in the sharing." As Finn lay back on the soft moss, gazing up at the shimmering sky, he felt the warmth of the forest wrap around him like a comforting embrace. And in that moment, he understood the true meaning of harmony and balance, a lesson carried on the wings of the wise old owl, whispered through the rustling leaves, and held in the hearts of all who called the forest home. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the creatures continued their dance of life. Through the changing seasons, they thrived in harmony, their lives a testament to the wisdom of the ages, passed down in the quiet whispers of the trees and the gentle songs of the wind. Story 20. In a quaint, secluded village nestled between the folds of emerald hills and bordered by a whispering forest, there existed a timeless tale of magic and friendship. This village, where cobblestone paths wound their way through fields of wildflowers and thatched cottages, was a place where the air always seemed to carry a hint of something wondrous, like the scent of honey and clover mingling with ancient secrets. The protagonist of our tale was a gentle, curious soul named Finn. Finn was a young lad with a heart as open as the clear blue skies above and an insatiable curiosity about the world around him. He lived with his grandmother, Mabel, in a cozy cottage adorned with ivy and surrounded by a garden that bloomed with the colors of every season. Mabel, with her hair like spun silver and eyes that twinkled with tales untold, often spoke of the forest's hidden wonders, urging Finn to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the trees. One crisp autumn morning, the world dressed in hues of amber and gold, Finn awoke to find a peculiar leaf at his bedroom window. It was unlike any leaf he had seen before, shimmering with a soft, iridescent glow and pulsing gently, as if it held a heartbeat of its own. Finn, entranced by its beauty, carefully picked it up, feeling a tingle of warmth spread through his fingers. Clutching the leaf, he rushed to his grandmother, who sat by the hearth, knitting a tapestry of vibrant colors. "Granny, look what I found!" he exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. Mabel adjusted her spectacles, peering closely at the leaf. "Ah," she said, her voice a melodic blend of wisdom and warmth. "You have found a leaf from the Tree of Whispers. It is said that those who possess such a leaf are destined for an adventure." The Tree of Whispers was a legend among the villagers, a mythical tree said to dwell deep within the heart of the forest, where only those pure of heart could tread. It was rumored to hold the secrets of the world, whispered by the wind and carried through the ages. Finn felt a thrill of excitement and a flutter of apprehension at what this discovery might mean. As the days shortened and the nights grew longer, Finn found himself dreaming of the tree. He imagined its branches, heavy with leaves that shimmered like stars, and its roots, deep and wise, whispering to the earth. He felt a pull, as if the forest was calling to him, urging him to uncover its mysteries. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of violet and rose, Finn made up his mind. With the leaf tucked safely in his pocket, he set off towards the forest, the crunching of leaves underfoot echoing the beating of his heart. The path into the forest was narrow and winding, flanked by towering trees whose branches formed a canopy above, filtering the moonlight into delicate patterns on the forest floor. As Finn ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive around him. The gentle rustlings of creatures in the underbrush, the hoot of an owl perched high above, and the soft murmur of a nearby brook created a symphony of sounds that enveloped him in a cocoon of tranquility. He walked until the path disappeared, swallowed by the forest, leaving only instinct and the faint glow of the magical leaf to guide him. Hours passed, or perhaps mere moments, when Finn stumbled upon a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. At its center stood the Tree of Whispers, its majestic branches stretching towards the heavens, adorned with countless shimmering leaves. Finn approached with reverence, feeling the air around him hum with energy. "Welcome, young seeker," a voice whispered, soft as the breeze that caressed his cheek. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, a symphony of voices blending into one. Finn looked around, bewildered. "Who's there?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "We are the whispers of the tree, the echoes of time and memory," the voice replied, resonating through the clearing. "You have been chosen to embark on a journey, to uncover the secrets hidden within the world and within yourself." Finn's heart swelled with a mixture of fear and anticipation. "What must I do?" he asked. "Seek the hidden realm within the forest, where the veil between worlds is thin. There you will find the answers you seek, and perhaps some you do not yet know you need." With these words, the tree's glow intensified, bathing Finn in a warm, comforting light. He felt a surge of courage and determination, a certainty that this journey was his to undertake. The path before him unfolded like a dream, leading him deeper into the forest, where the air grew thick with magic and mystery. Finn traveled through groves that whispered secrets of the past and crossed streams that sang songs of ages gone by. The forest, once familiar, now seemed a realm of endless wonder, each step revealing new marvels. As dawn broke, painting the world with the soft hues of morning, Finn found himself at the edge of a glistening lake. Its surface mirrored the sky, a canvas of pinks and golds, and in its center lay an island shrouded in mist. Drawn to its ethereal beauty, Finn knew this was the hidden realm he sought. He waded into the water, feeling its cool embrace, and swam towards the island. As he reached the shore, the mist parted like a curtain unveiling a secret world. The island was a place of enchantment, where time seemed to stand still and the air shimmered with magic. In the heart of the island stood a small cottage, its walls woven from vines and its roof a canopy of leaves. It was a place that seemed to breathe with life, as if it were a part of the very fabric of the forest. Curious and unafraid, Finn approached the door, which swung open with a gentle creak. Inside, the cottage was filled with the scent of herbs and wildflowers, and the soft glow of candlelight danced across the walls. At a table sat a woman with hair like autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the morning sun. She looked up from her work, a warm smile spreading across her face. "Welcome, Finn," she said, her voice a melody that soothed his soul. "I am Leora, guardian of this realm." Finn felt a sense of belonging wash over him, as if he had known Leora all his life. "I've come seeking answers," he said, his voice steady and sure. Leora nodded, her gaze gentle and knowing. "The answers you seek are within you, Finn, but sometimes we need a guide to help us see what lies in our hearts." She rose and beckoned Finn to follow her outside. Together, they walked through the island, Leora pointing out the wonders and teaching Finn to see the world with new eyes. She showed him how to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath his feet, and to understand the language of the trees. As the days turned into weeks, Finn found himself growing, changing in ways he had never imagined. He learned to trust his instincts, to embrace the unknown, and to see the beauty in every moment. Leora became a cherished friend, her wisdom and kindness helping him to uncover truths about himself and the world. One evening, as the sun set in a blaze of glory, Leora took Finn to the highest point on the island, where they could see the forest stretching out like a sea of green. "The time has come for you to return, Finn," she said, her voice tinged with both joy and sorrow. Finn felt a pang of sadness, but also a sense of readiness. "What if I forget all I've learned?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "You won't," Leora assured him. "The magic of this place will stay with you always, a part of who you are." With these words, she handed him a small, intricately carved wooden box. "This is a gift," she said. "Inside you will find a reminder of your journey, a piece of this realm to carry with you always." Finn accepted the box, feeling its weight in his hands. He knew it held more than just a keepsake. It was a symbol of his growth, of the journey that had changed him forever. The next morning, with the sun rising to greet a new day, Finn bid farewell to Leora and the island. As he swam back across the lake, he felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that this was not an ending, but a new beginning. When he emerged from the water, the forest welcomed him with open arms. The path that had once seemed daunting now felt familiar, a part of him. Finn walked with a lightness in his step, the leaf from the Tree of Whispers still tucked safely in his pocket, a reminder of the magic that had brought him here. As he returned to the village, the world seemed brighter, more vibrant. The villagers greeted him with smiles and warmth, and his grandmother embraced him, her eyes filled with pride and love. In the evenings that followed, Finn often sat by the hearth with Mabel, sharing the stories of his journey, the wonders he had seen, and the lessons he had learned. The leaf from the Tree of Whispers remained on the mantelpiece, a symbol of the magic that dwelled within the world and within him. And so, Finn's life unfolded like a tapestry, woven with the threads of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring magic of the forest. The journey had changed him, revealing the strength and beauty that lay within his heart, and teaching him that the greatest adventures often begin with a single step into the unknown. In the village, nestled between the hills and the forest, Finn's tale became a cherished story, whispered by the wind and carried through the ages. a reminder that magic is always within reach for those who dare to seek it. Story 21. In the heart of the tranquil vale of Willow Run, where the skies stretched like a canvas awash with the hues of dawn and dusk, there lay a village nestled among whispering trees and shimmering streams. This village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched roof cottages, was home to a young girl named Lyra. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of the world beyond, and her dreams often carried her far from the familiar sights of Willow Run. Lyra was known for her boundless imagination, a trait she inherited from her grandmother, who spun tales of wonder and enchantment by the fireplace on chilly evenings. Her grandmother's stories spoke of hidden worlds and magical objects that whispered secrets to those who dared to listen. Among these stories, one captivated Lyra more than any other, the tale of the Lumina Crystal, a gem said to be hidden within the depths of the Enchanted Forest, capable of granting wisdom to those who sought it with a pure heart. As the seasons turned and the village prepared for the Harvest Moon Festival, Lyra found herself drawn to the edge of the forest, her thoughts lingering on the tales of the Lumina Crystal. Her heart fluttered with a desire for adventure, a yearning to see if the legends held a kernel of truth. On the eve of the festival, she stood at the forest's edge, the moon casting a silvery glow upon the world, and made a decision that would change her life forever. With the first light of dawn, Lyra set out on her journey into the Enchanted Forest. The morning air was crisp and invigorating, carrying the scent of pine and earth. The forest was alive with the chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves, a symphony that filled the quiet spaces of her mind. As she ventured deeper, the trees grew taller, their branches weaving a canopy that filtered the sunlight into patterns of gold and green. Lyra walked with purpose, her senses attuned to the world around her. The path beneath her feet was a tapestry of fallen leaves, each step releasing a gentle crunch that echoed softly among the trees. She marveled at the delicate web of dew on a spider's web, glistening like tiny pearls. The forest was a place of wonder, and Lyra felt a kinship with its ancient spirit. As midday approached, she reached a clearing where a gentle stream wound its way through the landscape, its waters as clear as crystal. The air was filled with the fragrance of wildflowers, their colors a vibrant palette against the greenery. Lyra knelt by the stream to drink, feeling the cool water refresh her spirit. It was here that she met the first of her companions on this journey, a small, curious fox with fur the color of autumn leaves. The fox watched her with intelligent eyes, its tail flicking as if in greeting. Lyra smiled, sensing a connection with the creature. "Hello, little one," she said softly, extending her hand. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed her fingers before nuzzling them gently. In that moment, an unspoken bond was formed, and the fox became her silent guide. Together they traversed the forest, their path winding through hidden glades and over moss-covered stones. As the afternoon sun began to dip toward the horizon, they arrived at a place unlike any other, a grove where the trees stood in a perfect circle, their trunks entwined as if holding hands. In the center of the grove lay a stone altar, upon which rested a shimmering crystal that pulsed with an inner light. The Lumina Crystal. Lyra's heart leapt with recognition, a thrill of excitement mingling with awe. She approached the altar with reverence, the fox at her side, its gaze fixed on the gem. As she reached out to touch the crystal, a voice as soft as a breeze filled the grove, resonating from the depths of the stone. "Seek not for power, but for wisdom," the voice intoned, "for it is wisdom that will guide your heart and light your path." Lyra nodded, understanding the weight of the words. She closed her eyes, allowing the crystal's light to wash over her, filling her with a sense of peace and clarity. Visions danced behind her eyelids, glimpses of the world as it could be, woven with threads of hope and kindness. She saw the faces of her friends and family, their lives intertwined with hers in a tapestry of love and community. When she opened her eyes, the grove was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, the first stars twinkling in the sky above. The fox looked up at her, its eyes reflecting the light of the crystal. Lyra knew that their journey was far from over, but she felt a newfound strength within her, a confidence born of understanding. With the Lumina Crystal as her guide, She and the fox began the journey back to Willow Run. The forest seemed to welcome them, its whispers now a familiar melody. As they walked, Lyra pondered the lessons she had learned, the importance of wisdom over power, the strength found in friendship, and the beauty of the world when seen through eyes of wonder. When they finally emerged from the forest, the village lay before them, aglow with lanterns and laughter as the Harvest Moon Festival reached its peak. Lyra's heart swelled with joy at the sight of her home, the bonds of her community stronger than ever in the warm embrace of celebration. Her return was met with cheers and embraces, her tale of the Lumina crystal shared with wide-eyed wonder. The fox, now a beloved member of the village, curled up by the fire, its presence a reminder of the magic that lay beyond the veil of the everyday. As the night wore on and the festival gave way to quiet reverence, Lyra sat by the hearth, her grandmother beside her. The old woman's eyes shone with pride and understanding, her voice a gentle murmur as she spoke. "You have found what you sought, my dear," her grandmother said, her hand resting on Lyra's, "and in doing so you have brought light to us all." Lyra smiled, the warmth of the fire a comforting embrace. She knew that her journey had changed her, that the lessons she had learned would guide her in the days to come. And as she drifted into the soft embrace of sleep, the Lumina crystal's light lingered in her heart, a beacon of wisdom and hope. In the vale of Willow Run, the night was peaceful, the stars a glittering canopy above. The enchanted forest stood silent, its secrets shared with those who dared to seek them. And within its depths, the Lumina crystal continued to shine, a reminder of the magic that dwells in the hearts of those who believe. Story 22. Once upon a time, in a quiet village, nestled between rolling meadows and ancient forests, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though blessed with a kind heart and curious spirit, Willow often found herself fearful of change, clinging tightly to the comforts of routine. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the woods to gather fallen branches for the hearth. As she stepped beneath the canopy of golden leaves, a gentle breeze carried a flurry of crimson petals across her path. Willow gasped as the petals swirled around her, transforming into a shower of delicate butterflies. From the boughs of a nearby oak tree emerged a wise old owl named Galen. "Do not be afraid, dear child," he hooted softly. "These butterflies represent the beauty of transformation, a cycle as natural as the changing seasons." Willow watched in wonder as the butterflies took flight, their vibrant wings catching the sunlight. "But change frightens me," she admitted. "I fear losing what is familiar and safe." Galen regarded her with his large, understanding eyes. "Growth is inevitable, little one. Just as the caterpillar must shed its cocoon to become a butterfly, we too must embrace the changes life brings if we wish to spread our wings and soar." As the weeks passed, Willow found herself seeking Galen's counsel more and more, their talks punctuated by wondrous sights that reflected the owl's wisdom. Shimmering dewdrops that danced upon spiderwebs, a family of rabbits emerging from their burrow after a winter's slumber, and the delicate unfurling of wildflowers after a spring rain. One misty morning, Willow encountered a young fawn tangled in a thicket of brambles. Despite her misgivings, she gently freed the trembling creature, soothing its fears until it found the courage to bound away, unharmed. In that moment, Willow felt a profound shift within her heart, as if her own self-doubt had melted away like morning frost. From that day forward, Willow embraced the ebb and flow of life's seasons with newfound grace. When autumn's chill whispered through the trees once more, she watched the vibrant leaves take flight without trepidation, knowing that beneath the snow lay the promise of spring's renewal. And on the clearest nights, when the moon cast its silvery glow across the meadows, Willow would glimpse a familiar silhouette soaring overhead, the majestic form of Galen, an old friend whose wisdom had helped her blossom into the courageous, ever-evolving spirit she was meant to be. For just as the butterflies had shown her, true beauty lies not in remaining tethered to what is safe and known, but in spreading one's wings and embracing the wondrous odyssey of growth and transformation. Story 23. In a quaint little village nestled within the lush emerald folds of the Whispering Woods, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara had an insatiable curiosity and a heart as warm as the sunrise. The village, known as Elderglen, was a place where magic danced lightly through the air like dandelion fluff, and the villagers lived in harmony with the wonders that surrounded them. Each morning, the village awoke to the gentle hum of the forest, the sweet melody of birdsong, and the soft rustle of leaves whispering secrets only the trees knew. But one morning, an unusual hush fell over Elderglen. The birds were silent, and the leaves held their whispers. The villagers awoke to find their beloved daily lantern, magical flowers that bloomed with a soft, glowing light each night, had not opened. Instead, they remained tightly shut, their petals sealed as if in a deep sleep. Clara, with her bright eyes wide with wonder, took it upon herself to investigate. Her grandmother, a wise woman with hair like spun silver and eyes that twinkled with ancient secrets, offered her a gentle smile. "Remember, dear Clara, to see with more than just your eyes," she advised, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. With her grandmother's words echoing in her mind, Clara wandered into the heart of the whispering woods. The forest was a magical place, where trees stood tall with bark like velvet and mushrooms glowed softly beneath the canopy. As she walked, Clara noticed the forest's usual chatter was absent, replaced by a peculiar stillness. Suddenly, a soft rustling caught her attention. From behind a cluster of ferns emerged a small creature with fur as white as snow and eyes like shimmering pools of moonlight. It was a Lumina fox, known for its gentle nature and illuminating wisdom. "Greetings, Clara." The Lumina fox spoke, its voice a soft murmur like the breeze through the trees. "I can sense your concern for the daily lanterns. They are indeed in need of help." Clara knelt down beside the fox, her eyes filled with curiosity. "What has happened to them?" she asked, her voice a gentle whisper. "The forest has been holding its breath," the fox explained. "A rare and ancient magic has woven a spell of slumber over the daily lanterns." "How can we wake them?" Clara inquired, determined to restore the village's nightly glow. The Lumina fox tilted its head thoughtfully. "We must find the source of the magic and unravel its mystery. Listen closely to the silence. It holds the answers you seek." Clara, accompanied by the Lumina fox, set off deeper into the woods. As they walked, she concentrated on the sounds, or lack thereof, around her. It was then she noticed a faint, rhythmic humming, unlike anything she had heard before. The sound seemed to beckon her forward, leading her to a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient tree, its trunk gnarled and twisted, with roots that spread like fingers across the forest floor. At its base lay a cluster of stones arranged in a perfect circle, glowing softly with an otherworldly light. "This is the Heartstone Circle," the Lumina fox whispered, its eyes reflecting the gentle glow. "It has been disturbed, and its magic has spilled into the forest." Clara approached the stones with reverence, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns etched into their surfaces. She could feel the magic pulsing beneath her touch, a gentle thrum that resonated with her very being. "We must realign the stones," the fox advised, "but it requires a delicate touch and a pure heart." Clara nodded, her heart steady with determination. She began to move the stones, aligning them with the patterns she had traced. As she worked, she sang a soft lullaby her grandmother had taught her, a melody as old as the forest itself. The Lumina fox joined in, its voice a harmonious counterpoint to her song. Slowly, the glow of the stones began to intensify, their light weaving a tapestry of warmth and magic across the clearing. The air shimmered, and Clara felt a gentle breeze stir the leaves, carrying away the spell of slumber. With the final stone in place, the Heartstone Circle pulsed with a brilliant light, and Clara felt the forest exhale in relief. The Lumina fox nodded its approval, its eyes sparkling with gratitude. "You have done well, Clara. The daily lanterns will awaken with the coming night." As the sun dipped below the horizon, Clara and the Lumina fox returned to Elderglen, where the villagers had gathered in anticipation. One by one, the daily lanterns began to bloom, their petals unfurling to reveal a soft, golden glow that illuminated the village with a gentle, reassuring light. The villagers cheered, their faces alight with joy and gratitude. Clara's grandmother embraced her, whispering words of pride and love. The Lumina fox watched from the edge of the woods, its presence a comforting reminder of the magic and wisdom that dwelled within the forest. That night, as Clara lay beneath her quilt, the soft glow of the daily lanterns filtering through her window, she felt a deep sense of peace. She had learned that sometimes the answers lay not in what we see, but in what we feel and hear in the quiet moments. And as she drifted into a gentle slumber, she knew that the magic of Elderglen would always be there to guide her, just as it had that day. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, Elderglen slept peacefully, wrapped in the warm embrace of the forest's gentle magic. Story 24. The Whispering Grove. Once upon a whisper, in a village cradled by emerald hills and silver streams, there lived a young girl named Mara. Her heart was as tender as the dawn, and her spirit as curious as the twilight. Mara had a secret, known only to the whispering winds that swept through her village, the ability to hear the voices of leaves, the songs of the streams, and the murmured dreams of the stars. Each day was a new symphony of sound and wonder, but it was in the solitude of the forest where her heart truly soared. The village itself was quaint, with cobblestone paths weaving between cottages that nestled like sleepy cats in the shadow of towering oaks. The air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and fresh bread, and the villagers moved with the gentle rhythm of a place untouched by haste or worry. Yet, beyond the edge of the village, where the forest grew thick and ancient, lay the Whispering Grove, a place both revered and feared, where stories of old magic and ancient guardians wove through the tales of the evening fires. One morning, as the first blush of dawn painted the sky, Mara set off toward the forest with a woven basket in hand. Her mother had asked her to gather wild herbs, and Mara was eager to escape into the embrace of the trees. The path wound through the woods like a ribbon of earth, leading her deeper into the cool, shadowed heart of the Whispering Grove. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the rustling of leaves and the distant song of a brook. Mara moved with the grace of someone who belonged, her feet finding the softest patches of moss and her fingers brushing the bark of ancient trees as if greeting old friends. She listened to the wind carry secrets through the branches and felt the warmth of the earth beneath her feet. As she knelt by a patch of thyme, the ground seemed to shift beneath her, revealing a tiny, glimmering stone. It was unlike anything she had seen, a perfect teardrop of crystal, shimmering with an inner light that danced like the northern lights. The moment her fingers closed around it, a gentle vibration thrummed through her, like the echo of a distant song. Without knowing why, she slipped the stone into her pocket, feeling its comforting weight against her side. The day drifted by in a haze of golden sunbeams and the fragrance of wildflowers. When the shadows began to stretch long and thin, Mara turned back toward the village, her basket brimming with herbs and her heart humming with the secret of the stone. That night, as the village settled into the soft glow of evening, Mara lay in her bed, the stone cradled in her palm. She could feel it pulsing gently, a rhythm that matched her own heartbeat. Outside her window, the stars blinked awake, casting a silver net across the sky. Mara closed her eyes, and as sleep began to weave its delicate threads around her, she heard a voice, soft, melodic, and older than time itself. Seek the heart of the grove, where dreams dare to dance and light becomes song. There you shall find the truth of the stone. Mara's dreams were filled with images of the forest, trees that whispered secrets, streams that sang of forgotten times, and a path that led ever deeper into the heart of the grove. When she awoke, she knew what she must do. The following morning, with the stone safely tucked in her pocket and a sense of quiet determination, Mara set out once more into the Whispering Grove. The path was familiar, yet today it seemed to shimmer with a new light, as if the forest itself was guiding her steps. As she walked, Mara felt a change within her, a gentle unraveling of the known, an opening to the mystery that lay ahead. The forest, with its towering trees and the tapestry of life that thrived beneath their branches, seemed to breathe with her, each movement of the leaves a soft exhalation of encouragement. She followed the brook, its waters laughing as it skipped over stones, until she reached a clearing bathed in sunlight. Here the trees circled a small pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the sky. The air was thick with the scent of honeysuckle and the rustle of unseen creatures. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide enough to embrace 3 full-grown men. Its bark was gnarled and wise, etched with the stories of centuries. As Mara approached, she felt the stone in her pocket grow warmer, its light seeping through the fabric like the first rays of dawn. Gently, she placed the stone on the roots of the oak and stepped back. A soft glow spread from the stone, weaving through the roots and up the trunk of the tree. The air shimmered, and Mara watched in awe as the tree seemed to awaken, the bark shifting and groaning like an old man stretching after a long sleep. From the heart of the oak, a figure emerged, a being of light and shadow, its form fluid and ethereal. It stepped forward, its eyes like pools of starlit water, and regarded Mara with a gaze that was both gentle and profound. "Welcome, child of whispers," the being spoke, its voice a melody that danced through the air. "I am Silas, guardian of the Whispering Grove. You have awakened the Heartstone, a gift from the earth to those who listen." Mara felt a warmth spread through her, a recognition that resonated deep within. "What is it for?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "To hear the truths that lie beneath the surface, to see the connections unseen by most," Silas replied, his form shifting with the light. "With the Heartstone, the grove speaks through you. It is a bridge between worlds, a reminder that all is connected." Mara nodded, understanding as if she had always known. The forest had always been alive to her, but now it was as if she held the key to its hidden language. She felt the weight of responsibility, but also the joy of belonging. "Thank you," she said, her voice steady with newfound purpose. Silas bowed, the light around him shimmering like the first light of dawn. "Remember, child, the grove is always with you. Share its wisdom, nurture its magic, and let your heart guide your journey." With those words, Silas faded back into the oak, the light of the Heartstone dimming until it was once more a simple, beautiful stone. Mara stood in the clearing, the forest around her humming with life. She felt a part of something greater, a thread in the tapestry of the world. The journey back to the village was different, each step a note in a symphony she had only just begun to hear. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Mara returned home. She knew her life would never be the same, but she welcomed the change with open arms. In the days that followed, Mara found herself sharing the songs of the grove with those who would listen. She taught the children to hear the whispers of the wind and the secrets of the stream, to see the magic in the mundane and the beauty in the smallest leaf. The village thrived with the new connection to the grove, the people moving in harmony with the land. The Heartstone remained with Mara, a constant reminder of the journey she had taken and the truth she had discovered. And so, in the heart of the grove, where dreams dared to dance and light became song, Mara found her place, her purpose, and the beginning of a new story, one that would be told for generations to come. As the years went by, the legend of Mara and the Heartstone grew, woven into the fabric of village life. Children would gather by the fireside, eyes wide with wonder, as the elders recounted the tale of the girl who listened to the whispers of the earth. The grove flourished, and with it, the village. Seasons passed, each one leaving its own mark, a tapestry of life and growth, woven with love and respect for the land. Mara's teachings became traditions, her wisdom passed down like heirlooms, cherished and revered. One day, as the sun set in a blaze of gold and crimson, Mara stood at the edge of the village, watching the shadows lengthen across the fields. The stone lay warm in her pocket, a gentle reminder of all that had been and all that was yet to come. She felt a presence beside her, and turning, she saw Silas, his form shimmering in the twilight. His eyes, deep and knowing, met hers, and in that moment no words were needed. They stood together, guardian and guide, bound by the magic of the grove and the enduring strength of their bond. The world around them breathed with life, the whispers of the grove a song that would never end. And as the stars began to twinkle in the vastness above, Mara knew that this was not the end, but a new beginning, a journey that would continue, as long as there were those who listened, those who dreamed, and those who dared to believe in the magic of the world. And so, in the gentle embrace of night, with the warmth of the Heartstone and the wisdom of the grove, Mara found peace, a quiet, enduring peace that resonated with the heartbeat of the earth and the whispered dreams of the stars. And in that peace, She knew that the world was as it should be, wrapped in the magic of its own making, forever whispering, forever singing, forever alive. Story 25. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood like sentinels whispering secrets to the wind, there existed a quaint little village named Willowbrook. The village was nestled in a gentle valley, surrounded by hills that were blanketed in velvety moss. The sun shone softly through the thick canopy, casting dapples of light on the cobblestone paths that wound through the village like a meandering stream. In this peaceful place lived a young girl named Lila. She had hair as dark as midnight and eyes that twinkled with curiosity like stars in the night sky. Lila was known for her kindness and her unyielding spirit of adventure. She spent her days exploring the woods, often accompanied by her best friend, a fox named Finn. Finn was a creature of the forest, with a coat that glistened like copper in the sunlight and eyes that mirrored the warmth of a crackling fire. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the sweet scent of fallen leaves and the promise of change, Lila and Finn set off on an adventure that would alter the course of their lives forever. As they wandered deeper into the woods, they stumbled upon a part of the forest they had never seen before, a grove where the trees twisted up towards the sky in fantastical shapes, their branches forming intricate patterns against the azure sky. In the center of this magical grove stood a peculiar ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with age. It was unlike any other tree in the forest, and at its base lay a small, curious object. It was a compass, but not just any compass. Its casing was made of shimmering silver, and its needle spun in lazy circles, glinting like a drop of dew in the morning sun. Lila picked up the compass, feeling a strange warmth spreading through her fingertips. As she held it, the needle stopped its restless spinning and pointed resolutely in a direction that seemed to lead further into the heart of the whispering woods. Intrigued, Lila and Finn decided to follow where the compass led, unaware of the adventure that awaited them. They journeyed for hours, venturing deeper into the forest than ever before. The air grew cooler, and the sounds of the village faded until all that remained was the soft rustle of leaves and the occasional call of a distant bird. The path was winding and sometimes difficult, but Lila felt a strange sense of purpose guiding her steps. As dusk began to fall, they came upon a sight that took their breath away, a hidden valley bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. It was a place that seemed untouched by time, where wildflowers bloomed in abundance, painting the landscape in vibrant hues of purple, blue, and yellow. At the center of the valley was a crystal-clear lake, its waters reflecting the colors of the sky like a mirror. Lila and Finn approached the lake, mesmerized by its beauty. As they drew closer, they noticed something extraordinary. Along the edge of the water were tiny, ethereal creatures, flitting about with wings that shimmered like moonlight on water. They were fairies, each one as delicate and radiant as a sunbeam. One of the fairies, a small creature with wings that glowed with an iridescent hue, flew towards Lila and Finn. Her voice was soft like the tinkling of bells. "Welcome, travelers," she said, her eyes sparkling with kindness. "You have found the hidden vale, a place known to few. The compass you carry is a gift, one that reveals the unseen paths to those with pure hearts." Lila felt a sense of wonder and gratitude wash over her. "Why was the compass given to us?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The fairy smiled gently. "The Whispering Woods has chosen you, for your heart is open and your spirit is true. But beware, for the compass will only guide you as long as your intentions remain pure. Use it wisely, and it will show you wonders beyond your imagination." With these words, the fairy disappeared in a twinkle of light, leaving Lila and Finn standing by the lake, their minds swirling with questions and excitement. They spent the night in the hidden vale, marveling at the beauty of the place and dreaming of the adventures that lay ahead. In the days that followed, Lila and Finn continued to explore the Whispering Woods, using the compass to guide them to hidden glades and secret paths. They discovered ancient ruins, forgotten waterfalls, and even a grove of trees that sang with the voices of the wind. Each discovery was a treasure, and with every step, their bond grew stronger. As they journeyed, they encountered various creatures of the forest, each with a story to tell and a lesson to impart. There was the wise old owl who taught them the value of patience, the playful otters who showed them the joy of living in the moment, and the gentle deer who reminded them of the importance of kindness. Through these encounters, Lila learned that the forest was more than just a place. It was a community, a web of life where every creature had a role to play. She realized that her actions, no matter how small, had an impact on the world around her. This understanding filled her with a deep sense of responsibility and a desire to protect the forest and its inhabitants. One day, as they were exploring a particularly dense part of the woods, Lila and Finn came across a peculiar sight. A group of animals had gathered around a fallen tree, their eyes wide with worry. Among them was a young squirrel, its paw caught beneath the heavy trunk. Without hesitation, Lila rushed to help, her heart aching for the trapped creature. She and Finn worked together, using all their strength to lift the tree just enough for the squirrel to wriggle free. Once safe, the squirrel looked up at Lila with grateful eyes, its tiny body quivering with relief. "Thank you," it chattered, its voice filled with gratitude. "I am forever in your debt." Lila smiled, her heart swelling with warmth. "There's no debt between friends," she replied softly. "We're all here to help each other." As they continued their journey, Lila reflected on the day's events. She realized that true strength lay not in power or might, but in the willingness to help others, to be a source of light in times of darkness. This lesson stayed with her, guiding her actions and shaping her journey. With each passing day, the compass led them to new wonders and deeper understandings. They discovered that the forest was filled with hidden treasures, not just in the form of beautiful landscapes, but in the connections they formed and the lessons they learned. But their journey was not without challenges. One evening, as they made their way back to the village, a fierce storm swept through the forest, its winds howling like a pack of wolves. The rain fell in torrents, turning the paths to mud and obscuring their way. The compass, their trusted guide, spun wildly, unable to point them home. Lila felt a flicker of fear, but she took a deep breath, grounding herself in the knowledge that they were not alone. She looked at Finn, his eyes steady and reassuring, and knew that together they could find their way. Drawing on the wisdom they had gained from their journey, they used the sounds of the forest to guide them, following the babbling of a brook, the rustle of familiar trees, until they finally emerged, drenched and exhausted, into the safety of Willowbrook. The villagers welcomed them back with open arms, their faces filled with relief and joy. That night, as Lila lay in her warm bed, listening to the gentle patter of rain on the roof, she realized that the storm had taught her one of the most important lessons yet. That true courage was not the absence of fear, but the ability to move forward despite it. With this newfound understanding, Lila's heart swelled with gratitude for the adventure she had embarked upon and for the compass that had guided her. She understood now that it was not just a tool for navigating the forest, but a reminder of the journey within, a journey of growth, of friendship, and of discovering the beauty in the world around her. As the seasons changed and the colors of the forest shifted from the vibrant hues of autumn to the crisp whites of winter, Lila and Finn continued their adventures, their bond stronger than ever. They knew that the Whispering Woods still held many secrets, and they were eager to uncover them together. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Lila and Finn journeyed on, hand in paw, confident that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them with courage and kindness. For they had learned the greatest lesson of all, that the true magic of the forest lay not in the compass or the hidden paths, but in the love and friendship that guided them through every adventure. And so, dear reader, as you drift into the tender embrace of sleep, let Lila and Finn's story remind you that the world is filled with wonders, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious spirits. May your dreams be as enchanting and your heart as kind as you journey through your own adventures, wherever they may lead. Story 26. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stood like towering sentinels whispering secrets of old, there lived a community of creatures who thrived in the harmony of nature. This forest, known to its inhabitants as Sylvanshire, was a place where the natural and the magical intertwined seamlessly, where every leaf and stone pulsed with an unseen, gentle enchantment. As dawn's first light filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, a soft rustling began. This was the start of another day in Sylvanshire. The air was crisp, carrying the fresh scent of pine mixed with the earthy aroma of moss and fallen leaves. Birds, their feathers glistening with dew, chirped melodiously, weaving a symphony that welcomed the sun. Among these creatures was a wise old tortoise named Orin. His shell, marked with intricate patterns resembling ancient runes, glistened with the morning mist. Orin had seen many seasons come and go, and with each passing year he had gathered wisdom like the fallen leaves that carpeted the forest floor. His eyes, warm and observant, held stories of years past, and his gentle demeanor made him beloved by all who knew him. Orin began his day with a slow, deliberate journey to the forest's central clearing, a place known as the Glade of Whispers. It was here that the creatures of Sylvanshire gathered to share news and listen to the wisdom of the ancients. Today, however, the glade held a different kind of magic. The first frost of autumn had dusted the edges of the leaves, and the air shimmered with tiny sparkling crystals that danced with the light. As Orin settled into his usual spot, a young fox named Lyra bounded over. Her fur was a vivid russet, contrasting sharply with the soft white of the frost-laden ground. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and a hint of mischief, always eager to learn and explore. "Orin," Lyra began, her voice a soft whisper that echoed the rustle of leaves, "have you noticed how the frost seems to linger longer this year?" Orin nodded thoughtfully, his gaze sweeping over the glade. "Indeed, young one. The frost heralds the change of seasons, a time when the earth begins its long slumber. It is a reminder of nature's cycle, of balance maintained through time." Lyra tilted her head, pondering the old tortoise's words. "But why does it linger? Is it a sign of something more?" Orin chuckled softly, a sound like the creaking of ancient branches in the wind. "Patience, dear Lyra. Nature often speaks in riddles. The frost is but one of her many voices." As they conversed, a gentle breeze swept through the glade, carrying with it the sweet scent of wood smoke and the faintest hint of cinnamon. From the edges of the clearing emerged a creature not often seen, a stag, his antlers adorned with moss and twinkling lights like stars caught in the tangle of branches. This was Eldon, the guardian of the forest, a being of profound magic and mystery. Eldon's presence was always a harbinger of important news, and today was no exception. The creatures of the forest gathered around, their eyes wide with anticipation. Eldon spoke, his voice resonating like the deep, melodic hum of the earth itself. "Gather close, my friends," Eldon began, his gaze sweeping across the assembled animals. "The frost that clings to our forest is indeed an omen, a reminder of the delicate balance we must maintain. The seasons shift, and with them we too must adapt." A murmur rippled through the crowd, a mix of concern and curiosity. Eldon continued, his voice soothing and calm. "Fear not, for we are the stewards of this land. Our actions can ensure that balance endures. As the days grow shorter and the nights colder, we must remember to care for one another and the home we share." Lyra, ever inquisitive, stepped forward. "What can we do, Eldon? How do we ensure the balance remains?" Eldon smiled, a gentle expression that seemed to light up the entire glade. "By understanding the needs of our forest and its creatures, share your warmth, gather food for those who cannot, and always listen to the whispers of the trees. They will guide you." Inspired by Eldon's words, the creatures of Sylvanshire set about their tasks with renewed purpose. Squirrels gathered acorns and nuts, storing them in hidden caches for the long winter ahead. Birds flitted from tree to tree, sharing news and keeping watch. Even the smallest insects played their part, aerating the soil and ensuring the forest floor remained fertile and alive. As the day turned to dusk, the forest basked in the golden glow of the setting sun. The air now carried a chill, a reminder of the coming winter, yet the warmth of community and purpose filled the hearts of all who called Sylvanshire home. Orin, his journey complete for the day, settled beneath a sprawling oak. He watched as Lyra and the other creatures worked together, a tapestry of cooperation and care. His heart swelled with pride and contentment, knowing the wisdom of the ancients was alive and well in the younger generation. As stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the creatures gathered once more in the Glade of Whispers. Eldon stood at the center, his presence a comforting beacon in the night. "Remember," Eldon said, his voice a gentle caress, "the magic of Sylvanshire lies not just in its beauty, but in the harmony we create together. Each season brings its own challenges, but with wisdom and friendship, we shall always find a way." With those words echoing in their hearts, the creatures of the forest dispersed, retreating to their homes nestled among the roots and branches. Orin closed his eyes, the soft murmur of the forest lulling him to sleep, a sleep filled with dreams of golden leaves and twinkling lights, of a world where harmony reigned supreme. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the gentle guardianship of Eldon, the forest slumbered, wrapped in a blanket of peace and promise. And as it slept, the magic of Sylvanshire breathed softly, a lullaby of nature's enduring song. Story 27. In the gentle embrace of a twilight forest, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the whispers of ancient trees, there lay a hidden world, known only to those who sought with an open heart. This world was a tapestry of emerald leaves and sapphire streams, woven with the gold threads of sunlight that danced through the canopy. It was here that a journey of transformation and friendship began, sparked by the glimmer of a peculiar object nestled among the roots of a great oak. The protagonist of our tale, a young girl named Lyra, discovered this world quite by accident. One evening, as the sky was painted in hues of lavender and rose, she wandered deeper into the forest than she ever had before. Her heart was heavy with the troubles of her day, a squabble with her closest friend and the looming shadow of a challenge at school that felt insurmountable. In the forest, she sought solace, hoping the rustling leaves might whisper answers to her troubled thoughts. As she walked, her fingers brushed against the rough bark of trees and the cool fronds of ferns, her senses alive to the symphony of nature around her. The forest was a sanctuary, its peaceful embrace a balm for her weary spirit. And it was this very peace that led her to the base of the ancient oak, where something curious caught her eye. There, nestled in the crook of two gnarled roots, was a small, shimmering stone. It was unlike anything she had seen before, its surface a kaleidoscope of colors that shifted and flowed like liquid light. Mesmerized, Lyra crouched down, reaching out to touch it. As her fingers closed around the stone, a warmth spread through her, as if she had been wrapped in a cozy blanket on a cold winter's night. Unbeknownst to Lyra, this was not an ordinary stone. It was the Heartstone, a relic of great magic and mystery, whispered of in legends passed down through the ages. The Heartstone was said to reveal the hidden truths of the world, and to those who held it, it offered a glimpse into the unseen realms woven into the fabric of reality. As Lyra cradled the Heartstone, the forest around her began to change. The leaves trembled with a life of their own, and the air shimmered with a soft golden glow. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing a world of wonder and magic that had been there all along, waiting just beyond the edge of perception. In this transformed forest, Lyra found herself in the company of an unexpected friend. From the shadows emerged a creature both curious and kind, with eyes that twinkled like stars, and a coat of fur as soft as the downy feathers of a bird. It was a fox, but not just any fox. This was Finn, the guardian of the Heartstone, tasked with guiding those who were chosen to see the world beyond. "Hello, Lyra," Finn said, his voice a gentle melody in the evening air. "You found the Heartstone, and with it, a path to the hidden truths of the world. But be mindful, for its magic is both a gift and a responsibility." Lyra, though surprised, felt no fear. There was a kindness in Finn's eyes, and she sensed that he was a friend. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "Follow your heart," Finn replied, "and let the Heartstone guide you. It will show you the way, not just through the forest, but through the challenges you face." With Finn by her side, Lyra embarked on a journey deeper into the enchanted forest. As they walked, the Heartstone glowed softly in her hand, illuminating a path through the trees. Each step they took was accompanied by the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant song of a brook, creating a symphony that echoed the harmony of the world. The forest unfolded before them like a living storybook, each chapter revealing new wonders. There were meadows carpeted with wildflowers, their petals kissed by the last light of day. Babbling brooks wove silver threads through the landscape, their waters cool and clear. And everywhere, the air was alive with the songs of birds and the hum of tiny unseen creatures. As they journeyed, Lyra and Finn encountered others who lived in this hidden world. There was Silva, the owl with eyes that gleamed with the wisdom of centuries, and Thistle, the hare whose laughter was like the chime of bells. Each new friend shared stories and insights, their words weaving together to form a tapestry of understanding and hope. Through these encounters, Lyra began to see her own life with new clarity. The Heartstone, with its gentle glow, illuminated not just the path through the forest, but the path within her heart. She learned that the quarrel with her friend was a chance to practice forgiveness and understanding, and the challenge at school, an opportunity to grow and learn. With each lesson, the weight she carried grew lighter, and her heart filled with a sense of peace and purpose. Lyra realized that the magic of the Heartstone was not just in revealing the unseen, but in helping her see the world and herself with new eyes. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle in the sky, Lyra and Finn reached a clearing bathed in moonlight. Here, at the heart of the forest, the magic of the Heartstone was at its strongest. The air shimmered with possibility, and the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting. In this moment of quiet wonder, Lyra understood that her journey was both an ending and a beginning. She had discovered the hidden truths of the world and her own heart, and in doing so, she had found the strength and wisdom to face her challenges with courage and grace. With a gentle nudge, Finn reminded her that it was time to return. The Heartstone, its purpose fulfilled, would remain in the forest, waiting for the next seeker to find it. But the magic it had revealed would stay with Lyra, a guiding light in the days to come. As they made their way back through the forest, the path now familiar and full of promise, Lyra felt a deep sense of gratitude. She had found a friend in Finn, and in the hidden world of the forest, she had discovered the beauty and magic that lay within her own heart. When she finally emerged from the trees, the stars were bright in the night sky, and the world felt both vast and intimate, filled with endless possibilities. Lyra knew that she would return to the forest to seek its wisdom and renew her spirit. But for now, she carried its magic within her, a treasure more precious than the Heartstone itself. And so, with the moon as her companion and the whisper of the forest still in her ears, Lyra walked home, her heart light and her spirit free. In the gentle embrace of the night, she found her way, guided by the light of friendship, wisdom, and the hidden truths she had discovered along the way. Story 28. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between the whispering woods and the shimmering lake, there lived a gentle young girl named Mia. Mia had a heart full of wonder and a mind forever curious, always seeking out the secrets hidden within the folds of her beloved village. Her days were spent wandering through the forest, listening to the stories the wind told as it rustled through the leaves, or watching the shimmering fish dance beneath the lake's surface. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and amber, Mia set out on her usual wander. The air was fresh with the scent of pine and distant fires, and the ground crunched beneath her boots as she walked deeper into the forest. It was here, in a sun-dappled clearing, that Mia stumbled upon something most unusual, a small, seemingly ordinary wooden chest, half buried among the fallen leaves. Intrigued, Mia brushed away the leaves and opened the chest. To her surprise, it contained not gold or jewels, but a simple, polished stone that glowed with a soft, inviting light. As she held the stone in her hand, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, up her arm, and then to her heart. She felt a connection, a quiet understanding, that this stone was no ordinary rock, but something magical, waiting for its secrets to be discovered. Unsure of what to do next, Mia decided to seek the wisdom of Old Willow, the wise and kind-hearted elder of the village. Old Willow lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the forest, its walls lined with books and shelves filled with curious trinkets collected over a lifetime. As Mia entered, the comforting scent of herbal tea and old parchment wrapped around her like a warm hug. Old Willow, with twinkling eyes and a voice as soothing as a lullaby, welcomed Mia and listened intently to her tale. She examined the stone with a knowing smile before pulling out an ancient book from her shelf. "This," she said softly, is the Stone of Whispered Dreams, a rare and wondrous gift. It can show you the hidden dreams and hopes of those around you, but it requires great wisdom to use it well. Eager to learn more, Mia listened as Old Willow explained that the stone could reveal the dreams of others, allowing her to help them in ways they might not even realize they needed. But remember, Old Willow cautioned, with such knowledge comes responsibility. Use it with kindness and care, for dreams are delicate things. With this newfound knowledge, Mia embarked on a journey, not through winding paths or distant lands, but through the hearts and dreams of her fellow villagers. Her first stop was with the baker, a jovial man with flour-dusted hands and a laugh that could warm the coldest of days. As Mia held the stone, she saw his dream, a quaint bakery filled with the sweet scents of pastries, not just for the village, but shared with travelers from far and wide. Inspired, Mia helped the baker organize a small market at the village square, where he could share his delectable creations with everyone. The event was a success, bringing joy to the baker and delight to the villagers who tasted his treats. Next, Mia visited the blacksmith, a quiet woman whose strength was matched only by her gentle spirit. Through the stone, Mia saw her dream of crafting not just tools but beautiful works of art, delicate metal sculptures that captured the essence of the forest and lake. With Mia's encouragement, the blacksmith began creating small sculptures, each piece telling a story of their village. These quickly became treasures, admired by all who saw them, and brought a new light to the blacksmith's eyes. Mia's journey continued, touching the lives of the villagers one by one, helping them realize their dreams with gentle nudges and thoughtful words. The village, once just a simple place of routine, blossomed into a vibrant tapestry of fulfilled dreams and newfound friendships. Yet the stone's magic wasn't only about revealing the dreams of others. Through her journey, Mia discovered her own dream, an unspoken wish to bring joy and unity to her village, to weave a community where every heart's song could be heard and cherished. As the seasons turned and winter's first snow began to blanket the village, Mia returned to Old Willow's cottage. Together, they shared stories by the crackling fire, the room filled with the comforting aroma of spiced tea and the warmth of friendship. Old Willow smiled at Mia, her eyes reflecting the flickering flames. "You've done well, dear child," she said softly. "The stone has shown you much, but it is your heart that has truly woven this village together." With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit brimming with peace, Mia placed the stone back into its chest. She understood that the magic was not just in the stone, but in the love and kindness she shared with those around her. And so, Mia's journey ended as all good stories should, wrapped in the warmth of friendship, the comfort of dreams fulfilled, and the gentle promise of many more tales to come. As she drifted to sleep that night, the village lay quiet under the moonlit sky, a haven of dreams, softly whispered and lovingly held. And so, dear listener, may your dreams be gentle and your heart be kind, for there is magic in every corner of our world, waiting to be discovered by those who look with eyes of wonder and hearts of warmth. Sweet dreams. Story 29. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She was a curious child, always eager to explore the world around her. One crisp autumn day, Lily was playing in the garden when she noticed something peculiar, an ordinary-looking acorn lying on the ground. As Lily picked it up, she felt a tingle of magic course through her fingers. To her amazement, the acorn began to glow faintly. Without hesitation, Lily slipped the acorn into her pocket, sensing that this was no ordinary find. That night, as Lily lay in bed, the acorn's glow grew brighter, enveloping her room in a warm amber light. Suddenly, a tiny voice whispered in her ear, "Plant me, and I shall grow into something truly wondrous." Lily's eyes grew wide with excitement. She knew this was the beginning of an extraordinary adventure. The next morning, Lily shared her discovery with her best friends, Ollie the owl and Pepper the squirrel. Ollie, with his wise old eyes, listened intently, while Pepper bounced about, eager to see the magic unfold. Together, they ventured into the nearby forest, searching for the perfect spot to plant the enchanted acorn. After a long hike, they came upon a sun-dappled clearing, where the soil seemed to radiate with life. As Lily gently placed the acorn in the earth and covered it with soil, a hush fell over the forest. The trio waited with bated breath, wondering what wonders lay in store. To their astonishment, the acorn began to sprout immediately, growing at an astonishing rate. Within moments, a magnificent oak tree stood before them, its branches reaching towards the sky, its leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. But this was no ordinary tree. Its bark shimmered with 1,000 colors, and its leaves seemed to whisper ancient secrets. Lily, Ollie, and Pepper gazed in awe, recognizing that they had stumbled upon something truly magical. As the days passed, the enchanted oak tree became a place of wonder and discovery. Lily and her friends would spend hours beneath its boughs, listening to the tales it wove and learning the wisdom of the ages. One day, as they sat in the shade of the tree, a voice echoed through the branches. "A great challenge approaches, one that will test your courage and wisdom." Lily felt a shiver of apprehension, but Ollie's calm gaze reassured her. "Do not fear, my dear," he hooted. "The tree has prepared us for this moment." In the days that followed, dark clouds gathered over the village, and a sinister force threatened to consume the land. Lily and her friends realized that the enchanted oak tree held the key to saving their home. With guidance from the tree's whispers, they embarked on a quest, facing obstacles and riddles that required not physical might, but clever thinking and unwavering friendship. Together, they navigated treacherous paths, solved ancient puzzles, and forged alliances with the creatures of the forest. And at every step, the oak tree's magic provided comfort and guidance, reminding them of the power of love, courage, and wisdom. Finally, after a long and perilous journey, they stood before the source of the darkness, a twisted force that sought to extinguish all light and joy. But Lily, bolstered by the lessons of the enchanted oak, faced the challenge with a heart full of hope. With a gentle word and a gesture of kindness, she dispelled the darkness, revealing the true nature of the force, a lost and lonely spirit, yearning for connection. In that moment, the spirit's anger melted away, and a warm light filled the land, banishing the shadows forever. As Lily, Ollie, and Pepper returned to the enchanted oak tree, they knew they had been forever changed by their adventure. The tree's magic had taught them the true power of wisdom, friendship, and the courage to face any challenge with an open heart. And so, the enchanted oak tree stood as a beacon of wonder, a reminder that even the most ordinary things can hold extraordinary secrets, if we only have the eyes to see them. From that day on, Lily, Ollie, and Pepper became the guardians of the tree, sharing its stories and teachings with all who sought them, ensuring that its magic would never fade from the world. Story 30. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lay a cobblestone street lined with quaint cottages and blooming gardens. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and fresh earth. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and every corner held a whisper of ancient tales waiting to be discovered. In the heart of this village lived a gentle soul named Finn. With tousled chestnut hair and eyes that twinkled like dew-kissed leaves, Finn was known to the villagers as the quiet observer, ever curious and thoughtfully absorbing the world around him. He had a small shop called Whimsy and Wonders, filled with trinkets and treasures that others might overlook. Each item had a story, and Finn had a knack for understanding the secrets they held. One misty morning, as the sun lazily crept over the horizon, Finn unlocked the creaky door to his shop. As he stepped inside, the wooden floorboards sighed beneath his feet, and the familiar scent of lavender and old parchment enveloped him like a comforting embrace. Today was special. He could feel it in the air, like the gentle hum of a distant melody. As he went about his routine, dusting shelves and rearranging displays, his fingers brushed against something unfamiliar. Tucked behind a row of dusty books was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Finn lifted it carefully, marveling at the delicate engravings of swirling vines and tiny stars. It seemed to glow faintly, as if holding a secret light within. Curiosity piqued. Finn gently opened the box. Inside, nestled in a bed of soft golden velvet, lay a small opalescent stone. It shimmered with a spectrum of colors, like a piece of the twilight sky captured in solid form. As Finn touched it, a warmth spread through his fingertips, and a soft voice, like a breeze through leaves, whispered in his mind, "Seek the heart of the forest, where the old oak stands. There you will find what you seek." Though Finn had never been one to embark on adventures beyond the village, the call of the stone was irresistible. He carefully wrapped it in a soft cloth and set out towards the forest, the path winding like a ribbon through the emerald sea of trees. As he journeyed deeper into the woodland, the air grew cooler, and the canopy above filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. The symphony of birdsong and rustling leaves accompanied his every step, creating a soothing harmony that matched his gentle resolve. It wasn't long before Finn encountered his first companion on this unexpected journey. Perched on a low branch, a small, bright-eyed squirrel chattered animatedly, its bushy tail flicking with excitement. "Hello there!" the squirrel exclaimed in a surprisingly clear voice. "I am Nibbles, keeper of the forest's whispers. What brings you to our emerald sanctuary?" Finn smiled, his heart warming to the squirrel's enthusiasm. "I seek the heart of the forest where the old oak stands," he replied, showing Nibbles the opalescent stone. "This stone has called me here." Nibbles' eyes widened in recognition. "Ah, the stone of the ancients. It is said to hold the wisdom of the forest itself. Come, I shall guide you." With Nibbles scampering ahead, Finn continued his journey, the forest growing more enchanting with each step. They passed through groves of silver birch, their leaves shimmering like whispers of moonlight, and crossed bubbling brooks that sang of times long past. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Nibbles arrived at the heart of the forest. There stood the old oak, its gnarled branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Its bark was etched with the stories of centuries, and its roots seemed to pulse with the very heartbeat of the earth. Standing before the majestic tree was another figure, a gentle deer named Leora, her coat dappled with sunlight, and her eyes holding the wisdom of the ages. "Welcome, seeker of truths," Leora spoke, her voice soft as a lullaby. "The stone you carry is a gift from the forest. It has chosen you to hear its song and share its wisdom." Finn approached the oak with reverence, feeling the weight of the stone in his hand. As he laid it against the rough bark, the forest seemed to hold its breath. A gentle glow surrounded them, and Finn felt a deep sense of peace and understanding flow through him. The forest shared its secrets, of balance and harmony, of the interconnectedness of all living things. Finn learned that true strength lay not in force, but in understanding and empathy. The stone, now warm in his hand, was a reminder of the wisdom he had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Finn thanked Leora and Nibbles for their guidance. "I will cherish these lessons and share them with the world," he promised. As dusk settled, painting the world in soft shades of twilight, Finn and Nibbles made their way back to Willowbrook. The village welcomed them with the glow of lanterns and the comforting scent of evening fires. The stone, now resting safely in Finn's shop, continued to shine softly, a beacon of the wonders hidden in the ordinary. And so, in the gentle embrace of night, Finn lay down to sleep, the whispers of the forest still echoing in his heart. He knew that, though the journey had ended, its lessons would guide him always, and the magic of Willowbrook would forever be a part of him. With that comforting thought, he drifted into dreams, where the forest sang its ancient song, and the world was filled with the promise of endless wonder. And so, dear listener, remember that every journey begins with a single step, and the greatest magic lies in the simple act of opening your heart to the world around you. Good night, and may your dreams be filled with the gentle whispers of the forest. Story 31. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees swayed gently in the soft breeze and the air was filled with the sweet perfume of blossoms, there lived a young girl named Lyra. The forest, with its towering oaks and gentle streams, was a world of enchantment and wonder. Lyra loved this world with all her heart, but she often felt like a small bird trapped in a cage, yearning to spread her wings and fly. Lyra lived on the edge of the forest, in a quaint cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman known for her gentle spirit and her talent for weaving stories that danced like golden threads in the minds of listeners. Lyra adored her grandmother's stories, but recently she found herself restless and troubled by change. Her once peaceful heart was now a sea of uncertainty, stirred by the winds of time and the whispers of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lyra sat on the wooden bench outside the cottage, her thoughts tangled like the wild vines that crept up the walls of her home. Her grandmother joined her, her presence as comforting as the warm glow of the fireplace inside. "Lyra, my dear," her grandmother said, her voice as soothing as the gentle babble of the nearby brook, "why do you look so troubled?" Lyra sighed, her breath a soft cloud in the cool evening air. "I feel like everything is changing, and I'm not ready for it. I wish things could stay the same forever." Her grandmother chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Change is a part of life, my dear. It's how we grow and discover who we truly are. But fear not, for the forest has its own magic to help guide you." Intrigued, Lyra listened as her grandmother spoke of the enchanted glade, a secret place deep within the forest said to hold the power of transformation. When the moon is full, the glade reveals its true magic. Perhaps a visit will help you find the answers you seek. Determined to understand her path, Lyra decided to seek out the enchanted glade. The following day, accompanied by her loyal companion, a clever fox named Finn, she set out at dawn. The forest enveloped them in its emerald embrace, the leaves whispering songs of old as they ventured into its heart. As they walked, the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The scent of pine and wildflowers filled the air, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a melody that soothed Lyra's restless spirit. Finn, with his fiery fur and wise eyes, trotted beside her, occasionally darting off to chase a butterfly or sniff a curious scent. "Lyra," he said in his soft, melodic voice, "remember, the journey itself is as important as the destination." Lyra nodded, feeling the truth of his words settle in her heart like a warm ember. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, they encountered a variety of creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was the wise old owl, who spoke of the cycles of the moon and the tides of change, the gentle deer, who taught of patience and trust, and the playful squirrels, who reminded them of the joy found in the present moment. Each encounter left Lyra with a new piece of wisdom, filling her with a sense of peace she had not felt in a long time. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees, they arrived at the enchanted glade. The glade was a hidden oasis, surrounded by towering trees that formed a natural cathedral of leaves and light. In the center, a small pond lay still and serene, its surface reflecting the moon that had risen to watch over the night. The air was alive with a gentle hum, a melody that seemed to resonate from the very heart of the earth. Lyra approached the pond, her reflection wavering in the silver light. She knelt by the water's edge, feeling the cool grass beneath her fingers, and gazed into the depths. As she did, the water began to ripple, and a soft glow emanated from within, enveloping her in its gentle embrace. In that moment, Lyra felt a shift within her. It was as if the magic of the glade had awakened something dormant, something that had been waiting for the right moment to bloom. She closed her eyes, letting the magic flow through her like a gentle stream, washing away her fears and doubts. When she opened her eyes, the glade seemed even more vibrant, the colors richer and the air sweeter. She felt lighter, her heart filled with a quiet strength and a newfound understanding. Change was not something to fear, but something to embrace, a chance to grow and discover new facets of herself. Finn, who had been watching from a nearby patch of moonlit grass, nodded in approval. "You've found your balance, Lyra," he said softly. "The forest has shown you its magic, and you've discovered your own." Lyra smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. She looked at her reflection once more and saw not a girl trapped by change, but a young woman ready to face whatever the world might bring. As they made their way back home, the forest seemed to hum with approval, the trees swaying gently in the moonlight as if to say, "Welcome home." When Lyra returned to the cottage, her grandmother was waiting by the hearth, a knowing smile on her lips. "I see the glade has worked its magic on you, my dear." Lyra nodded, her heart full of gratitude. "Yes, and I've learned that change is just another form of magic, a way to discover who I am and who I can become." Her grandmother embraced her, her arms as warm and comforting as the sun's first rays. "I'm proud of you, Lyra. Remember, you are never alone in your journey. the forest, and those who love you will always be there to guide you. As Lyra settled into bed that night, the moonlight streaming through her window, she felt a deep sense of peace. She knew that change would come, as it always did, but she also knew that she had the strength and the wisdom to embrace it. And with that thought, she drifted into a gentle sleep, the forest's lullaby carrying her into dreams of endless possibility. And so, in the heart of the whispering forest, where magic and reality danced hand in hand, Lyra discovered the beauty of personal growth and the wonder of her own transformation. The forest continued to sing its ancient songs, guiding those who listened with open hearts and minds, and Lyra's story became a part of its timeless melody, a reminder that within each of us lies the power to change, to grow, and to find our true selves amidst the ever-turning wheel of life. Story 32. In a secluded corner of the world, where the sun's rays weave through whispering leaves and the air carries the scent of pine and earth, lay an ancient forest known as Verdantia. Tucked away from human eyes, this forest was a place where reality and magic danced together like sunlight on a babbling brook. Verdantia was home to a myriad of creatures, each with its own story, each playing its part in the symphony of life that filled the air with a melody as timeless as the rustle of the wind through the trees. As the warm hues of autumn cloaked the forest, a gentle fox named Leora roamed the golden woods. Her coat was the color of sunset, and her eyes twinkled like stars on a clear night. Leora had inherited her grandmother's wisdom, a gift as precious as any treasure. She was known throughout the forest for her gentle heart and clever mind, often sought by creatures great and small for guidance. One crisp morning, while the forest was painted with the soft glow of dawn, Leora heard a commotion near the babbling stream that wound like a silver ribbon through the heart of Verdantia. Curious, she padded softly over the fallen leaves, their crunch underfoot a quiet symphony accompanying her journey. There, she found a gathering of creatures, squirrels with bushy tails fluffed against the chill, deer with antlers wreathed in morning mist, and birds that painted the air with their vibrant plumage. In the center of the gathering stood a wise old owl named Orin, his feathers a tapestry of browns and creams. Orin's eyes were pools of ancient knowledge, and his voice, though soft, carried a gravity that commanded attention. As Leora approached, Orin addressed the assembly, his tone gentle yet filled with urgency. "Friends," Orin began, "our forest faces an imbalance. The rains that should have come to nourish our roots and fill our streams have not graced us. The air itself feels different, and the balance we cherish is threatened." The creatures murmured amongst themselves, exchanging worried glances. Leora listened intently, feeling the weight of the forest's plight settle upon her heart like a shadow. Orin continued, "There is a legend, passed down through generations, of the Season's Circle, a magical grove hidden deep within Verdantia. It is said that in times of great need, when the harmony of our world is disturbed, the grove can be awakened to restore balance." Leora's ears perked up at this. She had heard tales of the Season's Circle from her grandmother, stories woven into the tapestry of her childhood. The grove was said to be a place where the essence of each season resided, a place where winter's chill, spring's bloom, summer's warmth, and autumn's bounty could converge to heal the land. Determined to help her beloved forest, Leora stepped forward, her voice clear and steady. "I will seek the Season's Circle," she declared, her heart swelling with resolve. "If there is a chance to restore balance, we must take it." The creatures nodded in agreement, their trust in Leora as steadfast as the trees that sheltered them. Orin offered a nod of approval, his eyes twinkling with a mixture of hope and gratitude. "Be swift and careful, dear Leora. The journey will not be easy, but your heart is true." With the forest's blessing, Leora set off, her paws carrying her deeper into the emerald depths of Verdantia. The path was not marked, for the Season's Circle was hidden from all but those with the purest intentions. As she journeyed, the forest whispered to her, the rustle of leaves and the songs of birds offering companionship and encouragement. The air grew cooler as Leora ventured onward, the vibrant colors of autumn giving way to the evergreen canopy above. She could feel the presence of the grove drawing nearer, a gentle tug at her heart leading her steps. The scent of pine grew stronger, mingling with the crispness of the air, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. After what felt like both a moment and an eternity, Leora arrived at a clearing bathed in ethereal light. The season's circle lay before her, an awe-inspiring sight that took her breath away. At its center stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching skyward, adorned with the colors of every season: snow-dusted tips, budding blossoms, sun-drenched leaves, and fiery autumn hues. Leora stepped into the circle, feeling the magical energy thrumming beneath her paws, a gentle hum that resonated with the very core of her being. She closed her eyes, focusing on the balance that had always been the forest's strength, the harmony that was now threatened. In that sacred space, Leora whispered a silent prayer, calling upon the wisdom of her ancestors, the strength of her friends, and the spirit of Verdantia itself. As she did, a gentle breeze swept through the grove, carrying with it the scent of rain and renewal. The tree at the heart of the circle shimmered, its leaves rustling in a symphony of whispers that spoke of healing and hope. When Leora opened her eyes, the grove was transformed. The air was filled with a refreshing mist, and the ground beneath her paws was soft and damp, as if kissed by the first rains of a new season. The balance was restored, the harmony renewed. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora made her way back through the forest, the path now illuminated by the gentle glow of hope. As she returned to her friends, the creatures of Verdantia greeted her with joy and relief, their hearts lifted by the promise of a brighter tomorrow. In the days that followed, the rains returned to Verdantia, nourishing the roots and filling the streams, bringing life and vitality back to the forest. The creatures, guided by Leora's wisdom and the lessons of the season's circle, worked together to ensure that the harmony of their world would endure for generations to come. And so, under the canopy of stars that watched over the ancient forest, Verdantia thrived, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring magic of nature. As Leora nestled into her cozy den, the gentle lullaby of the forest carried her to a place of dreams, where the boundaries between reality and magic were but whispers on the wind. Story 33. In the far reaches of the cosmos, where stardust softly drifted through the endless velvet of space, two planets orbited a distant, gentle sun. The first was a lush, emerald world called Verdantia, where the air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming flora, and the skies were painted in warm hues of lavender and peach. Its inhabitants, the Verdans, were gentle, plant-like beings who thrived on sunlight and shared a deep bond with their environment. The second planet was a rocky sphere named Pyronus, known for its rugged terrain and fiery landscapes. Its people, the Pyronians, were resilient, flame-kissed creatures who found beauty in the rough textures of their home and drew strength from the heat and light of their molten rivers. On a quiet morning when a soft glow spread across Verdantia's dew-kissed leaves, a young Verdon named Lyra wandered through the forest. She loved the tranquil symphony of rustling leaves and the tender embrace of sunlight filtering through the canopy. Lyra was curious and adventurous, often dreaming of what lay beyond her familiar world. Meanwhile, on Pyronus, a spirited Pyronian named Thane stood atop a craggy peak, his silhouette outlined against the blazing horizon. Thane was bold and full of energy, his heart echoing the rhythm of the planet's fiery core. He longed for the thrill of discovery, yearning to explore horizons far beyond the volcanic plains. The universe, with its mysterious ways, brought these two unlikely souls together. A cosmic event, a rare alignment of celestial bodies, opened an ancient portal between Verdantia and Pyronus. Drawn by an inexplicable force, Lyra and Thane each stepped through and found themselves in a new, shared world, a unique blend of their planet's elements, where verdant forests met fiery mountains. At first, their encounter was fraught with confusion. Lyra, accustomed to gentle breezes and soft whispers of nature, was startled by Thane's fiery presence. His voice was like crackling flames, vibrant and intense. Thane, on the other hand, found Lyra's serene demeanor puzzling, her voice a gentle rustle, barely audible amidst the crackling of his world. Despite their differences, they shared a fascination for this new land. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sharp tang of sulfur, a blend that was both strange and wonderful. As they explored, their initial misunderstandings began to soften. Lyra marveled at Thane's courage and his ability to find warmth in even the harshest landscapes. Thane admired Lyra's calm wisdom and her talent for nurturing life in the most unexpected places. One day, as they ventured deeper into the heart of this blended world, they encountered a challenge that demanded their unity. An ancient creature, a guardian of the land, awoke from its slumber. It was a magnificent being, with scales that shimmered like molten metal and eyes that glowed with the wisdom of ages. Misjudging the creature's intentions, Thane instinctively prepared to protect Lyra with his fiery might. But Lyra, sensing the creature's true nature, gently placed a hand on Thane's arm. "Wait," she whispered, her voice as soft as the breeze that caressed the leaves. "It means no harm. It seeks balance, just as we do." Together they approached the guardian with respect and openness. Lyra shared her knowledge of nurturing life, showing how the vibrant flora could coexist with the fiery landscapes. Thane demonstrated the beauty of flames, how they could cleanse and renew, bringing warmth and light. Through their combined understanding, they conveyed a message of harmony, convincing the guardian that this world could indeed thrive through their shared stewardship. In that moment, something profound shifted between them. They realized that their differences were not barriers, but bridges to deeper understanding. Thane learned to temper his fiery spirit with patience, while Lyra discovered the strength that lay within her gentle nature. As they continued their journey, they faced other challenges: storms that blended fire and rain, landscapes that shifted beneath their feet. Each trial brought them closer, their bonds strengthened by every shared laughter and every quiet moment of reflection. One evening, as they rested beneath a sky scattered with shimmering stars, Thane turned to Lyra. "I never imagined I'd find a friend like you," he said, his voice softer, like the gentle crackle of a warm hearth. Lyra smiled, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "And I never thought I'd find someone who could teach me to see the world through such vibrant eyes." Their journey had taught them the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended their differences, forged through shared challenges and mutual respect. As they lay under the vast expanse of the cosmos, the universe seemed to hum with approval, wrapping them in a comforting embrace. And so, in that world where fire and flora danced together in harmony, Lyra and Thane discovered not only the beauty of their new home, but also the profound joy of a friendship that had transformed their lives. Their story, like the gentle glow of a distant star, continued to shine brightly, a testament to the power of understanding and the warmth of true companionship. Story 34. In the gentle glow of a distant nebula, nestled among the twinkling stars, lay the vibrant planet of Lumina. Lumina was known for its mesmerizing landscapes, a tapestry of lush forests that shimmered with bioluminescent foliage, vast crystal lakes that mirrored the heavens, and rolling hills that sang with the whispers of the wind. It was here that a curious encounter began, one that would forever change the lives of its unlikely participants. On this peaceful world, a small, fluffy creature named Tilly hummed softly to herself as she gathered starberries from the edge of the forest. Tilly was a Lumian, a species renowned for their gentle nature and their ability to communicate through melodies. Her fur was a soft lilac hue, and her eyes sparkled with kindness and curiosity. As Tilly plucked the last of the ripe starberries, a sudden rustling from the nearby bushes startled her. Out tumbled a peculiar figure, unlike anything she had ever seen. It was a tall, lanky being with a shimmering metallic skin that glistened in the dappled sunlight. This was Zorik, an enigmatic traveler from the distant world of Metalus, where beings were shaped from living metal and known for their logical and analytical minds. Zorik had crash-landed on Lumina due to a navigational error, and his ship lay stranded in a nearby clearing. As he stood, brushing off the dust with his articulated fingers, Tilly watched in awe, her heart racing with both fear and fascination. Despite their differences, there was something in Zorik's bright, inquisitive eyes that mirrored her own. "Greetings," Zorik said, his voice echoing with a melodic resonance that surprised Tilly. "I mean no harm. I am Zorik, and I find myself in need of assistance." Tilly, still holding her basket of starberries, tilted her head and responded with a gentle hum that translated to words in Zorik's mind. "I am Tilly. Welcome to Lumina. How may I help you?" Their communication was a blend of Zorik's analytical speech and Tilly's harmonious hums, each adapting to the other's rhythm. However, their initial interactions were fraught with misunderstandings. Zorik's logical explanations often clashed with Tilly's instinctive and emotional responses. One sunny afternoon, as they worked together to repair Zorik's ship, a disagreement arose. Tilly suggested using a vine to repair a broken conduit, relying on the plant's natural resilience. Zorik, however, insisted on finding a metallic solution, believing it more reliable. Frustrated, Tilly hummed a tune of exasperation, her lilac fur bristling slightly. "Sometimes, Zorik, you must trust in the strength of nature," she sang softly. Zorik paused, his luminous eyes reflecting the canopy above. "Perhaps you are right, Tilly. I am learning that not all solutions come from logic alone." With a newfound understanding, they combined their ideas, intertwining the vine with metallic threads to create a sturdy bond. The ship's systems flickered to life, a testament to their collaborative effort. As days turned into weeks, Tilly and Zorik faced other challenges together. When a sudden storm swept across Lumina, they took shelter in a cozy cave. Tilly, sensing Zorik's unease, hummed a soothing melody that mimicked the gentle patter of rain. Zorik, in turn, crafted a small device that projected a soft, warm light, casting comforting shadows on the cave walls. In these moments of shared vulnerability, they learned to appreciate their differences. Tilly's songs taught Zorik to feel and embrace the beauty in his surroundings, while Zorik's logical mind helped Tilly solve problems she once thought insurmountable. One evening, as the storm subsided and the stars reappeared, Tilly and Zorik sat side by side, gazing at the sparkling sky. "I have learned much from you, Tilly," Zorik said, his voice filled with a warmth that belied his metallic exterior. "Your friendship has shown me the value of emotions and intuition." "And I from you, Zorik," Tilly replied, her melody soft and sincere. "You have taught me to see the world through a new lens, to find strength in logic and reason." Their bond, forged through trials and understanding, had blossomed into a true friendship. As Zorik's ship finally soared into the starry expanse, Tilly waved goodbye, her heart full of gratitude and warmth. Zorik, looking back at the shimmering planet, felt a newfound sense of belonging, knowing that across the vastness of space, a friend was thinking of him with the same fondness. And as Tilly watched the ship disappear into the cosmos, she hummed a melody of hope and reunion, knowing that their paths would cross again. Thus, in the quiet embrace of Lumina, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, one that transcended differences and united them in a harmony as timeless as the stars. Story 35. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was Old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was Old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. Story 36. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum soft lullabies, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of moss and wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village called Moonhaven. This village, nestled under the gentle glow of a perpetually twinkling sky, was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the babbling brook that wound its way through the center of town. Moonhaven was known for its serene beauty and the warmth of its community. It was a place where the houses were made of smooth, rounded stones, with thatched roofs that looked like they had sprouted from the earth itself. Each window glowed with the soft light of candles, and the air was always scented with the comforting aromas of freshly baked bread and blooming lavender. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced gently down from the trees, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly in the village square for generations, had started to chime at odd hours. Instead of its usual melody marking the passage of time, it now played a strange, lilting tune that no one recognized. This curious phenomenon puzzled the villagers, for the clock tower was enchanted to ensure it kept perfect time and harmony with the natural world. The villagers gathered in small groups, whispering under the glow of the street lamps, their breath visible in the cool evening air. Among the villagers was a young girl named Leela, known for her keen sense of curiosity and her love for solving puzzles. Leela lived with her grandmother, Eleonora, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Eleonora was a wise and gentle soul, whose knowledge of the old ways and stories of the forest was unparalleled. After the clock tower's melody drifted through the night once more, Lila turned to her grandmother with eyes wide with wonder. "Grandmother, what do you think could be making the clock tower chime so strangely?" Eleonora smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Ah, my dear, the world is full of mysteries, each waiting patiently for the right heart to uncover them. Perhaps it is time you seek the counsel of the forest's guardians." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Lila set out the next morning, her heart light with excitement. She followed the winding path through the woods, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like streams of golden syrup. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of birds. Lila soon arrived at the ancient oak tree known as the Heartwood. This tree was the oldest in the forest, its trunk wide enough to hide an entire family behind. It was said to be the dwelling of the forest's guardians, the elder tree sprites, who were wise creatures of gentle magic and deep understanding. As Lila approached, she noticed faintly glowing figures emerging from the bark of the tree. They were the elder tree sprites, their tiny forms shimmering with an ethereal light. Their eyes, like polished stones, watched her with curiosity and kindness. "Greetings, young Lila," they chorused in voices as soft as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to the Heartwood today?" Lila curtsied politely, a gesture she had learned from her grandmother. Wise sprites, the clock tower in our village has been playing a strange melody at odd hours, and we cannot understand why. I seek your guidance to unravel this mystery. The sprites exchanged thoughtful glances, their forms flickering like candle flames. The clock tower's melody is the song of the wind harp, they explained. It is an ancient instrument, once played by the winds themselves. It seems the melody is calling out for something lost. Intrigued, Lila asked, what could be lost that the melody seeks? The wind harp song is woven with the essence of harmony and balance, the sprites continued. Perhaps it seeks the return of something that has tipped the scales. Thanking the sprites for their wisdom, Lila made her way back to Moonhaven, her mind alight with possibilities. As she walked, she pondered what might be missing from their village that could upset such a delicate balance. Upon her return, Lila went to visit the clockmaker, a gentle old man named Mr. Thistle. His workshop was a treasure trove of gears and cogs, where the air was filled with the comforting tick-tock of timepieces. Mr. Thistle, Lila began, have you noticed anything unusual about the clock tower lately? The clockmaker nodded, his expression thoughtful. Indeed, young Lila, the clock's song is different, as if it sings of longing. Do you recall anything that changed before the melody began? Lila inquired. Mr. Thistle scratched his head, his brow furrowed with concentration. Now that you mention it, a few weeks ago, a little bird's nest was found empty beneath the clock tower. The nest had been there for years, but the birds have vanished. Lila's eyes widened with realization. Perhaps the birds are what the wind harp song is calling for. They are part of the harmony that needs restoring. With newfound determination, Lila set out to find the missing birds. She followed the path that led deeper into the woods, listening closely for any sign of their song. The forest, with its tapestry of sounds, seemed to guide her steps. As she wandered, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, perched on the branches of a young maple tree, were the missing birds, their feathers shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. They chirped a sweet, melodious tune that seemed to echo the clock tower's strange melody. Lila approached gently, speaking softly to the birds. "Oh, little ones, the village misses your song. Won't you return to the clock tower and bring back the harmony?" The birds, understanding her gentle plea, fluttered their wings in agreement. With a joyful trill, they took flight, leading Lila back to Moonhaven. As the birds returned to their nest beneath the clock tower, the strange melody ceased, replaced by the familiar, comforting chimes that had marked the hours for generations. The villagers gathered to watch in awe as the birds settled in, their presence restoring the balance that had been missing. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the village celebrated the return of their feathered friends. Lila, her heart full of contentment, sat by the fire with her grandmother, recounting her adventure. "You see, my dear," Eleonora said, wrapping an arm around Lila's shoulders, "sometimes the answers we seek are found by simply listening to the world around us. Balance and harmony are treasures worth nurturing." As the fire crackled softly and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, Moonhaven drifted into a peaceful slumber, its harmony restored. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the clock tower stood tall, its melody a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of listening to the whispers of the world. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum soft lullabies, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of moss and wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village called Moonhaven. This village, nestled under the gentle glow of a perpetually twinkling sky, was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the babbling brook that wound its way through the center of town. Moonhaven was known for its serene beauty and the warmth of its community. It was a place where the houses were made of smooth, rounded stones, with thatched roofs that looked like they had sprouted from the earth itself. Each window glowed with the soft light of candles, and the air was always scented with the comforting aromas of freshly baked bread and blooming lavender. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced gently down from the trees, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly in the village square for generations, had started to chime at odd hours. Instead of its usual melody marking the passage of time, it now played a strange, lilting tune that no one recognized. This curious phenomenon puzzled the villagers, for the clock tower was enchanted to ensure it kept perfect time and harmony with the natural world. The villagers gathered in small groups, whispering under the glow of the street lamps, their breath visible in the cool evening air. Among the villagers was a young girl named Leela, known for her keen sense of curiosity and her love for solving puzzles. Leela lived with her grandmother, Eleonora, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Eleonora was a wise and gentle soul whose knowledge of the old ways and stories of the forest was unparalleled. After the clock tower's melody drifted through the night once more, Lila turned to her grandmother with eyes wide with wonder. "Grandmother, what do you think could be making the clock tower chime so strangely?" Eleonora smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Ah, my dear, the world is full of mysteries, each waiting patiently for the right heart to uncover them. Perhaps it is time you seek the counsel of the forest's guardians." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Lila set out the next morning, her heart light with excitement. She followed the winding path through the woods, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like streams of golden syrup. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of birds. Lila soon arrived at the ancient oak tree known as the Heartwood. This tree was the oldest in the forest, its trunk wide enough to hide an entire family behind. It was said to be the dwelling of the forest's guardians, the elder tree sprites, who were wise creatures of gentle magic and deep understanding. As Lila approached, she noticed faintly glowing figures emerging from the bark of the tree. They were the elder tree sprites, their tiny forms shimmering with an ethereal light. Their eyes, like polished stones, watched her with curiosity and kindness. "Greetings, young Lila," they chorused in voices as soft as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to the Heartwood today?" Lila curtsied politely, a gesture she had learned from her grandmother. "Wise sprites, the clock tower in our village has been playing a strange melody at odd hours, and we cannot understand why. I seek your guidance to unravel this mystery." The sprites exchanged thoughtful glances, their forms flickering like candle flames. "The clock tower's melody is the song of the wind harp," they explained. "It is an ancient instrument, once played by the winds themselves. It seems the melody is calling out for something lost." Intrigued, Lila asked, "What could be lost that the melody seeks?" "The wind harp's song is woven with the essence of harmony and balance," the sprites continued. "Perhaps it seeks the return of something that has tipped the scales." Thanking the sprites for their wisdom, Lila made her way back to Moonhaven, her mind alight with possibilities. As she walked, she pondered what might be missing from their village that could upset such a delicate balance. Upon her return, Lila went to visit the clockmaker, a gentle old man named Mr. Thistle. His workshop was a treasure trove of gears and cogs, where the air was filled with the comforting tick-tock of timepieces. "Mr. Thistle," Lila began, "have you noticed anything unusual about the clock tower lately?" The clockmaker nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Indeed, young Lila, the clock's song is different, as if it sings of longing." "Do you recall anything that changed before the melody began?" Lila inquired. Mr. Thistle scratched his head, his brow furrowed with concentration. "Now that you mention it, a few weeks ago, a little bird's nest was found empty beneath the clock tower. The nest had been there for years, but the birds have vanished." Lila's eyes widened with realization. Perhaps the birds are what the wind harp song is calling for. They are part of the harmony that needs restoring. With newfound determination, Lila set out to find the missing birds. She followed the path that led deeper into the woods, listening closely for any sign of their song. The forest, with its tapestry of sounds, seemed to guide her steps. As she wandered, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, perched on the branches of a young maple tree, were the missing birds, their feathers shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. They chirped a sweet, melodious tune that seemed to echo the clock tower's strange melody. Lila approached gently, speaking softly to the birds. "Oh, little ones, the village misses your song. Won't you return to the clock tower and bring back the harmony?" The birds, understanding her gentle plea, fluttered their wings in agreement. With a joyful trill, they took flight, leading Lila back to Moonhaven. As the birds returned to their nest beneath the clock tower, the strange melody ceased, replaced by the familiar, comforting chimes that had marked the hours for generations. The villagers gathered to watch in awe as the birds settled in, their presence restoring the balance that had been missing. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the village celebrated the return of their feathered friends. Lila, her heart full of contentment, sat by the fire with her grandmother, recounting her adventure. "You see, my dear," Eleonora said, wrapping an arm around Lila's shoulders, "sometimes the answers we seek are found by simply listening to the world around us. Balance and harmony are treasures worth nurturing." As the fire crackled softly and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, Moonhaven drifted into a peaceful slumber, its harmony restored. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the clock tower stood tall, its melody a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of listening to the whispers of the world. Story 37. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Bramblebrook. It was a place where the morning sun kissed the rooftops with gentle warmth, and the evening breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. The villagers were a close-knit bunch, their lives intertwined like the ivy that clung to the stone cottages. In this serene corner of the world, magic was spoken of in hushed tones, a relic of old tales and distant memories. In a small cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Leora was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests that surrounded Bramblebrook, her laughter echoing through the trees like a melody carried on the wind. Leora's closest companion was a wise old owl named Horace. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes held the depth of ancient knowledge. Horace had been Leora's friend for as long as she could remember, guiding her with gentle wisdom and watching over her adventures with a protective gaze. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Leora set out on a new adventure. She had heard whispers from the villagers about a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined. The stories spoke of a magical glade, a sanctuary for creatures unseen and wonders untold. With Horace perched on her shoulder, Leora followed the winding path into the woods. The forest was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves, a lullaby that soothed the soul. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor as they ventured deeper into the woodland realm. As they journeyed, Leora noticed something peculiar. A faint glow seemed to emanate from beneath the moss-covered roots of an ancient oak tree. Intrigued, she knelt down, brushing aside the leaves and twigs to reveal a small, ornate box. It was crafted from polished wood, inlaid with delicate silver filigree that shimmered in the dappled light. "What do you suppose this is, Horace?" Leora wondered aloud, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the box. Horace tilted his head thoughtfully. "It appears to be a relic of the old magic, Leora. Handle it with care, for such objects often carry both wonder and responsibility." With a gentle touch, Leora opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, lay an exquisite amulet. It was a pendant of silver and sapphire, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As she held it in her hand, a warmth spread through her as if the amulet recognized her touch. "It's beautiful," Leora marveled, slipping the chain around her neck. The moment the amulet settled against her heart, the forest around her seemed to shift. The colors grew more vibrant, the sounds clearer, as if the world had come alive in a way she had never experienced before. With Horace by her side, Leora continued her journey, drawn by an unseen force that guided her deeper into the forest. The path led them to a secluded glade, where the air was thick with enchantment. Here the trees stood tall and proud, their branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. A gentle stream babbled nearby, its waters sparkling with 1,000 tiny rainbows. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree unlike any other. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark a tapestry of twisting vines and emerald moss. From its branches hung clusters of luminescent fruits, each one pulsating with a soft, inviting light. As Leora approached the tree, a soft voice echoed through the glade, warm and welcoming. "Welcome, Leora, guardian of the amulet. You are in the realm of the Whispering Woods, a sanctuary for all that is magical and true." Startled, Leora looked around, searching for the source of the voice. "Who's there?" she called, her curiosity tinged with awe. "I am the spirit of the woods," the voice replied, gentle as a summer breeze. "I have watched over this land for centuries, preserving the balance between the seen and unseen." Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her, the presence of the spirit comforting and reassuring. "Why have I been brought here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The amulet chose you, dear child," the spirit explained. "It seeks a heart pure of intent, one who can see beyond the veil of the ordinary. You possess the ability to bring harmony between our worlds." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Yet it was not a burden, but a promise of purpose and belonging. "What must I do?" she asked, determination in her voice. "There is a storm brewing, one that threatens to disrupt the balance of our worlds," the spirit warned. "An ancient feud between the creatures of the forest has awakened, and only through understanding and unity can peace be restored." Leora nodded, her resolve unwavering. "I will do whatever it takes to help," she vowed, her hand clutching the amulet. Horus hooted softly in agreement, his wings ruffling with anticipation. With the guidance of the spirit, Leora set out to mend the rift that threatened the Whispering Woods. Her first task was to speak with the Dryads, the tree spirits who guarded the forest. Their home was in a grove of silver birch trees, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and rain. The Dryads emerged from their arboreal homes, their forms shifting between wood and flesh. They regarded Leora with curiosity, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Why have you come, child of the outside?" one of them asked, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I seek to understand the discord that has taken root in the forest," Leora replied, her tone respectful and earnest. "I wish to help restore harmony." The Dryads exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, another spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Our kin, the sylphs, have grown distant. They dwell in the upper reaches of the forest, where the wind sings a different song. We once danced together in harmony, but now distrust has taken root." Leora listened intently, her heart aching for the fractured bonds between the forest dwellers. "What caused this rift?" she asked gently. "It began with the loss of the Heartstone," the first Dryad explained. "A gem of great power, it was a symbol of our unity. Without it, our connection has withered, leaving space for fear and misunderstanding." Leora thanked the Dryads for their honesty and promised to seek out the sylphs. As she and Horus continued their journey, she pondered the wisdom in the Dryads' words. She understood that the Heartstone was more than a mere object. It was a representation of the unity and trust that bound the forest together. The path to the sylphs' domain was steep and winding, leading them to the treetops where the air was crisp and the sky stretched wide. The sylphs, ethereal and graceful, greeted Leora with wary curiosity. Their translucent wings shimmered in the sunlight, casting iridescent shadows on the leaves. "What brings you to our realm, earthbound one of the sylphs inquired, her voice melodic and airy. "I come seeking understanding and reconciliation," Leora answered, her gaze steady and sincere. "The Dryad spoke of the lost Heartstone and the rift it has caused. I wish to help bridge the divide." The sylphs exchanged looks, their expressions a mixture of hope and skepticism. Finally, a sylph with wings the color of twilight spoke. "The Heartstone was entrusted to the care of both our kin. It vanished one stormy night, leaving only whispers of betrayal in its wake." Leora listened carefully, her mind piecing together the fragmented story. "I believe the Heartstone still exists, hidden away, waiting for the right moment to be found," she mused aloud. "Perhaps it lies in a place where both worlds touch, yet remain separate." The sylphs considered her words, their gazes softening. "If you can find the Heartstone, perhaps the wounds can begin to heal," the twilight-winged sylph agreed, hope flickering in her eyes. With a promise to return, Leora left the sylphs' domain, her mind racing with possibilities. The amulet around her neck pulsed with a gentle warmth, guiding her thoughts like a beacon in the night. She realized that the Heartstone's hiding place must be at the confluence of the two realms, where the magic of the forest and the world beyond intertwined. Determined to find the Heartstone, Leora retraced her steps to the enchanted glade. As she approached the magnificent tree at its center, she felt the amulet's warmth intensify, the sapphire glow resonating with the energy of the glade. Leora knelt before the ancient tree, her fingers brushing the soft earth. "Spirit of the woods," she called softly, her voice a gentle plea. "Guide me to the Heartstone, so that I may help restore the harmony that has been lost." The spirit's voice answered, a soothing presence that enveloped her like a warm embrace. "The Heartstone lies within, child. It is a part of the forest, yet hidden from sight. Trust in your heart and the amulet's guidance." Closing her eyes, Leora let the amulet's warmth flow through her, connecting her to the pulse of the forest. Images danced in her mind's eye, visions of roots intertwining, branches reaching skyward, and the gentle rhythm of life that flowed through the whispering woods. With newfound clarity, Leora rose and approached the tree once more. Her hands moved with a purpose not entirely her own, guided by the amulet's magic. She reached into a hollow within the tree's trunk, her fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. When she withdrew her hand, she held the Heartstone. It was a gem of unparalleled beauty, its surface swirling with colors that mirrored the forest's vibrant hues. As she held it aloft, the glade seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the air shimmering with renewed energy. With the Heartstone in her possession, Leora returned to the dryads and sylphs, her heart filled with hope and determination. She gathered them in the glade, where the spirit of the woods watched over them with a gentle presence. Holding the Heartstone high, Leora addressed the gathered spirits, her voice carrying the weight of the forest's ancient wisdom. "This is a new beginning, a chance to mend what was broken and rebuild the bonds of trust and friendship." The dryads and sylphs regarded the Heartstone with reverence, its light reflecting in their eyes. Slowly, tentatively, they began to approach one another, their hands reaching out in gestures of reconciliation. As they joined hands, the Heartstone blazed with a brilliant light, its magic weaving through the forest like a gentle breeze. Leora watched as the bonds of friendship and unity were reformed, a tapestry of harmony that enveloped the whispering woods. In that moment, Leora understood the true power of the amulet and the Heartstone. It was not the objects themselves, but the connections they represented, the trust, understanding, and love that bound the creatures of the forest together. With the rift healed and harmony restored, Leora bid farewell to the dryads and sylphs, her heart light with the knowledge that she had played a part in preserving the magic of the whispering woods. Horus flapped his wings in approval, his eyes twinkling with pride. As they made their way back to Bramblebrook, Leora felt a deep sense of peace. The village was bathed in the warm glow of twilight, the stars beginning to twinkle in the vast sky above. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be a part of her, a reminder of the power of friendship and understanding. That night, as Leora lay in her cozy bed, the amulet resting on her bedside table, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams were filled with visions of the whispering woods, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the soft, comforting presence of the spirit. And so, the story of Leora and the whispering woods became a cherished tale in the village of Bramblebrook, a reminder that even in the simplest of places, magic could be found in the hearts of those who believed in the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around them. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Bramblebrook. It was a place where the morning sun kissed the rooftops with gentle warmth, and the evening breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. The villagers were a close-knit bunch, their lives intertwined like the ivy that clung to the stone cottages. In this serene corner of the world, magic was spoken of in hushed tones, a relic of old tales and distant memories. In a small cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Leora was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests that surrounded Bramblebrook, her laughter echoing through the trees like a melody carried on the wind. Leora's closest companion was a wise old owl named Horus. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes held the depth of ancient knowledge. Horace had been Leora's friend for as long as she could remember, guiding her with gentle wisdom and watching over her adventures with a protective gaze. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Leora set out on a new adventure. She had heard whispers from the villagers about a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined. The stories spoke of a magical glade, a sanctuary for creatures unseen and wonders untold. With Horace perched on her shoulder, Leora followed the winding path into the woods. The forest was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves, a lullaby that soothed the soul. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor as they ventured deeper into the woodland realm. As they journeyed, Leora noticed something peculiar. A faint glow seemed to emanate from beneath the moss-covered roots of an ancient oak tree. Intrigued, she knelt down, brushing aside the leaves and twigs to reveal a small, ornate box. It was crafted from polished wood, inlaid with delicate silver filigree that shimmered in the dappled light. "What do you suppose this is, Horace?" Leora wondered aloud, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the box. Horace tilted his head thoughtfully. "It appears to be a relic of the old magic, Leora. Handle it with care, for such objects often carry both wonder and responsibility." With a gentle touch, Leora opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, lay an exquisite amulet. It was a pendant of silver and sapphire, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As she held it in her hand, a warmth spread through her as if the amulet recognized her touch. "It's beautiful," Leora marveled, slipping the chain around her neck. The moment the amulet settled against her heart, the forest around her seemed to shift. The colors grew more vibrant, the sounds clearer, as if the world had come alive in a way she had never experienced before. With Horace by her side, Leora continued her journey, drawn by an unseen force that guided her deeper into the forest. The path led them to a secluded glade, where the air was thick with enchantment. Here the trees stood tall and proud, their branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. A gentle stream babbled nearby, its waters sparkling with 1,000 tiny rainbows. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree unlike any other. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark a tapestry of twisting vines and emerald moss. From its branches hung clusters of luminescent fruits, each one pulsating with a soft, inviting light. As Leora approached the tree, a soft voice echoed through the glade, warm and welcoming. "Welcome, Leora, guardian of the amulet. You are in the realm of the Whispering Woods, a sanctuary for all that is magical and true." Startled, Leora looked around, searching for the source of the voice. "Who's there?" she called, her curiosity tinged with awe. "I am the spirit of the woods," the voice replied, gentle as a summer breeze. "I have watched over this land for centuries, preserving the balance between the seen and unseen." Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her, the presence of the spirit comforting and reassuring. "Why have I been brought here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The amulet chose you, dear child," the spirit explained. "It seeks a heart pure of intent, one who can see beyond the veil of the ordinary. You possess the ability to bring harmony between our worlds." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Yet it was not a burden, but a promise of purpose and belonging. "What must I do?" she asked, determination in her voice. "There is a storm brewing, one that threatens to disrupt the balance of our worlds," the spirit warned. "An ancient feud between the creatures of the forest has awakened, and only through understanding and unity can peace be restored." Leora nodded, her resolve unwavering. "I will do whatever it takes to help," she vowed, her hand clutching the amulet. Horace hooted softly in agreement, his wings ruffling with anticipation. With the guidance of the spirit, Leora set out to mend the rift that threatened the Whispering Woods. Her first task was to speak with the dryads, the tree spirits who guarded the forest. Their home was in a grove of silver birch trees, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and rain. The dryads emerged from their arboreal homes, their forms shifting between wood and flesh. They regarded Leora with curiosity, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Why have you come, child of the outside?" one of them asked, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I seek to understand the discord that has taken root in the forest," Leora replied, her tone respectful and earnest. "I wish to help restore harmony." The dryads exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, another spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Our kin, the sylphs, have grown distant. They dwell in the upper reaches of the forest, where the wind sings a different song. We once danced together in harmony, but now distrust has taken root." Leora listened intently, her heart aching for the fractured bonds between the forest dwellers. "What caused this rift?" she asked gently. "It began with the loss of the Heartstone," the first dryad explained. "A gem of great power, it was a symbol of our unity. Without it, our connection has withered, leaving space for fear and misunderstanding." Leora thanked the dryads for their honesty and promised to seek out the sylphs. As she and Horus continued their journey, she pondered the wisdom in the dryad's words. She understood that the Heartstone was more than a mere object. It was a representation of the unity and trust that bound the forest together. The path to the sylphs' domain was steep and winding, leading them to the treetops where the air was crisp and the sky stretched wide. The sylphs, ethereal and graceful, greeted Leora with wary curiosity. Their translucent wings shimmered in the sunlight, casting iridescent shadows on the leaves. "What brings you to our realm, earthbound one of the sylphs inquired, her voice melodic and airy. "I come seeking understanding and reconciliation," Leora answered, her gaze steady and sincere. The dryad spoke of the lost Heartstone and the rift it has caused. "I wish to help bridge the divide." The sylphs exchanged looks, their expressions a mixture of hope and skepticism. Finally, a sylph with wings the color of twilight spoke. "The Heartstone was entrusted to the care of both our kin. It vanished one stormy night, leaving only whispers of betrayal in its wake." Leora listened carefully, her mind piecing together the fragmented story. "I believe the Heartstone still exists, hidden away, waiting for the right moment to be found," she mused aloud. "Perhaps it lies in a place where both worlds touch, yet remain separate." The sylphs considered her words, their gazes softening. "If you can find the Heartstone, perhaps the wounds can begin to heal," the twilight-winged sylph agreed, hope flickering in her eyes. With a promise to return, Leora left the sylphs' domain, her mind racing with possibilities. The amulet around her neck pulsed with a gentle warmth, guiding her thoughts like a beacon in the night. She realized that the Heartstone's hiding place must be at the confluence of the two realms, where the magic of the forest and the world beyond intertwined. Determined to find the Heartstone, Leora retraced her steps to the enchanted glade. As she approached the magnificent tree at its center, she felt the amulet's warmth intensify, the sapphire glow resonating with the energy of the glade. Leora knelt before the ancient tree, her fingers brushing the soft earth. "Spirit of the woods," she called softly, her voice a gentle plea. "Guide me to the Heartstone, so that I may help restore the harmony that has been lost." The spirit's voice answered, a soothing presence that enveloped her like a warm embrace. "The Heartstone lies within, child. It is a part of the forest, yet hidden from sight. Trust in your heart and the amulet's guidance." Closing her eyes, Leora let the amulet's warmth flow through her, connecting her to the pulse of the forest. Images danced in her mind's eye, visions of roots intertwining, branches reaching skyward, and the gentle rhythm of life that flowed through the whispering woods. With newfound clarity, Leora rose and approached the tree once more. Her hands moved with a purpose not entirely her own, guided by the amulet's magic. She reached into a hollow within the tree's trunk, her fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. When she withdrew her hand, she held the Heartstone. It was a gem of unparalleled beauty, its surface swirling with colors that mirrored the forest's vibrant hues. As she held it aloft, the glade seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the air shimmering with renewed energy. With the Heartstone in her possession, Leora returned to the dryads and sylphs, her heart filled with hope and determination. She gathered them in the glade, where the spirit of the woods watched over them with a gentle presence. Holding the Heartstone high, Leora addressed the gathered spirits, her voice carrying the weight of the forest's ancient wisdom. "This is a new beginning, a chance to mend what was broken and rebuild the bonds of trust and friendship." The dryads and sylphs regarded the heartstone with reverence, its light reflecting in their eyes. Slowly, tentatively, they began to approach one another, their hands reaching out in gestures of reconciliation. As they joined hands, the heartstone blazed with a brilliant light, its magic weaving through the forest like a gentle breeze. Leora watched as the bonds of friendship and unity were reformed, a tapestry of harmony that enveloped the whispering woods. In that moment, Leora understood the true power of the amulet and the heartstone. It was not the objects themselves, but the connections they represented, the trust, understanding, and love that bound the creatures of the forest together. With the rift healed and harmony restored, Leora bid farewell to the dryads and sylphs, her heart light with the knowledge that she had played a part in preserving the magic of the whispering woods. Horus flapped his wings in approval, his eyes twinkling with pride. As they made their way back to Bramblebrook, Leora felt a deep sense of peace. The village was bathed in the warm glow of twilight, the stars beginning to twinkle in the vast sky above. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be a part of her, a reminder of the power of friendship and understanding. That night, as Leora lay in her cozy bed, the amulet resting on her bedside table, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams were filled with visions of the whispering woods, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the soft, comforting presence of the spirit. And so, the story of Leora and the Whispering Woods became a cherished tale in the village of Bramblebrook, a reminder that even in the simplest of places, magic could be found in the hearts of those who believed in the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around them. Story 38. In the heart of a lush emerald valley, where sunlight dappled through the leaves of ancient trees and a gentle brook sang its eternal song, there lay a small, quaint village. Tucked between rolling hills and vibrant meadows, this village was a tapestry of charming cottages, each with thatched roofs and ivy-clad walls, whispering tales of old to all who would listen. Amidst these cottages lived a young woman named Alina, whose spirit was as gentle as the morning mist that caressed the valley each dawn. Alina had always felt a mysterious pull towards the tales of her ancestors, whispered to her by her grandmother, who often sat by the hearth, her voice a warm melody against the crackle of burning logs. Alina's heart was stirred by these stories of a time when her family was said to have been the guardians of a sacred tradition, a legacy as old as the stones of the valley itself. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky in hues of gold and amber, Alina's grandmother beckoned her to the hearth. Her eyes, though clouded by age, sparkled with the light of generations past. She handed Alina a delicate locket, its surface etched with intricate symbols that seemed to shimmer with a life of their own. "This is the key, my dear," her grandmother whispered, "to uncovering our legacy." Alina cradled the locket in her hands, feeling a warmth that spread from her fingertips to her heart. It was as if the locket held the very essence of her ancestry, a bridge connecting her to those who had walked these lands long before. As her grandmother's words lingered in the air, Alina felt a gentle resolve take root within her. She knew she must embark on a journey to uncover the secrets held within this tiny, magical artifact. The next day, Alina set out at dawn, the village still wrapped in the softness of sleep. The path she chose wound through the valley, where the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the songs of birds. Her heart beat in rhythm with the earth beneath her feet, each step carrying her closer to the heart of her heritage. Guided by whispers of the wind and the gentle nod of the trees, Alina's journey led her to a secluded glen, a place steeped in tranquility and rich with the colors of nature. Here, she discovered an ancient stone circle, its presence both commanding and serene. The stones stood like silent sentinels, guardians of the secrets woven into the fabric of time. Alina approached the circle with reverence, the locket in her hand glowing softly in the dappled sunlight. As she stepped within the circle, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the faint echo of ancient songs. Her heart swelled with a sense of belonging, a feeling that she was part of something far greater than herself. Kneeling upon the soft grass, Alina opened the locket. Inside lay a small, beautifully detailed map, its symbols and lines dancing with the same magical light. She traced the map's path with her fingers, recognizing familiar landmarks of the valley and beyond. It was a map of her ancestors' journey, a testament to their wisdom and courage. As she studied the map, the air around her seemed to shimmer with memories of the past. She could almost hear the laughter and voices of her forebears, forging bonds of friendship and weaving stories that had shaped the very soul of the valley. Alina felt their presence, their guidance, and their love, as if they stood beside her, whispering words of encouragement. With newfound clarity, Alina understood the lesson her ancestors had imparted. The true legacy was not the map or the locket, but the wisdom of unity and the strength found in friendship and love. This was the gift she could pass on, a tradition of kindness and understanding that transcended time. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the valley, Alina rose, her heart brimming with peace and gratitude. She knew now that she was part of an unbroken chain, a legacy that lived on through her and would continue to do so through the generations to come. Returning to the village, Alina carried with her the serenity of the glen and the gentle wisdom of her ancestors. The stars began to twinkle in the night sky, as if winking in approval, as Alina entered her cottage. Her grandmother awaited her by the hearth, her smile as warm as the fire's glow. Alina sat beside her, the locket clasped gently in her hands. "I understand now," she said softly, her voice filled with the quiet strength of her discovery. Her grandmother nodded, her eyes shining with pride and a deep, abiding love. Together they sat in the gentle embrace of the firelight, the warmth of the hearth wrapping them in a cocoon of peace. Alina knew she had found her place, a sense of belonging that would forever guide her path. And as the night deepened, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams filled with the soft, soothing melodies of her ancestors, a lullaby of the ages. And so, in that small village nestled in the heart of the valley, the legacy of wisdom, friendship, and love continued to flourish, touching the lives of all who dwelled there, a testament to the enduring power of heritage and the gentle strength of the human spirit. Story 39. Once upon a time, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, there existed a small, buzzing spaceport known as Nexus Station. It was a place where travelers from countless planets came together, each bringing the peculiarities of their home worlds. Among the throng of beings, two very different creatures found themselves drawn into an adventure neither had anticipated. First was Tali, a delicate creature from the verdant world of Lusharia. She resembled a walking blossom, with petals that shimmered in hues of blue and violet, and a voice that echoed like the gentle rustle of leaves. Lusharians were known for their affinity with nature and their ability to communicate with all living things. Tali had come to Nexus Station in search of rare seeds to bring back to her planet's gardens. Then there was Drox, a sturdy, metallic being from the industrious planet of Farron. Drox's body was a marvel of engineering, a patchwork of gears and glowing circuits. Faronians were skilled in technology, but not known for their emotional depth. Drox had arrived at the station on a quest to find new alloys that could withstand the harshest conditions. On a particular day, as the chaos of the spaceport swirled around them, Tali and Drox collided in a busy market corridor. Tali's seeds scattered across the shiny floor, while Drox's metallic limbs clattered as he tried to regain his balance. "Oh dear," Tali exclaimed, her petals bristling with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." Drox, adjusting his optics, replied in a voice that hummed like a gentle engine. "No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going." As they both stooped to collect Tali's scattered seeds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Drox, unfamiliar with the organic delicacy of Lusharian flora, accidentally crushed a seed under his metal fingers. Tali gasped softly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "That was a rare one," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Drox, feeling a pang of something unfamiliar, guilt, offered, "I'll help you find another. I've seen a vendor selling seeds just down the corridor." Reluctantly, Tali agreed, and together they ventured deeper into the market. Along the way, Drox's candid curiosity about the seeds sparked a conversation. Tali shared stories of her lush home, where the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky danced with colors at dawn and dusk. In return, Drox spoke of Farron, where the skies were often hidden behind a veil of smog, but the night was illuminated by the glow of factories and the rhythmic hum of machinery. Their differences were vast, yet as they talked, a bridge of understanding began to form. Tali marveled at Drox's tales of invention and innovation, while Drox found himself enchanted by Tali's descriptions of a world so full of life and color. Their quest for the seed vendor led them to the outskirts of the market, where a small, unassuming stall was nestled between towering crates of exotic goods. The vendor, a wizened old Gricthorian with a voice like gravel, eyed them with suspicion. "What do you want?" he croaked, his three eyes blinking out of sequence. Tali stepped forward, her demeanor gentle yet firm. "We're looking for a Lucerian seed, a rare one. Would you happen to have any?" The Gricthorian grumbled, rummaging through his collection. Eventually, he produced a small, shimmering seed that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "This is what you're looking for, but it's not cheap," he warned. Drox, understanding the importance of the seed, offered to pay with a portion of the precious Feronian alloys he had brought to trade. The vendor agreed, and Tali's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Drox," she said softly. "This means a lot to me." Drox, feeling a warmth spreading through his circuits, simply nodded. "It's the least I could do after my clumsiness." As they returned to the heart of the spaceport, a sudden announcement crackled through the station's speakers. A solar storm was approaching, threatening to disrupt travel and communication throughout the sector. Panic rippled through the crowd, and travelers hurried to secure passage before the storm hit. Tali and Drox found themselves caught in the throng, but instead of being swept away by the chaos, they grew more determined to stick together. In the midst of the frenzy, they discovered that the storm's arrival would trap them at Nexus Station for several days. With no choice but to wait out the storm, Tali and Drox decided to make the best of their situation. They found refuge in a quaint corner of the station, a small garden dome where exotic plants from various worlds grew under artificial sunlight. It was here, surrounded by the calming presence of greenery, that they began to truly understand one another. In the serene atmosphere of the garden dome, Tali taught Drox about the art of Lucerian meditation, a practice that involved tuning into the symphony of life around them. As Drox attempted to distill his mechanical mind, he experienced a strange new sensation, a sense of peace and connection he had never known. In return, Drox shared the wonders of Feronian technology with Tali, demonstrating how his internal systems worked and explaining the intricacies of his design. Tali, fascinated by the precision and ingenuity, found herself seeing Drox not just as a machine, but as a reflection of the beauty that could be found in creation of all kinds. As the days passed, the storm outside raged on, but inside the garden dome, a bond was forming. They laughed and shared stories, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deeper appreciation for each other's perspectives. One evening, as they watched the swirling vortex of the storm through the dome's transparent ceiling, Tali turned to Drox with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much from you, Drox. You've shown me that even things that seem cold and mechanical can have a warmth all their own." Drox, feeling an unexpected emotion welling up, replied, "And you've taught me that even a being of metal and circuits can find beauty in the natural world. I think we make quite the team." Their mutual support became evident when a sudden power outage plunged the station into darkness. Panic threatened to erupt among the stranded travelers, but Tali and Drox, guided by their newfound friendship, sprang into action. Using his internal battery, Drox provided a temporary source of light and power, while Tali, with her calming presence and gentle words, reassured those around them. Together they organized a safe, comfortable space for everyone to wait until the power was restored. In that moment, under the dim glow of Drox's lights and the comforting rustle of Tali's petals, the travelers of Nexus Station found solace. It was a testament to the unlikely bond between a being of metal and a creature of petals, and the strength they found in each other's company. Finally, as the solar storm subsided and the station's systems flickered back to life, Tali and Drox prepared to part ways. Their journey together had come to an end, but the friendship they had forged would linger in their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of the garden dome, Tali offered Drox a small, vibrant blossom from her world. "To remember our time together," she said with a smile. Drox accepted the gift, carefully placing it within a compartment in his chest. And this, he said, handing Tali a small, sparkling gear from his own body, to remind you of our shared adventure. With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the stars, knowing that no distance could diminish the friendship they had discovered. As Tali and Drox departed, each to their own world, they carried with them the lessons they had learned, that true friendship transcends differences, that understanding can overcome any misunderstanding, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's presence. And so, in the vastness of the galaxy, under the endless tapestry of stars, Tali and Drox's story continued to echo, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in friendship and the warmth of a bond forged through shared trials and heartfelt understanding. Once upon a time, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, there existed a small, buzzing spaceport known as Nexus Station. It was a place where travelers from countless planets came together, each bringing the peculiarities of their home worlds. Among the throng of beings, two very different creatures found themselves drawn into an adventure neither had anticipated. First was Tali, a delicate creature from the verdant world of Lusharia. She resembled a walking blossom, with petals that shimmered in hues of blue and violet, and a voice that echoed like the gentle rustle of leaves. Lusharians were known for their affinity with nature and their ability to communicate with all living things. Tali had come to Nexus Station in search of rare seeds to bring back to her planet's gardens. Then there was Drox, a sturdy, metallic being from the industrious planet of Farron. Drox's body was a marvel of engineering, a patchwork of gears and glowing circuits. Faronians were skilled in technology, but not known for their emotional depth. Drox had arrived at the station on a quest to find new alloys that could withstand the harshest conditions. On a particular day, as the chaos of the spaceport swirled around them, Tali and Drox collided in a busy market corridor. Tali's seeds scattered across the shiny floor, while Drox's metallic limbs clattered as he tried to regain his balance. "Oh dear," Tali exclaimed, her petals bristling with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." Drox, adjusting his optics, replied in a voice that hummed like a gentle engine. "No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going." As they both stooped to collect Tali's scattered seeds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Drox, unfamiliar with the organic delicacy of Lusharian flora, accidentally crushed a seed under his metal fingers. Tali gasped softly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "That was a rare one," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Drox, feeling a pang of something unfamiliar, guilt, offered, "I'll help you find another. I've seen a vendor selling seeds just down the corridor." Reluctantly, Tali agreed, and together they ventured deeper into the market. Along the way, Drox's candid curiosity about the seeds sparked a conversation. Tali shared stories of her lush home, where the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky danced with colors at dawn and dusk. In return, Drox spoke of Farron, where the skies were often hidden behind a veil of smog, but the night was illuminated by the glow of factories and the rhythmic hum of machinery. Their differences were vast, yet as they talked, a bridge of understanding began to form. Tali marveled at Drox's tales of invention and innovation, while Drox found himself enchanted by Tali's descriptions of a world so full of life and color. Their quest for the seed vendor led them to the outskirts of the market, where a small, unassuming stall was nestled between towering crates of exotic goods. The vendor, a wizened old Gricthorian with a voice like gravel, eyed them with suspicion. "What do you want?" he croaked, his three eyes blinking out of sequence. Tali stepped forward, her demeanor gentle yet firm. "We're looking for a Lusharian seed, a rare one. Would you happen to have any?" The Gricthorian grumbled, rummaging through his collection. Eventually, he produced a small, shimmering seed that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "This is what you're looking for, but it's not cheap," he warned. Drox, understanding the importance of the seed, offered to pay with a portion of the precious Faronian alloys he had brought to trade. The vendor agreed, and Tali's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Drox," she said softly. "This means a lot to me." Drox, feeling a warmth spreading through his circuits, simply nodded. "It's the least I could do after my clumsiness." As they returned to the heart of the spaceport, a sudden announcement crackled through the station's speakers. A solar storm was approaching. threatening to disrupt travel and communication throughout the sector. Panic rippled through the crowd, and travelers hurried to secure passage before the storm hit. Tali and Drox found themselves caught in the throng, but instead of being swept away by the chaos, they grew more determined to stick together. In the midst of the frenzy, they discovered that the storm's arrival would trap them at Nexus Station for several days. With no choice but to wait out the storm, Tali and Drox decided to make the best of their situation. They found refuge in a quaint corner of the station, a small garden dome where exotic plants from various worlds grew under artificial sunlight. It was here, surrounded by the calming presence of greenery, that they began to truly understand one another. In the serene atmosphere of the garden dome, Tali taught Drox about the art of Lusharian meditation, a practice that involved tuning into the symphony of life around them. As Drox attempted to still his mechanical mind, he experienced a strange new sensation, a sense of peace and connection he had never known. In return, Drox shared the wonders of Feronian technology with Tali, demonstrating how his internal systems worked and explaining the intricacies of his design. Tali, fascinated by the precision and ingenuity, found herself seeing Drox not just as a machine, but as a reflection of the beauty that could be found in creation of all kinds. As the days passed, the storm outside raged on, but inside the garden dome, a bond was forming. They laughed and shared stories, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deeper appreciation for each other's perspectives. One evening, as they watched the swirling vortex of the storm through the dome's transparent ceiling, Tali turned to Drox with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much from you, Drox. You've shown me that even things that seem cold and mechanical can have a warmth all their own." Drox, feeling an unexpected emotion welling up, replied, "And you've taught me that even a being of metal and circuits can find beauty in the natural world. I think we make quite the team." Their mutual support became evident when a sudden power outage plunged the station into darkness. Panic threatened to erupt among the stranded travelers, but Tali and Drox, guided by their newfound friendship, sprang into action. Using his internal battery, Drox provided a temporary source of light and power, while Tali, with her calming presence and gentle words, reassured those around them. Together they organized a safe, comfortable space for everyone to wait until the power was restored. In that moment, under the dim glow of Drox's lights and the comforting rustle of Tali's petals, the travelers of Nexus Station found solace. It was a testament to the unlikely bond between a being of metal and a creature of petals, and the strength they found in each other's company. Finally, as the solar storm subsided and the station's systems flickered back to life, Tali and Drox prepared to part ways. Their journey together had come to an end, but the friendship they had forged would linger in their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of the garden dome, Tali offered Drox a small, vibrant blossom from her world. "To remember our time together," she said with a smile. Drox accepted the gift, carefully placing it within a compartment in his chest. "And this," he said, handing Tali a small, sparkling gear from his own body, "to remind you of our shared adventure." With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the stars, knowing that no distance could diminish the friendship they had discovered. As Tali and Drox departed, each to their own world, they carried with them the lessons they had learned, that true friendship transcends differences, that understanding can overcome any misunderstanding, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's presence. And so in the vastness of the galaxy, under the endless tapestry of stars, Tali and Drox's story continued to echo, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in friendship and the warmth of a bond forged through shared trials and heartfelt understanding. Story 40. Here is a bedtime story about personal growth and magical transformation. Once upon a time, deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young deer named Willow. Willow was a gentle and kind creature, but she struggled with fears that held her back from embracing her true self. Every spring when the flowers bloomed, Willow felt a stirring inside, a yearning for something more. But the familiar paths and shady glades felt so safe and comfortable. Even though her spirit longed to explore the mysteries beyond the forest's edge, her hooves felt rooted to the ground. Willow's best friend, a wise old oak tree named Oakley, could sense her inner turmoil. "Dear Willow," he said one sunny morning as she grazed near his sturdy trunk, "I see the questions shining in your eyes. Why do you resist the call to journey forth and discover what wonders await?" "Oh, Oakley," Willow sighed, nestling under the shelter of his broad canopy. "I know there is so much to see and experience out there, but I'm afraid of what lies beyond the safety of our forest home. What if I get lost or hurt? What if I'm not ready?" Oakley's leaves rustled with a gentle, reassuring laugh. "My sweet friend, you were born ready. The metamorphosis you seek is already unfolding within you, just as my buds unfurl into leaves each spring. All you need is courage to spread your wings." Willow blinked in surprise as she looked down at her slender legs. Where there had once been spindly fawn limbs, now emerged graceful shafts of pure light, tipped with dainty golden hooves. Her body began to emanate a soft, warm radiance, like sunbeams filtering through the trees. "What's happening to me?" she gasped with a mixture of wonder and trepidation. "You're becoming your truest self, Willow," Oakley explained. "A beautiful forest spirit who shines her inner light to illuminate the world." Over the next few days and weeks, Willow's transformation blossomed at an unhurried pace, much like the wildflowers carpeting the sun-dappled meadows in their vibrant colors. Her friend Oakley, ever a steady and patient presence, offered boundless wisdom and encouragement. Soon Willow felt an unmistakable sense of confidence and freedom welling up inside her luminous being. One misty dawn, she turned to Oakley with a smile. "I'm ready to explore what lies beyond our forest home," she announced. "Then you must follow your heart, my glowing friend," Oakley replied. "But remember, you can always return here to be revitalized by the strength and serenity of these timeless woods." And so Willow's magical journey of discovery began. Along the way, she encountered many new faces and fascinating lands. There were gorgeous sunlit meadows, rolling hills that brushed the bellies of billowy clouds, and craggy snow-capped peaks that took her breath away. In each new realm, Willow met allies who became treasured friends, like Zephyr, the playful wind sprite whose tickling breezes raised laughter from the deepest wellsprings of joy, or Ruby, the dragon pup, still mastering her fire breath but overflowing with fierce warmth and loyalty. There were challenges, too, from rushing rivers to cross and winding caves to navigate. Whenever Willow felt her inner light wavering, she remembered Oakley's wisdom and drew strength from the radiant truth of who she was. Though her outer journey eventually looped back to the enchanted forest of her birth, Willow remained ever changed. Her fearful roots loosened, replaced by an expansive sense of wonder. She glowed with a serene confidence born from listening to her heart's call. Most importantly, Willow shared her hard-won gifts with all she encountered, leaving a trail of illumination and uplifting hope. For she realized that, like her, every being in existence had an essential light to uncover and shine forth through embracing their personal metamorphosis. To this day, you can find Willow still journeying and exploring the vast mystical lands and skies, her path ever forward as a luminous forest spirit. She delights in using her light to reveal unseen beauty and warm the souls of any who feel lost or afraid to blossom into their fullest, most magical selves. Here is a bedtime story about personal growth and magical transformation. Once upon a time, deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young deer named Willow. Willow was a gentle and kind creature, but she struggled with fears that held her back from embracing her true self. Every spring when the flowers bloomed, Willow felt a stirring inside, a yearning for something more. But the familiar paths and shady glades felt so safe and comfortable. Even though her spirit longed to explore the mysteries beyond the forest's edge, her hooves felt rooted to the ground. Willow's best friend, a wise old oak tree named Oakley, could sense her inner turmoil. "Dear Willow," he said one sunny morning as she grazed near his sturdy trunk, "I see the questions shining in your eyes. Why do you resist the call to journey forth and discover what wonders await?" "Oh, Oakley," Willow sighed, nestling under the shelter of his broad canopy. "I know there is so much to see and experience out there, but I'm afraid of what lies beyond the safety of our forest home. What if I get lost or hurt? What if I'm not ready?" Oakley's leaves rustled with a gentle, reassuring laugh. "My sweet friend, you were born ready. The metamorphosis you seek is already unfolding within you, just as my buds unfurl into leaves each spring. All you need is courage to spread your wings." Willow blinked in surprise as she looked down at her slender legs. Where there had once been spindly fawn limbs, now emerged graceful shafts of pure light, tipped with dainty golden hooves. Her body began to emanate a soft, warm radiance, like sunbeams filtering through the trees. "What's happening to me?" she gasped with a mixture of wonder and trepidation. "You're becoming your truest self, Willow," Oakley explained. "A beautiful forest spirit who shines her inner light to illuminate the world." Over the next few days and weeks, Willow's transformation blossomed at an unhurried pace, much like the wildflowers carpeting the sun-dappled meadows in their vibrant colors. Her friend Oakley, ever a steady and patient presence, offered boundless wisdom and encouragement. Soon Willow felt an unmistakable sense of confidence and freedom welling up inside her luminous being. One misty dawn, she turned to Oakley with a smile. "I'm ready to explore what lies beyond our forest home," she announced. "Then you must follow your heart, my glowing friend," Oakley replied. "But remember, you can always return here to be revitalized by the strength and serenity of these timeless woods." And so Willow's magical journey of discovery began. Along the way, she encountered many new faces and fascinating lands. There were gorgeous sunlit meadows, rolling hills that brushed the bellies of billowy clouds, and craggy snow-capped peaks that took her breath away. In each new realm, Willow met allies who became treasured friends, like Zephyr, the playful wind sprite whose tickling breezes raised laughter from the deepest wellsprings of joy, or Ruby, the dragon pup, still mastering her fire breath but overflowing with fierce warmth and loyalty. There were challenges, too, from rushing rivers to cross and winding caves to navigate. Whenever Willow felt her inner light wavering, she remembered Oakley's wisdom and drew strength from the radiant truth of who she was. Though her outer journey eventually looped back to the enchanted forest of her birth, Willow remained ever changed. Her fearful roots loosened, replaced by an expansive sense of wonder. She glowed with a serene confidence born from listening to her heart's call. Most importantly, Willow shared her hard-won gifts with all she encountered, leaving a trail of illumination and uplifting hope. For she realized that, like her, every being in existence had an essential light to uncover and shine forth through embracing their personal metamorphosis. To this day, you can find Willow still journeying and exploring the vast mystical lands and skies, her path ever forward as a luminous forest spirit. She delights in using her light to reveal unseen beauty and warm the souls of any who feel lost or afraid to blossom into their fullest, most magical selves. Story 41. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush, rolling hills and dense, ancient woods, a gentle breeze often carried with it the whisper of old magic. This village was a place where time seemed to stretch, like the lazy yawn of a cat beneath the sun, and where each day gently faded into the next, leaving a trail of soft, golden memories. Amidst this idyllic setting lived a kind-hearted girl named Lila. She was known in the village not only for her bright, curious eyes the color of moss in the morning dew, but also for her boundless imagination and her unwavering belief in the impossible. Lila spent her days exploring the forest that bordered her home, finding companionship in the rustling leaves and the singing birds. One particular autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Lila ventured deeper into the woods than she ever had before. The air was crisp and carried the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Her feet crunched softly on the forest floor, a comforting rhythm that matched the beating of her heart. As she wandered, she stumbled upon something extraordinary. Hidden beneath a canopy of amber and gold was a small, glistening pond. Its surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the fiery colors of the sky and the surrounding trees. But what caught Lila's attention was the presence of an unusual object at the pond's edge, a delicate, shimmering feather that seemed to pulse with an inner light. Lila approached the feather with a mix of awe and curiosity. As she picked it up, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and she felt a tickling sensation in her mind, as if the feather was whispering secrets only she could hear. Intrigued, Lila decided to take the feather home, carefully wrapping it in her scarf for safekeeping. That night, as the wind howled softly around her little cottage, Lila lay in bed with the feather resting on her nightstand. The glow it emitted bathed her room in a soft, ethereal light. As she drifted off to sleep, she dreamed of a hidden world, a place where the trees could speak and the rivers sang ancient songs. The next morning, Lila awoke with a renewed sense of wonder and purpose. She had a feeling that the feather was more than just a beautiful trinket. It was a key to something magical. Determined to uncover its mystery, Lila set out to consult the wisest person she knew, old Mrs. Thistle, the village storyteller. Mrs. Thistle lived in a quaint cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden that seemed to bloom in perpetual spring. Her home was filled with books, artifacts, and curiosities from her own adventures. As Lila entered, the scent of lavender and freshly baked bread enveloped her, making her feel instantly at home. "Ah, Lila, dear," Mrs. Thistle greeted her with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. "What brings you to this old woman's abode on such a fine day?" Lila, clutching the feather, explained her discovery and shared her dream. Mrs. Thistle listened intently, nodding thoughtfully as she sipped her tea. "You have found something very special, my dear," Mrs. Thistle said at last. "This feather is from the mythical moonbird, a creature said to dwell in the hidden realms between our world and the next. It is rare and precious, and it is believed that the feather can guide its bearer to places unseen by ordinary eyes." Lila's heart raced with excitement. "But how do I find this hidden realm?" she asked eagerly. Mrs. Thistle chuckled softly, her voice as soothing as the gentle breeze outside. "Patience, child. The journey is as important as the destination. The feather will guide you when the time is right. Trust in its magic, and more importantly, trust in yourself." With Mrs. Thistle's wise words echoing in her mind, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with anticipation. She spent the next few days exploring the forest, the feather always tucked safely in her pocket, waiting for a sign or a hint of what to do next. One evening, as the moon hung low and full in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the land, she felt a gentle tug at her heart. The feather shimmered brightly, and Lila knew the time had come to follow its guidance. Guided by an inner compass, she made her way through the woods, past the pond where she had found the feather. The forest seemed to come alive in the moonlight, the trees whispering softly and the shadows dancing playfully around her. Eventually, she reached a part of the forest she had never seen before. The trees formed a natural archway, and beyond it, a narrow path wound its way deeper into the heart of the woods. The feather pulsed warmly in her hand, urging her forward. Lila stepped through the archway, feeling a tingling sensation as she crossed the threshold into a world that was both familiar and wonderfully strange. The air was cooler here, filled with the scent of night-blooming flowers and the soft hum of nocturnal creatures. As she walked, she noticed subtle changes in her surroundings. The trees were taller and more majestic, their leaves shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The path beneath her feet seemed to twinkle with stardust, and she felt a deep sense of peace and belonging. Eventually, the path led her to a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood the moonbird, a magnificent creature with feathers that shimmered like pearls and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ages. Its presence filled the clearing with a gentle, calming energy. The moonbird regarded Lila with a kind, knowing gaze. "Welcome, young seeker," it said, its voice like a melody carried on the wind. "You have shown courage and heart in following the path of the feather." Lila felt a warmth spreading through her chest, a feeling of being truly seen and understood. "Thank you," she replied softly. "I didn't know what I would find, but I knew I had to follow." The moonbird nodded, its feathers rustling like leaves in a gentle breeze. "You have embarked on a journey of discovery, not just of this hidden realm, but of yourself. Remember, the magic lies not in the feather, but in the heart of the one who carries it." Lila pondered the moonbird's words, realizing that her journey had already changed her in ways she hadn't expected. She felt more confident, more in tune with the world around her, and more connected to the quiet magic that lay beneath the surface of everyday life. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the moonbird spread its wings, ready to take flight. "It is time to return, dear Lila," it said. "But remember, you are always welcome here, and whenever you need guidance, look to the moon and trust in your heart." With a graceful leap, the moonbird soared into the sky, leaving behind a trail of shimmering light. Lila watched it go, her heart full of gratitude and peace. As she retraced her steps back through the forest, the world around her seemed to glow with a new vibrancy. The trees whispered their secrets, the streams sang their age-old songs, and Lila felt as if she was part of a grand tapestry, woven with threads of magic and wonder. Back in the village, life continued as it always had, but Lila carried with her the lessons of her journey. She shared her stories with those willing to listen, inspiring others to look beyond the ordinary and find the magic in their own lives. And on quiet nights, when the moon hung low and bright in the sky, Lila would sit by her window, the feather resting gently in her hand, and feel the comforting presence of the moonbird and the hidden world she had discovered. In the years that followed, Lila grew to be a cherished storyteller in Willowbrook, her tales filled with the warmth and wisdom she had gained. And though she never forgot her adventure, she knew that the true magic lay not in far-off realms, but in the simple, everyday moments shared with those she loved. And so, with a heart full of love and wonder, Lila lived her days in harmony with the world around her, always ready to embark on new journeys and discover the hidden magic that lay just beyond the horizon. Story 42. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake. I only wanted a rhyme or two to make. Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair, Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course where the sunlight kisses the forest floor. Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make." Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. Story 43. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumen's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumen's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown. That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumen's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumen's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown. That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the Whispering Woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the Whispering Woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. Story 44. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Story 45. Story 46. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small, fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder, "a rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The Heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the Heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldrick's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village, into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The Heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the Heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the Heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the Heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the Heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. Story 47. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind, stood the quaint village of Lumina Hollow. This village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, winding cobblestone pathways, and gardens that shimmered with dewdrops like tiny stars. Every evening, the villagers gathered around the great fire pit in the town square, sharing stories under the blanket of twilight, while the scent of blooming night jasmine filled the air. One such evening, as the sun melted into the horizon, a peculiar event stirred the peaceful rhythm of Lumina Hollow. A soft, tinkling sound, like that of distant chimes, echoed through the village. It was gentle yet persistent, and no one could quite pinpoint its source. The sound seemed to float on the breeze, sometimes coming from the old well, other times drifting from the boughs of the ancient oak that stood proudly in the center of the square. At first, the villagers thought it to be the playful wind, but as days turned into a week, their curiosity grew. The sound was soothing, almost like a lullaby, but its mystery beckoned for an explanation. Determined to uncover the source, the villagers called upon their resident wise woman, a gentle soul named Marin, known for her deep understanding of the magical and mundane alike. With her hair as silver as moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Marin was a beloved figure in Lumina Hollow. She listened to the villagers' concerns with a kind smile and promised to look into the matter. The very next morning, with the first light of dawn, Marin set out to investigate, accompanied by her faithful companion, Bramble, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail and a penchant for acorns. Together they wandered through the village, Marin humming softly to herself, while Bramble chattered excitedly, darting here and there. As they approached the old well, the sound grew clearer, a gentle tinkling that seemed to resonate from within its moss-covered stones. Marin leaned closer, her ear to the cool, damp surface, and closed her eyes, listening intently. "Ah, it's a melody," she murmured, recognizing the rhythmic pattern. "But what could be singing from the depths of this well?" Bramble tilted his head, his tiny eyes filled with curiosity. "Maybe it's the water sprites," he suggested, his voice a whisper on the wind. Marin chuckled softly, patting Bramble on the head. "Perhaps, my dear friend, but let's see if we can find more clues." They continued their exploration, following the sound as it danced through the village. It led them to the ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like protective arms over the square. Marin ran her fingers over the bark, feeling the pulse of life within the tree. "There's magic here," she said softly, sensing the gentle hum of energy that enveloped the oak. "But it feels different." As they pondered, a rustling above caught their attention. From the depths of the oak's leafy canopy emerged a creature no larger than Bramble himself. It was a delicate being, with wings that glimmered like stained glass in the sunlight. A gentle glow surrounded it, casting a warm light on Marin and Bramble below. "Greetings, wise Marin," the creature said, its voice as soft as the chiming sound that had puzzled the village. "I am Lyra, a guardian of this oak." Marin bowed her head in respect. "Greetings, Lyra. We've been curious about the beautiful music we hear throughout our village. Could it be your doing?" Lyra nodded, her wings fluttering gently. "Indeed it is. I sing to the trees and the wind to keep the balance of magic in these woods, but I sense that my song has traveled further than intended." Marin smiled warmly. "It has become a mystery to us, one that brought much wonder and joy, yet we were eager to understand its source." Lyra's light flickered with happiness. "I am glad my song has brought joy. I shall adjust my melody so it rests more quietly upon the woods." Before Marin could respond, Bramble chirped. "But Lyra, why did the song change? It was never heard before." Lyra's glow dimmed slightly, a hint of bashfulness in her expression. "Oh, it was a new tune I've been practicing. I did not realize it would carry so far." Marin laughed, a sound as gentle as a breeze rustling through leaves. "Your song was a gift to us, even as it was a surprise. Thank you, Lyra, for sharing your magic with Lumina Hollow." With a graceful nod, Lyra promised to visit the village more often, her songs weaving joy and tranquility into the fabric of the village life. As she fluttered back into the branches, the air felt lighter, filled with a sense of camaraderie and shared understanding. Marin and Bramble returned to the village square, where the villagers awaited eagerly. Marin recounted their adventure, her words painting a vivid picture of Lyra and her enchanting melody. The villagers listened in awe, their hearts warmed by the tale of friendship and the gentle spirit of the woods. As night embraced Lumina Hollow, the villagers gathered once more around the great fire pit. The strange chimes had transformed into a cherished memory, a gentle reminder of the magical world that embraced their village. With hearts at ease and minds at peace, they settled into their homes, the night wrapping them in its comforting embrace. And so, under a canopy of stars, Lumina Hollow returned to its tranquil slumber, the whisper of Lyra's song a soft, soothing lullaby that cradled the village in dreams as sweet as the scent of night jasmine. Story 48. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees filled the lazy afternoons, there lived a young girl named Miri. Miri had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 adventures yet to be told. Her favorite pastime was to sit on the porch of her cozy little cottage, gazing at the mysterious mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks hidden beneath a perpetual veil of mist. One golden autumn morning, when the leaves were turning to shades of amber and the cool breeze carried a hint of the coming winter, Miri decided it was the perfect day for an adventure. She packed a small satchel with her favorite honey cakes, a flask of warm tea, and her mother's old map, though she knew it by heart, and set off towards the mountains with a skip in her step. The path to the misty mountains was lined with towering oak trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As Miri walked, the world around her seemed to hold its breath in gentle anticipation, the air thick with the kind of magic that only children and dreamers could truly sense. The further she ventured, the more the familiar village faded into a distant memory, replaced by the wonders of nature's untouched beauty. After several hours of weaving through the verdant forest, Miri emerged into a clearing where the mountains stood tall and proud before her. Here the mist was thick and cool, wrapping around her like a soft, silken cloak. It was here that she first met the whimsy wisp, a curious little creature that glowed with a soft, shimmering light. It fluttered around Miri, trailing sparkles in the air like a comet tail, its laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello there," Miri greeted, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you a guardian of these mountains?" The whimsy wisp giggled, swirling around her with delight. "I am a friend to explorers like you," it chimed, its voice as light as the breeze. "Follow me if you dare, for there are wonders to behold and secrets to uncover." With her heart beating with excitement and wonder, Miri followed the wisp deeper into the mountains. The path was winding and sometimes steep, but the whimsy wisp was always there, its light guiding her through the mist. Along the way, they encountered a stream that sang as it danced over stones, its melody as soothing as the lullaby of a mother to her child. Miri paused to drink from the stream, its water crisp and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. As they climbed higher, the mist began to part, revealing a hidden valley bathed in golden sunlight. The valley was unlike anything Miri had ever seen, a place where colors seemed brighter and sounds more melodious. Here, trees bore fruits of every hue imaginable, and flowers bloomed in cascading waterfalls of color and scent. In the heart of this enchanted valley stood the grand oak, a tree so old and wise that it seemed to have witnessed the birth of time itself. Beneath the grand oak's sprawling branches, Miri found a gathering of creatures, none of which she had ever seen before. There was a fuzzle, a round, fluffy creature with fur that changed colors with its mood, a trillfin, a bird with iridescent feathers that sang in harmonies that echoed through the valley, and a gentle glimmerfox whose eyes sparkled like the first stars of evening. "Welcome, brave traveler," the grand oak's deep voice resonated through the air, warm and inviting. "You have come far and shown courage in the face of the unknown. What is it that you seek in this land of wonders?" Miri thought for a moment, her heart full of the beauty and magic surrounding her. "I seek to understand the world beyond my village," she replied softly. "To learn and grow, to see with my own eyes the miracles that lie beyond the familiar." The grand oak's leaves rustled approvingly, and the creatures gathered around her with smiles and nods. "You have shown courage, young one," the oak spoke, "for it takes a brave heart to step into the unknown. Know this, The world is full of wonders, and each step you take opens a new door to discovery. As the day wore on, Miri spent her time learning from the creatures, listening to their stories, and playing in the sun-dappled meadow. The fuzzle taught her how to weave crowns from the flowers that grew abundantly, while the trilfin sang songs that told tales of ancient times and distant lands. The glimmerfox, with its gentle gaze, showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Miri knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The Whimsy Wisp once again became her guide, leading her safely back through the mountains, its light a comforting presence in the growing twilight. When Miri finally emerged from the mist and saw the warm glow of her village lights in the distance, she felt a peace settle within her. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories and wisdom that would forever be a part of her. As she curled up in her bed that night, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Miri closed her eyes with a smile. She knew that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face them all with courage and an open heart. And so, with dreams of shimmering valleys and starry-eyed creatures, Miri drifted into a restful sleep, her spirit as light and free as the whimsy wisp that had led her to her adventure. Story 49. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wound through clusters of thatched cottages, there stood an old, ivy-covered library. The library was a place of warmth, where the scent of aged parchment mingled with the sweet aroma of the librarian's freshly baked scones. It was here that a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons, her nose buried deep in the mysteries of the bookshelves, dreaming of adventures beyond the village. Clara had always been a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the brook at sunrise and a heart as gentle as the whispering willows. One chilly autumn day, as the leaves rustled softly outside, she discovered a peculiar book bound in deep green leather, tucked away in the library's farthest corner. The book was adorned with intricate golden vines that seemed to shimmer in the flickering candlelight. Intrigued, Clara carefully pulled the book from the shelf and found it surprisingly heavy. As she opened it, a gentle breeze, warm and fragrant like summer flowers, swept through the room, ruffling the pages with a soft musical rustle. The pages revealed delicate illustrations of enchanted forests, talking animals, and distant mountains. But the most curious thing was an old brass key nestled between two pages, glimmering mysteriously. Curiosity piqued. Clara took the key to the librarian, a kind-hearted woman named Mrs. Whittle, whose spectacles perched precariously on the tip of her nose. Mrs. Whittle, with her silver hair and eyes like wise, twinkling stars, examined the key thoughtfully. "This key," she mused, "is not just any key, dear Clara. It holds the power to unlock secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. But remember, the true magic lies not in the key itself, but in the journey it inspires." Enthralled by the prospect of adventure, Clara decided to embark on a journey to discover what the key might unlock. Her first stop was the cozy inn at the edge of the village, where she met Finn, the innkeeper's son. Finn was a cheerful boy, with a mop of curly hair and a laugh that could chase away the gloomiest of clouds. He eagerly joined Clara, bringing along his trusty satchel filled with his favorite snacks and a worn-out map of the village and its surroundings. Together, they set off down the winding path that led away from Willowbrook, the autumn leaves crunching softly beneath their feet. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew crisp and the light dappled through the branches, casting playful shadows on the ground. Their journey soon brought them to the edge of a serene, shimmering lake, where the water mirrored the sky in perfect tranquility. It was here they encountered an old turtle named Humphrey. Humphrey was not just any turtle, he was the wisest creature in the forest, with a shell worn smooth by the passage of time and eyes that held the knowledge of countless seasons. "Ah, young travelers," Humphrey greeted them in a voice as soothing as the lake's gentle waves. "I see you carry a key of great potential. But remember, the greatest treasure is often the wisdom we gain along the way." Clara and Finn shared their story, and Humphrey nodded sagely. "To find what you seek, you must listen to the whispers of the forest and trust in the kindness of those you meet." Thanking Humphrey, the duo continued their journey, guided by the whispers of the wind and the rustling leaves. They traveled through meadows where the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and along rocky paths where the distant mountains loomed like ancient sentinels. Their path eventually led them to a small, forgotten cottage, nestled beneath a canopy of towering trees. The cottage seemed to have grown from the forest itself, with vines curling lovingly around its stone walls and flowers blooming in its window boxes. Clara felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though the cottage had been waiting for her. With a deep breath, Clara inserted the old brass key into the cottage's weathered wooden door. To her amazement, the lock clicked open with a soft, welcoming sound. Inside, the cottage was filled with a warm glow, as if bathed in perpetual twilight. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with jars of herbs and shelves of books whose spines were worn with love. As Clara and Finn explored the cozy interior, they discovered an ancient book resting on a pedestal in the center of the room. The book was open, and its pages were filled with stories of Willowbrook, of journeys past and present, and of the enduring magic found in friendship and bravery. Clara realized in that moment that the journey had already unlocked something far greater than any physical treasure. It had opened her heart to the wonders of the world and the magic of friendship. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara and Finn returned to Willowbrook, their hearts light and their spirits soaring. They shared the stories they had discovered with Mrs. Whittle, who listened with a knowing smile. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village library, Clara learned that the greatest secrets are those that bring us closer together, that wisdom is the truest treasure, and that every journey, no matter how small, can change us in ways we never imagined. And from that day on, Clara and Finn spent many afternoons in the old library, dreaming of new adventures with their hearts full of wonder and their spirits forever enchanted by the magic of discovery. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over Willowbrook, they knew that every ending was just another beginning. And in the quiet of the evening, with the soft crackle of the fireplace and the comforting scent of Mrs. Whittle's scones wafting through the air, they drifted into dreams filled with the promise of tomorrow's adventures. Story 54. In the heart of the tranquil Vale of Luminara, where the air always carried a hint of lavender and the streams sang lullabies, lay the quaint village of Mosswood. The villagers often spoke of how the sun seemed to linger a little longer over their fields, painting the skies in hues of golden honey as it set each evening. Nestled between whispering woods and rolling meadows, Mosswood was a place where magical creatures and humans lived harmoniously, sharing tales and laughter by the fireside. One gentle spring evening, as the village was basking in the soft glow of twilight, something peculiar began to unfold. Each night for a fortnight, faint chimes echoed through the village, as if 1,000 tiny bells were ringing in the distance. The sound was soothing, yet its source remained a mystery. The villagers, though intrigued, were never alarmed, for they trusted the land and its enchantments. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village lived a wise old owl named Headland and a young girl named Leora. Leora was known for her curiosity and kindness, her auburn hair always tucked under a sun hat, and her pockets often brimming with acorns and wildflowers. She had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, and it was she who first decided to uncover the mystery of the nightly chimes. One evening, as Leora sat by the hearth with Headland perched nearby, she mused, "These chimes, dear Headland, they sound like a song the stars might sing. What do you think could cause such a melody?" Headland, with his deep amber eyes twinkling in the firelight, hooted softly, "Ah, young one, the world holds many secrets, and sometimes they choose to reveal themselves only to those who seek with a gentle heart. Perhaps we might find some answers in the forest." Thus, with a promise of adventure in her heart, Leora set off the next morning with Headland fluttering above her, his wings casting fleeting shadows on the sun-dappled path. The forest welcomed them with open arms, the tall trees whispering secrets through rustling leaves, the ground carpeted with soft moss that cushioned their steps. As they ventured deeper, the chimes grew clearer, guiding them like a silken thread through the tapestry of the woods. They soon came upon an ancient oak, its branches stretching proudly towards the sky, and at its base they found a peculiar gathering. A cluster of fireflies danced in the air, their glow weaving patterns of light, and in their midst a small gathering of woodland creatures sat in rapt attention. Rabbits, squirrels, and even a few curious foxes watched as a patch of violets seemed to sway to the rhythm of the chimes, a gentle breeze carrying the sound. "Look, Headland," Leora whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "The flowers are singing." Headland nodded sagely. "Indeed, it appears the violets hold the secret to this melody. But how and why, I wonder?" As if in response to his musings, a delicate figure emerged from within the circle of violets. It was a sprite, her wings shimmering like dew-kissed cobwebs in the morning sun. She smiled warmly at Leora and Headland, her voice a soft melody of its own. "Greetings, seekers of mysteries. I am Lyra, guardian of the violets. The chimes you hear are a gift from the flowers to the forest, a lullaby to welcome the season of renewal." Leora, captivated by the gentle beauty of the sprite, asked, "But why now, dear Lyra? What has changed?" Lyra's eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "As the world awakens from winter's embrace, the violets have chosen this year to share their song with the village, a reminder of the harmony that binds us all. Yet there is more to this tale. A wise creature has foretold of a special star descending upon Mosswood, and the flowers wish to guide it safely home." Intrigued by this revelation, Leora pondered the meaning of a descending star. "A star, you say? How do we guide it, and what does it seek?" "The star," Lyra explained, "is a spirit of kindness and joy, seeking a place where its light can be most cherished. The violet's song will guide it, but the star needs a beacon, a heart pure and open, willing to show it the way." Leora felt a warmth blossoming within her, understanding that perhaps she was meant to be that beacon. She looked at Headland, who nodded in encouragement. "Lyra, I would be honored to help guide the star." With that, Lyra presented Leora with a delicate bracelet woven from violet petals and enchanted threads. "Wear this, dear Leora. It will help you connect with the star and lead it to its new home." As night fell, Leora and Headland returned to the village, where the chimes seemed to sing with a newfound clarity. Standing under the starlit sky, Leora felt a gentle tug at her heart, a connection she could neither see nor touch, but that felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. Suddenly, from the heavens, a soft light began to descend, weaving its way through the tapestry of stars, drawn to the village like a moth to a flame. The villagers gathered, eyes wide with awe as the light approached, its glow embracing each corner of Mosswood with a warmth that rivaled the sun. Leora, her heart alight with the connection to the star, stepped forward. The star, a shimmering orb of light and joy, hovered before her, its presence a gentle caress against her skin. With a graceful nod, Leora led the star through the village, the chimes guiding them both, until they reached the ancient oak. The star settled among the violets, its light mingling with the glow of the fireflies. The chimes reached a crescendo, a symphony of gratitude and harmony, before gently fading into the night. The villagers, touched by the gentle magic of the evening, returned to their homes with hearts full of wonder and peace. Leora, her task complete, felt a deep sense of fulfillment as she and Headland made their way back to their cottage. As they settled by the hearth, Headland hooted softly, "You have done a great deed, Leora. The star has found its home, and the village its harmony." Leora smiled, her heart aglow with the warmth of friendship and purpose. It was the violets and their song, dear Headland. They remind us that sometimes the answers to our mysteries lie in the most unexpected places. And so, as the fire crackled gently and the moon watched over Mosswood, Leora and Headland drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the knowledge that the world was just a little bit brighter, thanks to the magic of friendship and the song of the violets. Story 55. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. Story 56. Story 50. The Whispering Leaf. In the heart of a quaint little village named Willowbrook, where the houses seemed to tiptoe around a crystal-clear stream, there lay a secret that only the most observant of souls could discover. The village was nestled between rolling hills that wore mantles of wildflowers in spring and donned cloaks of snow in winter. The air was always perfumed with the scent of pine and fresh earth, a comforting aroma that enveloped the villagers like a warm embrace. It was here that young Maya, a curious girl with twinkling eyes and a heart as vast as the sky, spent her days exploring the world around her. She was the kind of child who believed that every rock, every tree, and every whisper of the wind held a story waiting to be told. Her best friend was a sprightly squirrel named Pip, whose fur was the color of toasted almonds, and who followed Maya wherever her adventures led. One chilly autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced lazily to the ground, Maya and Pip stumbled upon something extraordinary. Deep within the Whispering Woods, a place where the trees were so ancient and towering that they seemed to touch the heavens, Maya found a leaf unlike any she had seen before. It was not the vibrant orange or fiery red of the season, but a shimmering silver, glistening as if kissed by moonlight. Maya gently picked up the leaf, marveling at its cool, silky texture. As she held it, she could feel a soft hum resonate through her fingertips, a gentle vibration that seemed to whisper secrets of the forest. Intrigued, Maya and Pip decided to bring the leaf back to the village, eager to share their discovery. As they walked, Maya noticed that the leaf seemed to respond to her thoughts, glowing ever so slightly brighter when she was happy and dimming when she felt uncertain. She realized that the leaf was not just a curious object, but a magical one, capable of communicating in its own silent language. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Maya showed the leaf to her grandmother, the village's wise elder. Her grandmother's eyes widened in recognition, and she pulled Maya close, her voice a soft murmur. "This is a whispering leaf," she explained. "It holds the wisdom of the forest and can guide those who listen with their hearts." Maya was fascinated. She spent her days learning to understand the leaf's subtle cues, its gentle glow guiding her through the complexities of life. It taught her patience as she waited for its light to respond, and empathy as she learned to feel the emotions it reflected. One evening, as the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, a shadow fell over Willowbrook. A thick fog descended, obscuring the familiar paths and casting an eerie silence over the village. The villagers, usually bustling with laughter and warmth, retreated into their homes, unease settling like a heavy blanket. Maya, however, felt a tug at her heart, a gentle urging from the whispering leaf. She knew that something was amiss, and that the leaf was guiding her towards a mystery that needed unraveling. With Pip by her side, she ventured back into the Whispering Woods, the silver leaf casting a soft glow to light their way. The forest was different in the fog, the trees looming like silent sentinels and the air thick with the scent of damp earth and pine. Yet Maya felt no fear, only a sense of purpose. The leaf's glow brightened, leading her deeper into the woods until she arrived at a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a giant. It was here that Maya noticed something peculiar, a faint, rhythmic pulsing emanating from the base of the tree, as if the very earth beneath it was breathing. Maya approached cautiously, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. As she neared the oak, she saw a small, hidden door nestled within its roots, almost invisible under the thick carpet of moss. The pulsing seemed to grow stronger, resonating in time with her own heartbeat. With a deep breath, Maya reached out and touched the door, the whispering leaf glowing with encouragement. The door swung open silently, revealing a staircase spiraling down into the heart of the earth. Maya hesitated for a moment, feeling Pip's reassuring presence beside her, before descending into the depths below. The staircase led to a hidden cavern, its walls adorned with shimmering crystals that bathed the chamber in a soft, ethereal light. In the center of the cavern lay a pool of clear, still water, reflecting the myriad colors of the crystals above. The air was warm and fragrant, filled with the scent of wildflowers and honey. As Maya stepped closer to the pool, she saw her reflection, but it was not her reflection alone. In the water, she saw images of the villagers, each one captured in a moment of joy, kindness, or courage. She realized that the pool was a mirror of their best selves, a testament to the goodness that lived within each of them. The whispering leaf pulsed gently in her hand, and Maya understood that the pool was a source of magic for Willowbrook, a wellspring of the love and light that bound the village together. But the fog had disrupted its harmony, casting a shadow over the village. Determined to restore the balance, Maya turned to the whispering leaf for guidance. It glowed with a brilliant light, illuminating the cavern and filling Maya with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew what she had to do. Kneeling beside the pool, Maya dipped the whispering leaf into the water, watching as the silver shimmer spread across the surface. The pool seemed to come alive, ripples of light dancing across its surface, and the air filled with a gentle hum that resonated deep within Maya's soul. Slowly, the fog that had enveloped Willowbrook began to dissipate, the heavy silence lifting as the village was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The villagers emerged from their homes, their laughter and chatter returning as the shadow that had clouded their hearts vanished. Maya, her heart filled with joy, returned to the village with Pip, the whispering leaf still glowing softly in her hand. The villagers gathered around her, their eyes wide with wonder and gratitude. Her grandmother embraced her, whispering words of pride and love. From that day on, the whispering leaf became a cherished symbol of hope and harmony in Willowbrook. Maya learned that the true magic lay not in the leaf itself, but in the love and kindness it inspired. She and Pip continued their adventures, exploring the world with open hearts and curious minds. And so, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its people united by the magic of the whispering leaf and the wisdom it imparted. Maya grew into a wise and compassionate leader, her heart forever guided by the lessons she had learned on her journey. As the years passed, the story of the whispering leaf became a cherished tale, passed down through generations as a reminder of the power of friendship, courage, and love. And though the leaf eventually faded, its legacy lived on in the hearts of the villagers, a beacon of light that would never dim. In the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, where the trees still whispered their ancient secrets, Maya and Pip found their place, forever part of the magic that made Willowbrook a haven of peace and happiness. And in the quiet moments, when the moon cast its silver glow upon the village, the whisper of a leaf could still be heard, a gentle reminder that magic was all around, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen with their hearts. Story 58. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the distant call of a nightingale, lived a gentle young woman named Mira. Her auburn hair danced with the breeze as she walked through fields ablaze with color. Mira had always been curious about her family's past, for her grandmother often spoke of a time when their ancestors were keepers of an ancient tradition. The tales were like lullabies, filling Mira's dreams with images of glowing lanterns and whispering trees, a connection to a time before the world had become more complex and hurried. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, and the seasons moved like a gentle waltz. In the spring, The meadows would shimmer with daisies and buttercups, while summer brought the soft rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of the river, echoing like a lullaby through the nights. Autumn painted the hills in hues of amber and gold, and winter wrapped the world in a silvery hush, snowflakes falling like whispered secrets from the sky. It was in this serene setting that Mira embarked on a journey to uncover the legacy her grandmother had spoken of, a journey that would require courage and an open heart. One crisp morning, as the dawn light crept through her window like a warm embrace, Mira found herself drawn to the attic of her family's old cottage. Dust motes floated in the beams of sunlight as she climbed the creaky stairs, each step echoing with the whispers of yesteryears. The air was laced with a scent of aged wood and forgotten memories. In the far corner of the attic, beneath a faded tapestry woven with mysterious symbols, she discovered a wooden chest adorned with intricate carvings of vines and stars, each detail telling a story of its own. With a heart full of anticipation and a hint of trepidation, Mira opened the chest. Inside, she found an assortment of artifacts, a delicate silver locket, a bundle of yellowed letters tied with a ribbon, and a small, intricately carved lantern. As she held the lantern up to the light, it seemed to shimmer with a life of its own. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her mind, speaking of a time when these lanterns were used to guide the villagers during the Festival of Light, a celebration of unity and hope, where stories of old came alive in the flickering glow. Determined to learn more, Mira took the lantern and letters to her grandmother, who was sitting by the fireplace, her knitting needles clicking softly. The fire crackled and popped, casting a warm glow that danced across the room, painting shadows on the walls like a living tapestry. "Ah, the lantern," her grandmother said with a smile that was both wistful and proud. Her eyes, still bright with the vitality of youth, held the wisdom of ages. "It was once used by our family to light the way during the festival. Each year, the elders would tell stories of our ancestors, who believed that the lantern's light could reveal hidden truths and guide us through the darkness." Mira listened intently as her grandmother shared tales of courage and wisdom, of ancestors who had faced great challenges, but always found strength in the bonds of community and the light that guided them. As the stories unfolded, Mira felt a deep sense of connection to her past, as if the lantern's glow had reached back through time to touch her heart. She realized that the light was not just a beacon in the night, but a symbol of resilience and unity. To further understand the depth of her heritage, Mira embarked on a quest to explore the village archives, hidden away in the old library. The building itself was a relic, with creaking floors and towering shelves that smelled of ink and history. There, she found dusty tomes and scrolls, documenting the village's history and the pivotal role her ancestors played. The librarian, an elderly man with spectacles balanced precariously on the tip of his nose, shared stories of Mira's great-grandmother, a formidable woman known for her wisdom and kindness, who had once led the village through a time of hardship with the lantern as her guide. One day, Mira ventured into the woods, following a trail her grandmother had once described. The path was lined with ancient oaks whose branches arched overhead, creating a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. Each step felt like a journey deeper into the past. Mira found a secluded clearing where a circle of stones lay undisturbed, a place where her ancestors gathered to honor the changing seasons and seek guidance from the stars. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and as she stood there, she felt the presence of those who had walked before her. It was as if the stones themselves whispered secrets of the ages. Inspired by the stories and the artifacts, Mira decided to revive the Festival of Light. She gathered the villagers, who were eager to rediscover the tradition. Together, they set about preparing for the celebration. The village was soon adorned with colorful streamers, and lanterns were hung from every tree, their gentle light flickering like stars against the twilight sky. The preparation was a communal effort, a testament to the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished. On the night of the festival, the village square was alive with laughter and music. The scent of spiced cider and freshly baked bread filled the air, mingling with the cool, crisp breeze that rustled through the leaves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Mira stood at the heart of the gathering, the ancient lantern in her hands. Her heart raced with a mixture of excitement and reverence. With a deep breath, she lit the lantern, and its warm glow spread across the square, illuminating the faces of her friends and family. The villagers gathered closer, their eyes reflecting the gentle light. Mira spoke of the stories her grandmother had shared, and as she did, she felt a profound sense of belonging, as if she had found her place in the tapestry of her family's history. Her voice carried the weight of generations, each word a thread in the fabric of time. As the evening wore on, Mira found herself reflecting on the emotional journey she had undertaken. The stories of her ancestors had not only connected her to her past, but had also illuminated her own path forward. She realized that the true legacy of her ancestors was not just in the artifacts or the tales, but in the spirit of community and the light of understanding that connected them all. The lantern, once a symbol of their past, had become a beacon of their future, a reminder that, through unity and wisdom, they could overcome any challenge. As the night drew to a close, Mira stood beneath the starlit sky, her heart filled with peace and gratitude. The lessons of the past had illuminated her present, and she knew she would carry them with her always, like the gentle glow of the lantern lighting her path. The festival had not only rekindled an ancient tradition, but had also forged new bonds among the villagers, ensuring the legacy of light would continue for generations to come. In the weeks following the festival, Mira began to notice subtle changes within herself. She had always been gentle and kind, but now there was a quiet strength within her, a newfound confidence that flowed from embracing her heritage. Her dreams were no longer filled merely with images of the past, but also with visions of the future, of children playing in the fields, of lanterns lighting the way for generations yet unborn. She could see herself passing down the stories and the lantern to her own children, continuing the legacy of light. The village, too, felt the impact of the festival. The bonds between the villagers had strengthened, and there was a renewed sense of purpose and community. People spoke more openly about their hopes and dreams, and the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished seemed to infuse every aspect of village life. The Festival of Light became an annual tradition once more, a beacon of unity and hope in an ever-changing world. And so, in that quiet village, surrounded by the beauty of nature and the warmth of friendship, Mira found not only her heritage, but also her home, a place where the ancient legacy of light would continue to shine, guiding generations to come. The whispers of the woods and the echoes of the hills sang with the promise of tomorrow, echoing the eternal dance of light and hope. The village, with its timeless charm and enduring spirit, stood as a testament to the power of stories and the light they could bring to even the darkest corners of the world. As Mira continued to explore her newfound sense of purpose, she decided to delve deeper into the stories that had shaped her lineage. She began visiting the elderly villagers, many of whom held memories of past festivals and the tales their ancestors had passed down. Each visit was like opening a new chapter, revealing layers of history and wisdom that had been woven into the fabric of the village. One afternoon, Mira visited old Alara, a woman whose eyes sparkled with the mischief of a child despite her years. Alara's cottage was a treasure trove of artifacts, from faded photographs to hand-woven tapestries. As Mira sat by the hearth, Alara recounted a legend not written in any book, a tale of a hidden grove, a sacred place where the first lantern was lit by the village's founding matriarch, guided by a celestial deer whose antlers glowed with the light of the stars. Intrigued, Mira felt a pull towards this mystical grove. With Alara's directions and a heart brimming with curiosity, she set out to find it. The path was treacherous, winding through dense thickets and over moss-covered stones, but Mira pressed on. Her journey led her to a hidden clearing where moonlight filtered through the trees, casting an ethereal glow on a circle of ancient stones. In that moment, Mira felt the presence of the celestial deer, not as a physical being, but as a spirit that embodied the light and wisdom of her ancestors. Standing in the grove, Mira made a silent vow to honor the legacy of those who had come before her. She gathered a few smooth stones and arranged them in a small cairn, a humble monument to the enduring light that had guided her footsteps. As she turned to leave, she felt a warmth in her chest, a reassurance that the past, present, and future were all connected by an unbreakable thread of light and love. With each step back to the village, Mira carried a renewed sense of purpose, knowing that the stories and traditions of her ancestors were not just echoes of the past, but living legacies that illuminated the path forward. The village, with its quiet resilience and enduring spirit, would continue to thrive, its heart beating in time with the gentle glow of the lanterns, a testament to the power of unity and hope in a world that was constantly changing. Story 59. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the Enchanted Grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. Story 60. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. In this village, ivy-clad cottages stood under the watchful embrace of towering oak trees, their branches whispering ancient secrets to the winds. Among these cottages, at the end of a winding cobblestone path, was the home of a young woman named Eleanor. Eleanor had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the routines that shaped her days. She knew every stone in the path she walked, every note of the birdsong that greeted her at dawn. Yet, as the seasons began to shift from the vibrant energy of summer to the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor felt a growing unease, a restlessness she could not quite name. The familiar patterns of her life seemed to stifle rather than soothe, and she found herself yearning for something just beyond her reach. One crisp morning, as the first golden leaves tumbled from the trees like coins from a treasure chest, Eleanor set out for a walk in the nearby forest, seeking solace in the rustling leaves and soft earth. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight that made her heart pause. A small, glistening pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. Drawn to its tranquil beauty, Eleanor knelt at the water's edge. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface, and from its depths emerged a curious creature. It was a small, luminous fish with scales that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows. The fish spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in Eleanor's mind. "Greetings, Eleanor," the fish said with a gentle nod. "I am the Keeper of Waters. You have come seeking change, have you not?" Eleanor blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. "I suppose I have," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, "but I do not know what it is that I seek." The Keeper of Waters glided closer, its eyes wise and knowing. "Change is a river, ever flowing, ever changing," it said. "It can be daunting, yet it is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will discover your true self." As these words settled in her heart, the pond began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. Eleanor felt a gentle warmth spread through her, and when she looked around, she found herself no longer alone. The forest had transformed, and standing beside her were creatures of the wood, the spirited fox, the wise owl, and the playful squirrel, all friends she had known since her childhood. Each creature spoke in turn, their voices weaving a tapestry of encouragement and support. The fox, with eyes like amber, spoke of courage and the joy of exploration. The owl, perched with grace, shared wisdom and the importance of patience. The squirrel chattered about the delight found in small wonders and the magic of discovery. With each word, Eleanor felt a growing sense of peace and possibility. She saw her life not as a series of fixed patterns, but as a journey filled with endless potential. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to new adventures and self-discovery. In gratitude, Eleanor thanked the Keeper of Waters and her woodland friends. As she rose to leave, the pond's light faded, and the forest returned to its familiar form. Yet within Eleanor's heart, a transformation had begun, a spark of courage and curiosity that would guide her forward. Returning to Willowbrook, Eleanor found that the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive. She welcomed the changing seasons, each day an opportunity to learn and grow. She embraced new experiences, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in her newfound resilience. And so, in the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the Keeper of Waters, she learned that life, like the shimmering pond, was a mirror reflecting the endless possibilities within her. In time, Eleanor became a beacon of inspiration for others in Willowbrook, her story a reminder that change, though challenging, can lead to the most wondrous discoveries. And as the stars twinkled above the village each night, the gentle hum of the forest sang a lullaby of hope and transformation, a song that carried the promise of new beginnings for all who dared to dream. 61. Story 62. Story 63. In the dim, purple-hued light of a distant galaxy, where stars twinkled like cherished secrets, lay the planet Etheria. Its skies were a tapestry of swirling nebulae, painting the heavens in shades of lavender and gold. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust lilies, and gentle breezes whispered through the crystalline forests, singing lullabies to those who listened closely. On this enchanting world lived a gentle being named Leora, whose translucent wings shimmered with the colors of dawn. Leora belonged to the Etherians, a species known for their deep empathy and melodic voices that could calm even the fiercest of storms. She spent her days tending to the celestial gardens, her heart in tune with the rhythm of the universe. Far across the cosmos, on the arid planet of Terrak, dwelled a sturdy and pragmatic creature named Kor. The Terrakians were a resilient people, with skin like polished stones and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ancient sands. Kor was a skilled engineer, adept at crafting machines that hummed with life, bringing water and sustenance to his harsh world. Fate, in its whimsical way, drew these two unlikely souls together. It began with a distress signal, faint and crackling with static, sent from Kor's starship as it faltered above the atmosphere of Etheria. Leora, ever attuned to the needs of others, heard the distant call as though it were a note in her heart's own song. Without hesitation, she soared into the sky, her wings catching the wind like an artist's brush capturing light. When Kor awoke, he found himself in a glade bathed in twilight, surrounded by the soft glow of luminescent flora. Leora was there, her presence as serene as a lullaby, tending to the small wounds he had sustained. Despite her gentle demeanor, Kor felt an unfamiliar tension in his chest. The Terrakian customs were steeped in practicality and stoicism, and he was uncertain how to interpret the warmth emanating from his rescuer. "Thank you," Kor rumbled, his voice like distant thunder, as he sat up slowly. "I owe you my life." Leora smiled, a gesture that seemed to illuminate the entire glade. "No debt, only friendship," she replied, her voice as soft as the breeze that carried stardust. Her words, though foreign to Kor, resonated deep within him, like the echo of a forgotten melody. Their initial days together were marked by gentle misunderstandings. Leora's world was one of harmony and intuition, while Kor's was governed by logic and precision. Yet as they navigated these differences, each found unexpected beauty in the other's perspective. Leora learned to appreciate the elegant simplicity of engineered creations, while Kor discovered the profound wisdom in the natural symphony of Etheria. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The starship, still nestled among the celestial gardens, needed extensive repairs if Kor were to return home. Together, they labored under the starlit sky, Leora's delicate fingers weaving circuits like strands of silk, while Kor's sturdy hands crafted components with unwavering skill. Each night they would sit by a small fire, the crackling flames whispering tales of their worlds, as they shared meals of sweet nebula fruits and hearty Terrakian grains. It was during one of these quiet evenings, as the fire painted their faces in warm hues, that Kor spoke of the droughts plaguing Terrak. "Our water supplies are dwindling," he confessed, his voice heavy with concern. "We need new technologies to sustain life." Leora gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting the glow of distant stars. "Perhaps there is a way to blend our world's wisdom," she suggested softly. "Your technology, my connection with nature. Together, we can create something new." The idea took root, growing as they continued their work. They designed a device that harnessed the moisture from Etheria's atmosphere, refining it using the engineering principles of Terrak. As they tested their creation, the first droplets of pure water trickled into a waiting vessel, shimmering like liquid diamonds. In that moment, both understood the true magic of their friendship, the merging of hearts and minds, transcending the boundaries of their worlds. They realized that differences were not barriers but bridges, leading to discoveries neither could have achieved alone. With the starship finally repaired, Kor prepared to return to Terrak, his heart torn between the desire to stay and the duty to his people. Leora, sensing his inner conflict, placed a hand over his, her touch a gentle promise. "This is not farewell, but a new beginning," she assured him. "Our friendship is a journey that will continue to unfold, no matter the distance." As Kor ascended into the cosmos, Leora's wings shimmered in farewell, a beacon of light guiding him home. The starship's engines hummed with the melody of their shared dreams, carrying with it the promise of renewal for Terrak. Back on his home planet, Kor implemented the new technology, transforming the arid landscapes into thriving oases. The Terrakians marveled at the change, their gratitude a song that echoed across the sands. Meanwhile, on Etheria, Leora continued to nurture the celestial gardens, her spirit enriched by the lessons of friendship and unity. The stars above twinkled in approval, their light a gentle reminder of the bond that now spanned galaxies. And so, under the vast, watchful sky, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. Their hearts, once separate as the stars themselves, now beat in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and love in a universe filled with endless possibility. Story 64. In the heart of an ancient forest where the whispering pines reached toward a sky as vast as dreams, there existed a world often hidden from human eyes. A world where the air was rich with the scent of pine needles and the gentle rustle of leaves played a soothing melody. Sunlight, filtered through a canopy so dense it seemed woven from emerald silk, danced upon the forest floor in dapples of gold. This was a place where creatures small and great lived in harmony, their lives woven together like the intricate patterns of a spider's web. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Tiberius, whose shell was mottled with the colors of earth and time. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his gentle nature was known far and wide. One crisp morning, as autumn began to paint the world in hues of amber and crimson, Tiberius made his slow, deliberate journey to the grand oak, a tree so ancient that its roots were said to cradle the very heart of the forest. It was here that the creatures gathered to share news and stories, and where Tiberius would offer his wisdom. The forest was alive with the sounds of preparation for the coming winter. Squirrels chattered energetically as they buried acorns beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, and the air was filled with the soft murmur of wind brushing through branches. A delicate mist hung in the air, wrapping the forest in a gentle embrace. As Tiberius approached the grand oak, he was greeted by a chorus of welcomes. There was Lyra, the clever fox with fur as bright as the morning sun, and a family of rabbits whose ears twitched with curiosity. High above, the birds looked down, their feathers ruffled into fluffy coats against the chill. "Good morning, friends," Tiberius rumbled, his voice deep and warm like the earth itself. "I have come to speak of the changing seasons and the magic they bring." The creatures settled around him, eyes bright with anticipation. Tiberius began to tell them of the magical phenomena that tied the forest to the rhythm of the seasons. He spoke of the gentle snowfall that would soon blanket the earth, insulating it, nurturing it, and how each snowflake was a tiny perfect crystal, a gift from the winter sky. "But," he continued, "we must remember the balance. Just as the earth must rest beneath the snow, so too must we prepare and respect the cycles of nature." Lyra, the fox, nodded thoughtfully. "Tiberius, how do we ensure we live in harmony with these cycles?" Tiberius smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "We listen, dear Lyra. The forest speaks to us if we take the time to hear its whispers. It tells us when to gather, when to conserve, and when to give back." As the morning sun climbed higher, warming the chill from the air, the creatures shared their plans for the upcoming winter. The rabbits had dug snug burrows lined with leaves, and the birds had fluffed their nests high in the trees. In the midst of their preparations, a young deer named Soren approached, his eyes wide with concern. "Tiberius," he said softly, "I've heard of a great storm that might come. What should we do?" The old tortoise regarded the young deer with kindness. "Ah, Soren, storms are a part of the cycle, too. They can be fierce, but they also bring renewal. We must find shelter when they come, and afterward, we will see how the forest renews itself." The creatures spent the day sharing stories and advice, weaving a tapestry of community and support. As twilight descended, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Tiberius spoke once more. "Remember, dear friends, the forest thrives because of the balance we maintain. Our lives are intertwined with the seasons, and it is our duty to protect and cherish this harmony." As the creatures began to disperse, their hearts were lighter, and their minds filled with thoughts of the wisdom shared. They understood their place within the forest's grand design, and felt a renewed sense of belonging to the rhythm of life. That night, as the moon rose high and bathed the forest in its silvery glow, Tiberius found his way to a quiet spot beneath the stars. The air was crisp and clear, and the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the first snowflakes. The old tortoise settled into his shell, his heart full of gratitude for the community that surrounded him, the lessons learned, and the beauty of the world that he called home. And as he drifted into a peaceful slumber, the first gentle flakes began to fall, a soft, magical touch upon the earth, a reminder of the cyclical dance of seasons, whispered through the quiet of the night. And so in the heart of the ancient forest, the lives of its creatures continued, bound together by friendship, wisdom, and the eternal magic of nature's embrace. Story 65. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Leora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Leora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Leora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her. leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. Story 66. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered gems in a velvet sky, the planet of Luminara glistened with ethereal beauty. Its crystalline forests and azure rivers were home to the Luminae, a gentle species known for their bioluminescent skin that glowed in hues of calming blues and greens. Among them was a young Luminae named Ori, whose heart was as bright as her skin. Ori loved to wander the forests at dusk when the world was bathed in twilight, and the symphony of night creatures began their serenade. On one such evening, as the soft breeze carried the scent of blooming starflowers, Ori stumbled upon a curious sight, a small, silver spaceship nestled awkwardly among the towering crystals. Its metallic surface reflected the moonlight, casting a silvery glow over the clearing. Cautiously, Ori approached, her glow intensifying with both curiosity and apprehension. Suddenly, the ship's door hissed open, and out tumbled a being unlike any she had ever seen. He was short and stout, with a shell-like exterior that shimmered with a spectrum of colors under the moonlight. His large eyes blinked in surprise as he noticed Ori, and he raised a hand, a universal gesture of peace. "Greetings," he said, his voice resonating like the gentle hum of wind chimes. "I am Kor from the planet Terracor. My ship has malfunctioned, and I seem to be stranded." Ori, her heart filled with compassion, nodded and responded, "Welcome to Luminara, Kor. I am Ori. Please, let me help you." Despite their initial awkwardness, a bond began to form between them. Ori led Kor through the forest, explaining the wonders of her world, while Kor shared tales of his home, a planet where dense jungles intertwined with vast oceans. They talked late into the night, their voices blending with the whispers of the forest. Yet, their friendship was not without its challenges. One day, as they explored the crystal caverns, Kor accidentally toppled a delicate formation, causing a cascade of shimmering shards. Ori's glow dimmed with dismay, and a silence fell between them. "I am sorry," Kor said, his voice tinged with regret. "On Terracor, such formations are durable. I did not realize." Ori, though initially upset, saw the genuine sorrow in Kor's eyes. She realized that understanding and forgiveness were far more precious than any crystal. "It's all right, Kor," she said softly. "We all make mistakes. Let's fix it together." With patience and teamwork, they began to gather the fallen shards, piecing them back into a semblance of their former beauty. As they worked, they laughed and shared stories, their bond growing stronger with each shard they placed. One evening, a fierce storm swept across Luminara, its winds howling through the trees. The rain fell in torrents, turning the forest paths into rivers. Ori and Kor took shelter in a small cave, their hearts pounding with the storm's fury. In the dim light of the cave, Ori's glow cast a gentle radiance, and Kor's shell shimmered with a calming iridescence. As they huddled together, Ori noticed Kor shivering. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around him, sharing her warmth. "Thank you, Ori. Cor whispered, his voice steadying with comfort. Your kindness is a beacon in this storm. You've been a wonderful friend, Cor, Ori replied, her voice a soft lullaby amidst the tempest. Together, we can weather any storm. As the storm raged outside, they shared stories of courage and resilience, finding solace in each other's company. In that moment, they understood that true friendship was not just about sharing the good times, but also standing by each other through the challenges. When the storm finally passed, the world outside was transformed. The air was crisp with the scent of rain, and the forest sparkled with droplets like diamonds on emerald leaves. Ori and Cor stepped out into the fresh dawn, their hearts light with renewed camaraderie. Together, they ventured back to the clearing where Cor's spaceship awaited. With Ori's help, Cor had managed to repair the ship, its silver surface gleaming with promise. Yet, as they stood before it, a bittersweet feeling lingered in the air. You'll always have a place in my heart, Cor, Ori said, her glow reflecting the morning light. And you in mine, Cor replied, his shell shimmering with gratitude. Though I must return to Terracor, our friendship will span the stars. With a final, heartfelt embrace, they parted ways, Cor boarding his ship and Ori waving from the ground as the vessel rose gracefully into the sky. The ship's thrusters ignited, leaving a trail of shimmering light that danced across the heavens. As the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky once more, Ori felt a sense of peace. She knew that the bond she shared with Cor was unbreakable, a testament to the power of understanding, forgiveness, and shared adventures. And so, under the starlit canopy of Luminara, Ori continued her twilight wanderings, her heart aglow with the warmth of newfound friendship, a light that would guide her through any darkness, just as she had been a beacon for Cor. Story 67. In a quaint and quiet village nestled between rolling emerald hills and shimmering streams, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her garden, where sunflowers nodded lazily in the breeze and the scent of lavender hung sweetly in the air. Leora had often felt a whispering call from the past, a gentle nudge that tugged at the edges of her consciousness. Her grandmother, a wise woman who seemed to know the secrets of the earth and sky, had once shared stories of their ancestors, guardians of an ancient legacy that had long been forgotten. These tales, softly spoken beside the warmth of the kitchen hearth, painted pictures of wondrous artifacts imbued with magic and meaning. One golden morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the dewdrops on her garden leaves, Leora discovered a curious object half buried in the soil. It was a small, intricately carved box of warm mahogany, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to dance in the light. Her heart skipped with a sense of familiarity, as if the box had been waiting for her all along. With gentle care, she brushed away the earth and opened the box. Inside lay a delicate necklace, its pendant a translucent stone that shimmered like captured starlight. As her fingers traced the cool surface, a warm glow enveloped her, and she felt a connection to something far greater than herself. It was as if the voices of her ancestors whispered through the ages, guiding her toward an understanding that had eluded her until now. Eager to uncover the story behind this enchanting find, Leora sought the wisdom of the village elder, a kind-hearted sage named Tavian, known for his deep knowledge of the old ways. His cottage was a haven of serenity, filled with the comforting aroma of herbs and the soft, flickering light of candles. Tavian listened intently as Leora recounted her discovery, nodding with a knowing smile. "Ah, my dear," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You have found the Heartstone, a symbol of unity and strength passed down through generations. It holds the essence of our heritage and the wisdom of those who came before us." The elders shared tales of their ancestors, a community bound by friendship and harmony, who revered the natural world and lived in balance with its rhythms. The Heartstone, he explained, was a reminder of their values, kindness, courage, and the enduring power of love. As Leora listened, she felt a deep sense of belonging, as if the threads of her life were weaving into a tapestry that spanned across time. The lessons of her ancestors resonated within her, teaching her that true strength lies in the bonds we forge and the love we share. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to her garden, the Heartstone resting warmly against her chest. She began to see her world through different eyes. The vibrant colors of the flowers, the gentle rustle of the leaves, the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. Each moment was a gift, a reflection of the legacy she now carried forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Leora sat beneath the old willow tree, its branches swaying softly in the evening breeze. She felt at peace, embraced by the gentle glow of the heartstone, a beacon of the love and wisdom that flowed through her veins. In that tranquil moment, she understood that the journey of discovery was not just about uncovering the past, but about embracing the present with gratitude and grace. The legacy of her ancestors was alive within her, a guiding light that would illuminate her path and inspire others to seek the beauty in their own stories. And so, with the stars twinkling like distant ancestors watching over her, Leora closed her eyes, her heart full and content. She had found her place in the world, a place of connection, understanding, and endless possibilities. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that the legacy of the Heartstone would continue to glow brightly, a timeless testament to the enduring power of love and unity. Story 68. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of trees weaved a tapestry of emerald and gold, the world whispered in a language older than time. This was the realm of the leaf-shade glade, a hidden sanctuary where the natural and magical worlds danced in harmonious rhythm. Nestled within the underbrush, a small, gentle hedgehog named Brindle began his day. His quills, soft and mossy, blended perfectly with the forest floor, and his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless generations. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the earth, Brindle emerged from his burrow with a curious glint in his eye. The forest was alive with the symphony of morning. The rustling of leaves echoed like a gentle lullaby, while the songs of birds painted the air with melodies both sweet and serene. The scent of damp earth and fresh pine mingled with the crisp, clean aroma of the morning dew, creating a tapestry of fragrances that spoke of life's endless cycle. Brindle's journey this morning was to visit his dear friend, a wise old owl named Eldrin, who lived in the ancient oak known as the Sentinel. Eldrin, with feathers that shimmered like silver moonlight, was the keeper of stories and the guardian of the forest's secrets. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his heart beat in time with the land itself. As Brindle made his way through the forest, he paused to greet the other inhabitants. A family of squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered acorns, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. A pair of rabbits nibbled on clover, their noses twitching inquisitively as they watched Brindle pass by. Each creature played its part in the delicate balance of the glade, and Brindle felt a deep sense of belonging as he continued on his path. The sentinel stood tall and proud, its branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. Eldrin was perched high above, his golden eyes surveying the world with a gaze that seemed to penetrate the very soul of the forest. As Brindle approached, Eldrin hooted softly, a sound that resonated with warmth and welcome. "Good morning, dear Brindle," Eldrin greeted, his voice as smooth as the gentle breeze that rustled the leaves. "What brings you to my perch today?" Brindle settled at the base of the oak, the soft moss cushioning him like a plush pillow. "Good morning, Eldrin. I've come to seek your counsel. The forest feels different today, as if the very air hums with an unfamiliar energy." Eldrin nodded, his eyes thoughtful. "Ah, you sense it too. The balance of our glade is shifting. The seasons are turning, and with them comes a new magic that we must understand." Brindle listened intently, his heart beating in time with the forest's rhythm. "How can we learn to embrace this change, Eldrin?" The wise owl spread his wings, gesturing to the forest around them. "The answer lies in the stories of our ancestors, woven into the land itself. We must walk the path of the elders, learn from their wisdom, and share it with all who call this place home." With Eldrin's words echoing in his heart, Brindle set off on a journey through the glade, guided by the ancient tales whispered by the trees. As he walked, the forest revealed its secrets, each step a chapter in a story older than memory. He traveled to the crystal stream, where the water sang with the voices of those who came before. There a wise old turtle named Myrtle shared the tale of the river's birth, a a story of patience and perseverance that spoke of the power of time. Next, Brindle visited the Meadow of Whispers, where the flowers swayed like a vibrant sea under the gentle caress of the wind. A family of bees, their wings glistening like drops of sunlight, buzzed around him, sharing the story of their dance with the blossoms, a tale of cooperation and the beauty of working as one. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of rose and lavender, Brindle returned to the sentinel. Eldrin awaited him, his presence a beacon of tranquility in the gathering dusk. "Did you find the answers you sought, my friend?" Eldrin inquired, his voice a soft murmur against the backdrop of the settling night. Brindle nodded, his heart full with the stories of the forest. "Yes, Eldrin. The forest teaches us that every change brings new possibilities, and through unity and understanding, we can embrace the magic of every season." Eldrin hooted softly, his eyes glowing with pride. "You have learned well, Brindle. The wisdom of the forest is now part of you, and with it, you will help guide us all into the new dawn." Together they watched as the stars began to twinkle above, each one a reminder of the endless cycle of life and the magic that bound them all. The forest around them settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled in the embrace of the night. And so, in the heart of the leaf-shade glade, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, Brindle and Eldrin found comfort in the harmony of their world, a world where every creature, every leaf, every whisper of the wind played its part in the symphony of life. And in that harmony, they knew that no matter how the seasons turned, the forest would always find its balance, guided by the wisdom of its gentle, kind-hearted guardians. Story 69. Once upon a time, nestled within the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy wove a tapestry of emerald and gold, there was a hidden world known only to those who lived among the rustling leaves and the whispered secrets of the trees. In this enchanted realm, the natural creatures thrived in a delicate dance of harmony and balance, each playing their part in the grand symphony of life. The forest, vibrant and alive, was a place where sunlight trickled through the leaves like liquid gold, dappling the forest floor with patches of warmth and light. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, a heady aroma that spoke of life both old and new. Here, every rustle of a leaf, every chirp of a cricket, and every babbling brook added its note to the soothing melody of nature. Amidst this serene setting, there lived a wise old owl named Orin. Orin's feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes were like pools of amber, deep and knowing. He was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, a role passed down through generations of his lineage. Orin had watched over the forest for many years, guiding its inhabitants with gentle advice and stories of old. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves turned to shades of crimson and gold, a young fox named Finley approached Orin. Finley was a curious creature, with a coat as fiery as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with youthful wonder. He had heard tales of the magical phenomena that graced the forest with the changing of the seasons, and he was eager to learn more. "Wise Orin," Finley began, his voice a soft murmur in the quiet of the evening, "I've heard whispers of the magic that comes with the turning of the seasons. Can you tell me more about it?" Orin, perched upon a sturdy branch of an ancient oak, ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, young Finley," he replied, his voice as smooth as the whispering wind, "the magic of the seasons is a wondrous thing indeed. It is the breath of the forest, the rhythm of life itself." Finley's eyes widened with anticipation, and he settled himself at the foot of the tree, ready to absorb every word. Orin gazed down at the eager fox, a gentle smile in his eyes, and began to weave his tale. "In the spring, when the world awakens from the slumber of winter," Orin said, "the forest is kissed by the gentle rains, and the earth rejoices with new life. Flowers blossom, their petals opening like tiny hands reaching for the sun, and the air is filled with the sweet fragrance of new beginnings." Finley could almost smell the spring blossoms as Orin spoke, and he imagined the vibrant colors painting the forest floor, a tapestry of nature's own making. "And then comes summer," Orin continued, "when the forest basks in the warmth of the sun, and the days stretch long and lazy. The leaves whisper secrets to one another in the gentle breeze, and the rivers sing a song of joy as they dance over smooth stones." The young fox imagined himself playing in the sun-dappled glades, the heat of the sun on his back and the cool caress of the river against his fur. But as the days grow shorter, Orin said, his voice tinged with nostalgia, autumn arrives, painting the forest in hues of fiery splendor. It is a time of gathering, of preparing for the chill of winter. The harvest is bountiful, and the world is a patchwork of gold and scarlet. Finley's mind filled with images of leaves crunching beneath his paws, the crisp air carrying the scent of ripe apples and wood smoke. And finally, winter blankets the forest in a quilt of snow, Orin said softly. The world is hushed, wrapped in a serene stillness. It is a time of rest, of reflection, when the forest dreams of the spring to come. Finley imagined the quiet beauty of winter, the snowflakes dancing in the air like tiny stars, the world wrapped in a soft white embrace. But remember, dear Finley, Orin advised, his gaze meeting the young fox's, with each season comes its own challenges and lessons. It is the balance of nature, a cycle that reminds us of the importance of harmony. Finley nodded, a newfound understanding settling in his heart. He realized that the magic of the seasons was not just in their beauty, but in the way they taught the forest and its inhabitants to live in balance with one another. Thank you, Orin, Finley said, his voice filled with gratitude. I will remember your words. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and lavender, Finley trotted back to his den, his mind alight with the wonders of the forest. He knew that he, too, was a part of this magical world, and he was determined to play his part in maintaining its harmony. In the days that followed, Finley shared Orin's wisdom with his fellow creatures, helping them prepare for the coming winter and reminding them of the beauty and challenges of each season. Together, they worked to sustain the balance of the forest, their lives intertwined in a tapestry of friendship and understanding. And so the ancient forest thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the wisdom passed down through the ages. Under the watchful eyes of Orin and the gentle guidance of creatures like Finley, the forest remained a place of magic and wonder, a sanctuary where nature and its inhabitants lived as one. As the seasons turned, the forest continued to sing its timeless song, a melody of life and light that echoed through the trees, whispering its secrets to those who took the time to listen. And in the heart of this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest found peace, knowing that they were part of something greater, a world where magic and nature danced together in perfect harmony. Story 70? Story 71. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Whispering Hills, lived a young girl named Marin. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars, and her heart brimmed with the spirit of adventure. Marin often wondered what lay beyond the familiar fields and babbling brooks of her home, and it wasn't long before her dreams led her to a journey of discovery. One golden afternoon, when the sun hung low, casting long shadows that danced like gentle phantoms, Marin followed a path less trodden. It led her into a forest known as the Enchanted Glade, where stories of old spoke of wonders untold. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and pine, and the leaves whispered secrets in the language of the wind. As Marin ventured deeper, the forest began to transform. The trees stood tall and wise, their bark etched with ancient runes that glimmered faintly in the dappled sunlight. She marveled at the luminescent flowers that bloomed in impossible colors, like tiny fireworks frozen in time. The ground beneath her feet felt soft and springy, as if the earth itself was cradling her steps. Suddenly, a soft giggle fluttered through the air, and Marin turned to find the source. There, perched upon a low branch, was a creature unlike any she had seen. It was a sprightly wisp, with wings as delicate as cobwebs and eyes that twinkled like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Welcome, traveler," the wisp chimed, its voice as light as a breeze. "I am Zephyr, guardian of this glade." Marin smiled, her heart warming at the friendly greeting. "I'm Marin," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. "I've come to explore the mysteries of this place." Zephyr fluttered closer, its wings leaving a trail of shimmering dust in the air. "You have courage in your heart, Marin," the wisp said, "and the glade welcomes those who seek with an open heart." Together they wandered through the forest, where Marin encountered creatures of whimsy and delight. She met a troop of playful squirrels that juggled acorns with unparalleled skill, and a family of rabbits that wove stories into the patterns of the grass. Each encounter left Marin more enchanted than the last, her heart swelling with joy and wonder. But as twilight began to weave its indigo threads through the sky, a gentle challenge awaited Marin. At the heart of the glade lay a shimmering pool, its surface as smooth as glass. Legends spoke of a hidden island at its center, only revealed to those who truly believed in the magic of the forest. Marin hesitated, gazing at the water that gleamed with the reflection of stars not yet visible. Zephyr hovered beside her, offering a reassuring glow. "Trust in yourself, Marin," the wisp encouraged. "The path will reveal itself to those who walk with courage." Taking a deep breath, Marin stepped forward. With each step, the water embraced her feet, cool and soothing. She walked with unwavering faith, her heart a compass guiding her toward the unknown. And as she believed, the pool began to shimmer and part, revealing a path of moonlit stones leading to the island. Upon reaching the island, Marin found a grove of ancient trees, their branches intertwined like friends in an eternal dance. In the center stood a single tree, its bark silvered with age and wisdom. Marin placed her hand upon it, feeling the pulse of the forest's heartbeat beneath her palm. In that moment, she understood that the true magic of the glade lay not in the wonders she had seen, but in the courage it had inspired within her. As she made her way back to the village, the forest whispered its farewells, promising that its magic would always be there for those who dared to seek it. Marin returned home, her heart forever changed by the beauty and wonder of the enchanted glade. She knew that the courage she had found within herself would guide her through any adventure life might bring. And so, under a sky sprinkled with stars, Marin drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the gentle magic of the forest and the promise of new adventures yet to come. And in her dreams, the glade awaited, always ready to welcome her with open arms and the soft, soothing whispers of the trees. Stories of Two. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was laced with the whisper of leaves and the ground softened by centuries of fallen needles, there lay a glen known only to the creatures of the wood. This place was a mosaic of emerald ferns and moss-covered stones, where beams of sunlight pierced through the canopy like golden threads embroidering the earth. Here the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and the hidden lives of the forest's denizens unfolded in harmony with the turning of the seasons. At the edge of this glen, nestled beneath the protective arms of a towering oak, lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was a tapestry of forest hues, etched with the lines of countless years and stories told by the rustling leaves. Thistle was known among the creatures not only for his gentle nature, but also for his deep understanding of the forest's rhythms, a knowledge passed down through generations of tortoises who had lived in this ancient woodland. One crisp autumn morning, as the air tingled with the promise of change and the scent of earth and fallen leaves, Thistle awoke to the soft patter of rain on his shell. The raindrops were gentle, like a lullaby, and they danced upon the leaves with a soothing rhythm. He emerged slowly from his leafy burrow and took in the scene before him, a world cloaked in mist, where the vibrant colors of autumn leaves shimmered like jewels through the silvery veil. As he ambled towards the glen's center, Thistle noticed a gathering of his friends beneath the wide boughs of the oak. There was Bramble, the clever fox with eyes as bright as amber, Lark, the lively squirrel with a tail as fluffy as a cloud, and Willow, the gentle deer whose grace seemed to blend seamlessly with the forest itself. They were engaged in a lively discussion, their voices mingling with the sound of the rain. "Good morning, Thistle," called Bramble, flicking his bushy tail in greeting. "We've been discussing the changes the forest has seen this past season." "Indeed," added Lark, bounding over with a nut clutched in her tiny paws. "The air feels different, and the trees seem to whisper secrets we can't quite hear." Willow nodded, her large, dark eyes reflecting the soft light. "There is a balance to maintain, and we feel it shifting," she said gently. Thistle listened carefully, his wise old eyes narrowing thoughtfully. He understood that the magical phenomena of the forest were closely tied to the seasons and the weather. Each season brought its own challenges and transformations, and it was crucial to maintain harmony among the creatures and their surroundings. "Let us walk together," Thistle suggested, his voice like the low rumble of distant thunder, "and see what the forest wishes to tell us." The friends set off, moving through the glen with a quiet reverence for the world around them. The ground was a patchwork quilt of damp leaves, their colors vivid against the dark, wet earth. The air was filled with the song of raindrops, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. As they walked, Thistle spoke of the wisdom passed down through his kin. "The forest thrives when all its parts work in harmony," he explained. "The trees share their secrets with the wind, the rain nourishes the earth, and the creatures play their roles in the dance of life." Bramble nodded, his ears perked attentively. "But what can we do if the balance is disturbed?" he asked, his voice edged with concern. Thistle paused beside a small stream that wound through the underbrush like a silver ribbon. "We must listen," he replied. "The forest has its own language, and it speaks to those who are willing to hear. Each of us, in our own way, contributes to the harmony." As if in response to Thistle's words, the stream gurgled softly, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. Lark flitted to a branch above, peering down at the reflection of their faces in the water. "The forest is alive," she said with awe, "and we are a part of its story." Willow stepped closer, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth. "Perhaps the change we feel is a part of its growth," she mused, "a new chapter in its ancient tale." Together they continued their journey, the rain easing into a fine mist that hung in the air like a delicate veil. The forest was a tapestry of sound and color, each element interwoven with the next in a seamless dance of life. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the seasons, of the spring's vibrant renewal, the summer's lush abundance, the autumn's vibrant decay, and the winter's quiet dormancy. With each story, the friends felt a deeper connection to the forest and to one another. They learned of the ways in which the trees and the creatures communicated, how the changing seasons brought challenges that required cooperation and understanding. As the day waned and the light grew softer, they found themselves back at the oak tree where their journey had begun. The rain had ceased, leaving the forest glistening under the fading light. It was a scene of serene beauty, where every leaf and stone seemed to hum with life. "Thank you, Thistle," Bramble said, his voice warm with gratitude. "Your stories have helped us see the forest in a new light." Thistle smiled, the gentle creases around his eyes deepening. "It is not my wisdom," he said softly, "but the forest's. We are all part of its tale, and it is our duty to listen and learn." As the shadows lengthened and the first stars began to prick the sky, the friends settled beneath the oak, wrapped in the comfort of their shared understanding. The forest around them sighed with contentment, as if it, too, was at peace. In the quiet of the evening, as the world softened into twilight, Thistle and his friends felt the balance restored, a reminder of the gentle power of harmony and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. And as they drifted into a restful slumber, they did so with the knowledge that they were part of something much larger than themselves, a story as old as the forest, ever changing and ever blessed with the magic of life. Story 73. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The Grandfather Oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony." With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. Story 77. Story 78. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Mistywood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Isla rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Isla awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Isla approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Isla pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Isla often visited her dear friend Aiden, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aiden had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aiden said one afternoon. the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow. As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Isla awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. Story 79. Once upon a time in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. "Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry," he mused. "Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood." Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. "It seems to me," he said in his deep, soothing voice, "that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self." The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled, "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, The scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade ginger snap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Perhaps," Flora replied with a wink. "But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself." Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. "And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter," he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. Story 80. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled amidst whispering woods and rolling hills, there was a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like the morning dew on a sunlit meadow. Lila lived in a small cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman known by all as the keeper of old tales and forgotten lore. Every evening after the sun had dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the crackling fireplace, eagerly listening to her grandmother's stories. These tales spoke of enchanted forests, hidden worlds beneath the earth, and magical objects that held the power to transform lives. One chilly autumn night, as the wind howled softly against the windows, Lila's grandmother began a story about a peculiar object known as the Whispering Locket. This locket, her grandmother began, her voice a gentle murmur against the backdrop of the crackling fire, was said to have the power to reveal truths and guide those who listened with an open heart. Intrigued, Lila asked, "Where is this locket now, Grandma?" Her grandmother smiled mysteriously, her eyes twinkling with secrets. Some say it lies hidden deep within the heart of the Whispering Woods, waiting for a worthy soul to discover it. That night, as Lila lay in bed, the story of the Whispering Locket lingered in her thoughts, weaving itself into her dreams. She imagined the locket glowing softly beneath the canopy of ancient trees, whispering secrets of the world to those who dared to listen. With the dawn came a newfound determination. Lila decided that she would embark on a journey to find the Whispering Locket. She felt a curious pull towards the woods, as if the very trees were calling her name with the rustle of their leaves. The next morning, with a knapsack filled with bread, cheese, and a canteen of fresh spring water, Lila set off towards the Whispering Woods. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. Birds chirped a cheerful melody, and squirrels scurried across the forest floor, pausing curiously to watch Lila as she passed. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the light grew dimmer, filtered through the thick canopy of leaves overhead. The air was cooler here, carrying the faint scent of moss and damp earth. Lila felt a tingling sense of excitement mixed with trepidation, for she knew she was entering a place where magic lingered in every shadow. Hours passed as Lila wandered deeper into the woods, guided by intuition and the occasional whisper of the wind. She paused to rest beside a gentle brook that babbled over smooth stones, its water clear as crystal. Here, she met a peculiar friend, a small, golden fox with eyes as bright as amber. The fox approached Lila with a cautious curiosity, its bushy tail flicking playfully. Lila extended her hand, and to her delight, the fox nuzzled its nose against her fingers. "Hello there," Lila said softly. "Are you a guardian of these woods?" The fox tilted its head, as if considering her words, then darted off a few paces, pausing to look back at her with an inviting gaze. It seemed to beckon Lila to follow, and with a sense of wonder, she did. They journeyed together through the forest, the fox leading Lila through hidden trails and secret glades. Along the way, Lila marveled at the beauty around her, the delicate ferns that unfurled in the shade, the vibrant mushrooms that dotted the forest floor, and the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the woodland, the fox led Lila to a clearing bathed in the golden light of dusk. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky like the arms of a wise old sage. Nestled among the roots of this grand tree was a small moss-covered stone altar. Upon it rested a locket, its silver surface glinting in the fading light. Lila's heart leaped with recognition. This was the Whispering Locket from her grandmother's tales. With a sense of reverence, Lila approached the altar. The locket seemed to hum softly, resonating with a melody that only her heart could hear. She reached out and gently lifted the locket from its resting place, feeling its cool weight in her palm. As she held the locket, a soft voice echoed in her mind, warm and wise. "What truth do you seek, dear child?" Lila closed her eyes, allowing the calm of the moment to wash over her. She thought of her grandmother, of the stories and wisdom she'd shared. She thought of her own place in the world, and the courage it took to seek the unknown. "I seek to understand my path," Lila whispered, her voice blending with the gentle rustle of leaves. The locket pulsed gently, and Lila felt a warmth spread through her, as if the very essence of the woods embraced her. Images danced before her mind's eye, her grandmother's loving smile, the friends she had yet to meet, and the adventures that awaited her beyond the horizon. In that moment, Lila understood that the journey she had embarked upon was not just about finding the locket, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within herself. The locket had guided her, but it was her own heart that had shown her the way. With newfound clarity, Lila opened her eyes and looked at the fox, who watched her with knowing eyes. She smiled, and the fox seemed to nod in approval, its tail flicking contentedly. As the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Lila returned the locket to the altar, feeling a sense of gratitude and peace. The fox led her back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. The journey home was filled with a quiet joy, the forest around her alive with the magic of the night. When Lila finally emerged from the woods, the village was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Her grandmother was waiting by the garden gate, her eyes full of pride and love. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, embracing Lila warmly. "I did, Grandma," Lila replied, her voice filled with the wisdom of her journey. "I found the whispering locket, but more importantly, I found myself." Her grandmother smiled, her heart full of understanding. Together, they walked back to their cozy cottage, where the fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting a warm glow across the room. As Lila lay in bed that night, she felt a deep sense of contentment. The forest had whispered its secrets, and she had listened with an open heart. Her dreams were filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight, a reminder that magic was everywhere, waiting to be discovered. And so, Lila's story became one of many, passed down through generations as a tale of courage, friendship, and the timeless journey of self-discovery. In the quiet village by the Whispering Woods, the legend of the Whispering Locket lived on, inspiring those who dared to seek their own truths. As the night deepened, the village lay in peaceful slumber, the stars watching over all with their gentle light. And in the heart of the woods, the ancient oak stood sentinel, its branches whispering secrets to the wind, a reminder that the world was full of wonder for those who listened with their hearts. Story 81. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on velvet, there existed a small, uncharted planet known to the galaxy as Lumina. It was a place where the sky blushed in hues of lavender and gold, and the air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming star lilies. Here, amidst floating isles of verdant green and serene lakes reflecting the galaxy's glow, a peculiar meeting was about to unfold. Aboard a starship crafted from the crystalline sands of her home planet, the young explorer Lyra soared through the galaxy with a heart full of curiosity. Lyra was a being from the planet Celestara, where the inhabitants were known for their luminous skin and their gentle, empathetic nature. Her mission was to map the uncharted territories of the universe, but more than anything, she longed to understand the diverse forms of life that inhabited it. Meanwhile, in the opposite corner of the galaxy, a creature named Thax was on his own journey. Thax hailed from the planet Terragru, a world of rugged terrains and constant storms. His species, the Gruels, were known for their resilience and strength, with skin like roughened stone and eyes that glowed like embers. Thax was tasked with discovering new sources of energy to sustain his storm-battered home. Fate, with its gentle hands, guided these two onto Lumina's surface on the very same day. Lyra, captivated by the planet's floating gardens, descended gracefully upon a patch of shimmering moss. Not far from her, Thax's sturdy craft landed with a gentle thud, its impact echoing softly through the air. Curiosity led Lyra to venture beyond her landing site, her delicate footsteps barely disturbing the ground beneath her. Thax, too, set out, his heavy gait a rhythmic counterpoint to the silence of the landscape. It wasn't long before their paths crossed, each taking in the sight of the other with a mix of wonder and uncertainty. Lyra's heart leapt at the sight of the unfamiliar creature. She had never seen a being so rugged, so grounded to the earth. Thax, in turn, was struck by Lyra's ethereal glow, her presence a soft light in the twilight of Lumina. "Hello," Lyra said, her voice a gentle melody carried by the breeze. "I am Lyra from Celestara. What brings you to this beautiful world?" Thax hesitated, his voice a deep rumble. "I am Thax from Terragru. I seek energy for my people. And you, what is your purpose here?" Lyra smiled, her eyes sparkling like the stars above. "I am an explorer, eager to learn and share stories of the worlds I visit." Their initial conversation was tentative, as each struggled to understand the other's intentions. Misunderstandings arose, as Thax's straightforward manner sometimes clashed with Lyra's more nuanced expressions. But beneath the surface of their differences, a seed of friendship began to take root. Days turned into weeks as they explored Lumina together. They encountered many wonders: a lake whose waters sang a melody as it rippled, trees that whispered ancient secrets in the wind, and creatures that danced in beams of starlight. Through each adventure, they learned more about one another. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of an impending cosmic storm, they took shelter in a cavern adorned with crystals that glowed softly in the dim light. It was here, in the safety of the cavern, that they shared stories of their worlds. Lyra spoke of Celestara, of its tranquil meadows and the gentle harmony of its people. She spoke of her longing to bring understanding and peace to every corner of the galaxy. Thax listened intently, his heart warming to her vision. In turn, Thax shared tales of Terragru, of the mighty storms that shaped their lands and the strength his people drew from the earth. He spoke of their resilience and the hope that one day they would find a way to calm the tempests that ravaged their home. Lyra listened, her empathy bridging the gap between their worlds. As they shared, the storm outside raged on, its winds howling like a distant symphony, yet within the cavern, a calm warmth enveloped them. The misunderstandings that had once stood between them began to dissolve, replaced by a mutual respect and growing friendship. Their journey was not without challenges. There were moments when Lyra's gentle approach seemed ill-suited to the rugged terrain, and times when Thax's strength alone could not solve a problem. But each time, they found a way to support one another. Lyra's wisdom often provided solutions when brute force failed, and Thax's unwavering determination bolstered their spirits when they faltered. One day, they stumbled upon a mysterious grove bathed in a soft, otherworldly light. In the center was a pool that shimmered with an energy unlike anything they had seen. It was the energy Thax had been seeking, and Lyra marveled at its beauty, sensing its potential to heal and nurture. As they approached, the energy responded to their presence, swirling around them like a gentle embrace. It was then that they realized their bond, forged through trials and understanding, had unlocked something profound. The energy was a gift, born from their friendship and trust. Together, they devised a way to harness it, creating a conduit that would allow Thax to transport this precious resource back to Terragru. It was a moment of triumph, a testament to their journey and the power of unity. As their time on Lumina drew to a close, they stood side by side on a hill overlooking the planet's breathtaking expanse. The lavender sky above was a canvas painted with the first stars of evening, and the air was filled with the soft rustle of leaves. "Thank you, Lyra," Thax said, his voice filled with gratitude, "for showing me that strength is not just in the body, but in the heart." Lyra smiled, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "And thank you, Thax, for teaching me that resilience and hope can weather any storm." With hearts full and paths intertwined, they bid farewell to Lumina, knowing their friendship would span the galaxies. As they departed, the planet seemed to glow a little brighter, a beacon of the bond they had forged. And so, amidst the vastness of the cosmos, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. It was a bond that transcended stars and worlds, a gentle reminder that, in the end, it is our connections that light the way through the universe. Story 82. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were two distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdantia, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Lyra, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Farum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient Ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence, a rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Lyra, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Farum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Lyra spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Lyra shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Farum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Lyra began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Lyra and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the Bridge of Light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Lyra and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the skies and streams danced over smooth stones, lay a world hidden from the hurried eyes of humankind. Here, in the gentle embrace of nature, the creatures of the forest lived in harmonious balance, guided by the rhythms of the earth and the wisdom passed down through countless generations. The forest was alive with the gentle symphony of life. The air was rich with the scent of pine needles and moss, while the ground was cushioned by soft layers of fallen leaves that crunched lightly underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and lending a golden glow to the world beneath. It was spring, the season of renewal, when the earth awakened from its winter slumber. The forest creatures were busy with the tasks of the season. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a melodious tapestry through the air. Squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered nuts, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. And in the sheltered glades, the deer moved gracefully, their eyes soft and watchful. Among these creatures lived an old, wise tortoise named Elder Mossback. His shell was a tapestry of lichen and moss, and his eyes held the depth of centuries. Elder Mossback was known far and wide for his stories, which he shared beneath the ancient oak that stood at the heart of the forest. Creatures of all kinds would gather there, drawn by his gentle voice and the warmth of his tales. One particular spring morning, as the mist lifted from the forest floor and the first rays of sun kissed the dew-laden leaves, Elder Mossback began to speak. The animals gathered around, their eyes wide with anticipation. Once, in a time long forgotten, the forest was threatened by a great imbalance. He began, his voice a soothing rumble that seemed to resonate with the very earth itself. The seasons had forgotten their dance, and winter lingered too long, casting a chill over the land. A shiver ran through the assembled creatures, for they knew the importance of the seasons' dance, each one flowing into the next, bringing with it the changes that nurtured life. In those days, continued Elder Mossback, there lived a young fox named Fern. She was clever and kind-hearted, with a coat as red as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the stars. Fern had always been a curious soul, eager to learn the secrets of the forest and her inhabitants. The animals leaned in closer, captivated by the tale of Fern, who was known to them as a figure of legend. Fern was troubled by the endless winter, Elder Mossback said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. She saw the hardship it brought to her friends, the struggle for food and warmth. Determined to help, she sought the wisdom of the ancient beings who dwelled in the forest's hidden places. The forest seemed to hold its breath as Elder Mossback spoke of Fern's journey. She traveled to the heart of the forest, where the trees grew so tall and thick that they whispered only to the sky. There, in a grove untouched by time, lived the seasons' circle, ancient spirits who watched over the world. As Fern approached, the spirits appeared before her, he said, describing their forms, spirits of mist and shadow, of light and wind, each one embodying the essence of a season. Fern bowed her head respectfully, her heart full of hope and courage. The spirits listened as Fern spoke of the forest's plight, her voice steady and sincere. Winter, represented by a figure draped in frost and snow, stepped forward. "We did not realize our dance had faltered," Winter said, his voice like the soft crunch of snow underfoot. "We have become lost in our own rhythms." Fern, with her gentle wisdom, proposed a solution. "Perhaps," she suggested, "if you each share your gifts with us, the forest can remind you of your dance." The spirits considered her words, and slowly they nodded in agreement. Thus, a pact was made. Spring brought forth a rain of blossoms, new life unfurling in vibrant hues. Summer followed with warm breezes and sunlight that kissed the earth. Autumn painted the world in gold and crimson, while winter, now mindful of his place, brought the gentle hush of snow. Through Fern's courage and kindness, Elder Mossback concluded, the seasons found their balance once more, and the forest thrived in harmony. The creatures around Elder Mossback nodded, their hearts warmed by the tale. They understood the lesson woven into the story, the importance of balance, of listening and understanding, and the power of a single kind heart to make a difference. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft twilight over the forest, the animals slowly dispersed, each carrying a piece of the story with them. Elder Mossback watched them go, a gentle smile on his ancient face. In the heart of the forest, beneath the watchful eyes of the stars, life continued its timeless dance, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. And so, the forest remained a sanctuary of harmony and peace, where the whispers of old stories lingered like a gentle breeze, reminding all who listened of the beauty of balance and the magic of the natural world. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. In a lush and verdant valley kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, nestled amongst rolling hills and whispering streams, lay the village of Bramblebrook. It was a place untouched by the rush of the outside world, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and lavender. The cobblestone paths wound gracefully between quaint, thatched-roof cottages, each adorned with vibrant flower boxes overflowing with blooms of every imaginable hue. The heart of Bramblebrook was its market square, a lively yet serene hub where villagers gathered to exchange goods, stories, and laughter. In the center stood a grand old oak tree, its branches stretching wide, offering shade and a sense of timelessness. Beneath this ancient tree sat an equally ancient bench, worn smooth by countless tales told and secrets shared. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of peach and gold, a peculiar event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that the twinkling lights of the fireflies, which usually danced merrily in the dusk, were nowhere to be seen. Instead, a soft, shimmering mist curled through the air, weaving its way like a silken ribbon through the village. The villagers, though curious, were not alarmed, for they were accustomed to the mysterious wonders of their magical world. However, the absence of the fireflies was indeed unusual, and so they turned to their beloved friend and guide, an elderly woman named Anwen, known for her wisdom and gentle spirit. Anwen lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden brimming with herbs and wildflowers. Her presence was as calming as a lullaby, and her eyes twinkled with the knowledge of 1,000 stars. The villagers approached her with their concerns, and she listened intently, nodding as they spoke. "It seems we have a little mystery on our hands," Anwen said with a soft chuckle, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "Fear not, for mysteries are like puzzles, and every puzzle has its pieces." Intrigued, a small group of villagers offered to assist Anwen in uncovering the puzzle's solution. Among them was a young boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky, and a thoughtful girl named Isla, who had a knack for noticing the smallest of details. Together, they formed a merry band, ready to explore the strange happenings. Anwen suggested they begin their exploration at the edge of the village, where the forest of Eldergrove began. Eldergrove was a magical place, home to many wondrous creatures, some known and some yet to be discovered. As the group made their way into the forest, the air filled with the soft sounds of crickets chirping and leaves whispering secrets. Finn and Isla, walking side by side, marveled at the beauty around them. The trees were wrapped in moonlight, their leaves shimmering like silver coins. They caught sight of a family of rabbits peeking curiously from their burrows, and a pair of owls hooting softly from a high branch. "Look," Elis, pointing to the ground where faint, glowing footprints appeared, leading deeper into the forest. Anwen, following their gaze, smiled knowingly. "We are on the right path," she said. "These are the tracks of the glow mice, gentle creatures who often know more than they let on." With renewed determination, they followed the luminous trail, which led them to a clearing bathed in the light of the crescent moon. There, amidst the clover and wild thyme, they found a gathering of glow mice, their small forms aglow with a soft, golden light. The glow mice chattered excitedly at the sight of the villagers, their tiny voices like the tinkling of bells. Anwen knelt down, her gentle presence calming the creatures, and asked them about the missing fireflies. The leader of the glow mice, a wise old creature with whiskers as white as snow, stepped forward. "The fireflies have taken shelter in the Whispering Cavern," he explained, drawn by a strange song that echoes through the night. "A song?" Finn echoed, his eyes wide with wonder. "What kind of song?" "It is a melody both beautiful and enchanting," the glow mouse replied. "But it is not of this world, and it unsettles the fireflies, drawing them away from their dance." The group thanked the glow mice for their help and set off towards the Whispering Cavern, a place known for its echoes and mysterious acoustics. As they approached, the air grew cooler, and the sound of the strange melody reached their ears, a haunting yet lovely tune that seemed to weave its way into their very souls. At the entrance of the cavern, they paused, listening intently. The song was indeed captivating, like the gentle lapping of waves upon a shore, and it seemed to come from deep within the heart of the earth. Anwen, ever wise, suggested they proceed with care. "Let us find the source of this melody," she said, "for it may hold the key to our mystery." With lanterns casting warm pools of light, they ventured into the cavern. The walls glimmered with crystals, capturing the light and reflecting it in a dazzling display. The melody grew stronger, guiding them deeper, until they reached a vast chamber where a small, luminous pool lay at its center. Hovering above the pool was a creature unlike any they had ever seen, a spirit of the water, its form shifting like liquid moonlight. It sang softly, its voice the very essence of tranquility. The spirit noticed the villagers and paused, its song fading into silence. "Welcome, kind travelers," it spoke, its voice echoing softly. "I did not mean to trouble the fireflies. I sang to remember my home, far beyond the stars." Anwen stepped forward, her heart full of compassion. "We understand," she said gently. "Perhaps you might share your song with the world above, where all can hear and join in your melody." The spirit considered her words, its form shimmering with thought. "That would be lovely," it replied at last, "to sing under the open sky, where the moon and stars can hear my song." With the villagers' encouragement, the spirit rose from the pool, its song swelling once more, this time with joy and gratitude. Together, they returned to the village, where the spirit's melody filled the air, a harmonious blend with the night. The fireflies, drawn by the new harmony, returned to their dance, their lights twinkling like stars fallen to earth. The villagers gathered in the market square, their hearts lifted by the beauty of the night. And so the mystery was resolved, not through force or fear, but with understanding and kindness. The spirit found a new home in Bramblebrook, where it sang each night, accompanied by the fireflies, the glow mice, and the whispers of the ancient oak. As the villagers retired to their homes, the world outside their windows was a symphony of light and song. Finn and Isla, nestled beneath warm quilts, closed their eyes, their dreams filled with the magic of the night. And in the heart of Bramblebrook, beneath the starlit sky, the spirit sang on, its melody a gentle promise of peace and wonder, weaving through the dreams of all who listened. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. Story 96. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance." With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the grayling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the grayling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The grayling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Grayling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The grayling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked. a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the grayling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the grayling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the grayling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The grayling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm." From that day forth, the grayling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. Story 97. Story 98. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Whimsy Hollow, where the lanes were cobbled with candy stones and the rooftops shimmered like rainbow scales, there lived a peculiar family of hedgehogs known as the Twiddlepuffs. The Twiddlepuffs were no ordinary hedgehogs. Each member of the family had a unique magical trait. Fizz, the youngest, could make flowers bloom with a sneeze, while his sister, Tilly, had a giggle so infectious that it could make even the grumpiest of frogs join in a chorus of laughter. Their home was a delightful burrow nestled beneath a towering lollipop tree, where the air always smelled of mint and honey. Inside, the walls were lined with shelves of shimmering trinkets, each one a memento of adventures past. The fireplace crackled softly, its flames dancing a merry jig, while the scent of freshly baked acorn pie wafted through the air, inviting and warm. One sunny morning, as the dew still clung to the grass like tiny jewels, a peculiar event unfolded in Whimsy Hollow. The village's magical fountain, known for its sparkling waters that granted the most joyful dreams, had suddenly stopped flowing. The fountain, crafted from glistening crystal and adorned with carvings of playful otters, stood silent, its usual melody of tinkling waters replaced by an ominous hush. The villagers gathered around, their faces a mix of concern and curiosity. Among them was the wise and whimsical Mayor Pippin, a rabbit with spectacles perched precariously on his twitching nose and a waistcoat filled with pockets of peculiar odds and ends. "We must solve this riddle," declared Mayor Pippin, peering at the fountain with a thoughtful frown. "For without our dream water, the nights will grow restless and the dreams mundane." Fizz and Tilly, always up for an adventure, volunteered to help. With a spark of determination in their eyes, they set off on a quest to uncover the mystery. Their first stop was the cozy cottage of Granny Wobble, an elderly turtle with a pant for storytelling and a fondness for treacle. "Ah, yes," Granny Wobble mused, adjusting her spectacles with a slow, deliberate motion. "The fountain's heart is a crystal teardrop, known to be enchanted. It is said to be the source of its magic." "But where has the crystal gone?" Tilly asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "To find the crystal," Granny Wobble continued, "you must follow the path of the moonbeams, for they will lead you to the enchanted grove where whispers of old magic dwell." With Granny Wobble's cryptic advice in mind, Fizz and Tilly set off towards the edge of Whimsy Hollow, where the trees intertwined like old friends whispering secrets. As night fell, the moon cast a silvery glow across their path, illuminating a trail of moonbeams that danced like ribbons in the night. The journey was filled with delightful surprises. Along the way, they encountered Whisk the squirrel, who was renowned for his incredible juggling skills. Whisk joined them on their quest, juggling acorns and pine cones with such flair that it lifted their spirits and added a touch of whimsy to their travels. Eventually, the trio arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a place where the air shimmered with possibilities, and the trees whispered in a language only the heart could understand. In the heart of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its bark etched with ancient runes that glowed softly. Just as they approached, a small, mischievous sprite named Glimmer appeared, her wings sparkling like diamond dust. "I know what you seek," she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. The crystal teardrop was borrowed by the wind, who wished to compose a melody unlike any other. "Can we get it back?" Fizz inquired, his nose twitching with excitement. "Of course," Glimmer giggled. "All you need is a song of friendship, for the wind loves nothing more than the harmony of kindred souls." And so, beneath the canopy of the Enchanted Grove, Fizz, Tilly, and Whisk began to sing. Their melody was a lilting tune that spoke of laughter and dreams, of adventures shared and dreams fulfilled. The wind, who had been listening from afar, was so moved by their song that it returned the crystal teardrop, placing it gently in Fizz's tiny paws. With the crystal in hand, the trio made their way back to Whimsy Hollow, where a crowd of villagers greeted them with cheers and hugs. Mayor Pippin beamed with pride as he placed the crystal back in the fountain, and with a joyous gurgle, the waters began to flow once more, sparkling like 1,000 stars. That night, as the village drifted into slumber, the dreams that visited each villager were more vibrant and joyful than ever before. And as for Fizz and Tilly, they snuggled into their cozy burrow beneath the lollipop tree, the warmth of friendship and adventure weaving through their dreams like a gentle lullaby. And so, in the heart of Whimsy Hollow, where magic and laughter danced hand in hand, the Twiddlepuffs slept soundly, knowing that the world was just a little bit brighter because of their journey. And as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, the fountain sang its familiar song, a melody of dreams and delight that carried through the night, whispering promises of more whimsical adventures to come. Story 99. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend Finn. The whispering woods and the lantern of truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the Whispering Woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwen," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the lantern of truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became legend in Willowbrook. The Whispering Woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. Once upon a time, in a forest brimming with secrets, there lived a curious young squirrel named Nutkin. Though small in stature, Nutkin possessed a heart filled with boundless wonder and an insatiable thirst for adventure. Deep within the heart of the ancient woodlands lay a hidden glade, where the soft light of the moon seemed to dance upon the emerald grass. It was here that Nutkin first discovered the enchanting gift that would forever change his life. As he scampered through the undergrowth, gathering acorns for the winter, a peculiar glimmer caught his eye. Nestled among the vibrant wildflowers was a radiant gemstone, its facets sparkling with a mesmerizing azure hue. Nutkin's paws trembled as he grasped the ethereal treasure, and in that instant a warmth spread through his tiny body, igniting a spark of magic within. From that day forward, Nutkin possessed the extraordinary ability to communicate with the creatures of the forest. Their voices, once muted, now sang in perfect harmony, revealing a realm of secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. Emboldened by his newfound power, Nutkin ventured deeper into the heart of the woodlands, eager to unravel the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths. His journey led him to encounter beings he had only heard whispers of in the tales of his elders. First, he met Willow, a gentle doe whose graceful steps left no trace upon the mossy ground. She welcomed Nutkin into her secret glen, a realm of tranquility where the trees seemed to whisper ancient melodies. Under Willow's guidance, Nutkin learned the art of patience and the importance of cherishing the simple beauties of the natural world. Next, Nutkin stumbled upon a colony of industrious ants, led by the wise and formidable Queen Formica. Though initially intimidated by their unwavering discipline, Nutkin soon discovered the value of unity and teamwork, as the ants worked tirelessly to fortify their subterranean kingdom. As the seasons turned, Nutkin's journeys took him to the deepest recesses of the forest, where he encountered beings of myth and legend. He befriended a majestic stag, whose antlers seemed to scrape the very heavens, and learned the ways of courage and resilience from the mighty beast. Yet, amidst his wondrous adventures, Nutkin never forgot the true essence of his gift, the ability to forge bonds of friendship that transcended the boundaries of species. It was this quality that led him to forge an unexpected alliance with a cunning fox named Russet. At first, their encounter was one of mistrust and suspicion, for foxes were known to prey upon creatures as small as Nutkin. However, through patient understanding and a willingness to see beyond appearances, the two formed an unbreakable bond. Together, Nutkin and Russet embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery of the enchanted gemstone that had bestowed upon the squirrel his extraordinary abilities. Their search led them to the heart of the forest, where an ancient oak stood as a silent sentinel, its branches cradling the whispers of ages past. It was here that they encountered the wise old owl, Gaia, whose piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the very depths of their souls. Gaia revealed that the gemstone was a remnant of a long-forgotten era, a time when the balance between the natural world and the realm of magic was in perfect harmony. Alas, the greed and disregard of humankind had severed this delicate equilibrium, and the gemstone's power had faded, scattered among the creatures of the forest. Nutkin's gift, Gaia explained, was a glimmer of hope, a chance to restore the balance and heal the rift between the two realms. Emboldened by this revelation, Nutkin and his companions embarked on a perilous quest, seeking out the remaining fragments of the gemstone's power. Their journey took them through treacherous terrain, from the icy peaks of the mountains to the depths of the sunless caves. Along the way, they faced formidable foes and overcame daunting challenges, their bond of friendship growing ever stronger with each obstacle they conquered. Nutkin learned the true meaning of bravery from Russet's unwavering loyalty, and the fox, in turn, discovered the beauty of compassion through the squirrel's gentle heart. At last, after a journey that tested the limits of their courage and endurance, they uncovered the final shard of the gemstone's power, hidden deep within the hollow of an ancient redwood. As the shards were reunited, a blinding radiance engulfed the forest, and the harmony between the natural and magical realms was restored. In that moment, Nutkin understood the true significance of his gift. It was a reminder that friendship, love, and understanding could transcend even the most formidable barriers. As the forest rejoiced in its newfound balance, Nutkin knew that his journey had forever transformed him, opening his eyes to the wonders that lay beyond the familiar paths. From that day forward, Nutkin became a guardian of the forest, using his ability to communicate with all creatures to foster understanding and preserve the delicate equilibrium. His tale was passed down through generations, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. And so as the moon casts its silvery glow upon the ancient woodlands, the whispers of Nutkin's legacy echo through the rustling leaves, reminding all who listen that true magic lies not in gemstones or enchantments, but in the bonds we forge and the journeys that shape our souls. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always sweet with the scent of honeyed blossoms and the sun filtered through the leaves like golden syrup, there lay a quaint little village called Moonberry Hollow. The village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, curling chimneys that puffed out gentle wisps of smoke, and gardens bursting with vibrant flowers and herbs. In this peaceful place, where the days seemed to drift by like lazy clouds, lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a curious mind and a heart as warm as a summer breeze. She spent her days exploring the woods and fields, always eager to discover the secrets of her enchanting world. Her constant companion was a wise old owl named Orin, who perched on her shoulder and shared stories of the forest's mysteries. Orin had feathers as soft as moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of 1,000 stars. One crisp autumn morning, as the chill began to weave its way through the branches, Lila noticed something peculiar. The villagers were abuzz with whispers and puzzled expressions. It seemed that every night, just after the moon had risen, a strange, gentle humming sound could be heard echoing through the village. It was a soothing melody, yet it left everyone curious and a bit bewildered. Determined to uncover the source of the mysterious hum, Lila set out to investigate. She wrapped herself in her favorite knitted shawl, as colorful as an artist's palette, and with Orin fluttering at her side, she ventured into the forest under the silvery light of the waxing moon. The woods were alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. The path beneath Lila's feet was carpeted with fallen leaves, crunching softly with each step. Guided by the shimmer of moonbeams, they followed the sound, which grew clearer and more distinct as they ventured deeper into the forest. As they walked, Orin shared his insights. "The melody is unlike any I've heard in my long years," he mused, his voice a gentle rumble. "It carries a warmth, a kindness. Perhaps it's a call from an old friend of these woods." Their journey led them to a small clearing bathed in silver light, where they found a circle of ancient stones. In the center stood a glowing figure, a creature of ethereal beauty with wings that shimmered like spun glass. It was a sylph, a guardian of the forest's secrets and a creature of pure magic. The sylph's song was the source of the hum, a melody woven from the threads of starlight and dreams. She looked upon Lila and Orin with eyes that sparkled like dew on morning grass. "Ah, the curious hearts have found me," she said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves in the wind. Lila stepped forward, her heart filled with wonder. "Why do you sing, dear sylph? Your song has enchanted our village, and we wish to understand its purpose." The sylph smiled, a gentle curve of lips that spoke of ancient wisdom. "I sing to awaken the forest, to remind it of the joy of life as the seasons change. My song is a gift, a lullaby for the earth and all who dwell upon it." "But why now?" Lila asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Why at this time?" The sylph's wings fluttered softly, casting a shimmering light across the clearing. "This is a time of transition, a time for the world to prepare for the quiet slumber of winter. My song helps the creatures of the forest gather their strength and find their rest." Understanding dawned on Lila like the first light of dawn. The sylph's song was a gentle reminder of the cycles of nature, a call to embrace the changes with grace and serenity. It was a lesson in harmony, in living in tune with the world around them. Moved by the sylph's wisdom, Lila thanked her for the gift of understanding. "We will share your message with the village, so they too can find peace in the melody of the seasons." As the night deepened, the sylph continued her song, her presence a beacon of light and comfort in the heart of the forest. Lila and Orin made their way back to Moonberry Hollow, their hearts light with the joy of discovery and the warmth of friendship. The next day, as the sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila gathered the villagers and shared the sylph's story. They listened with rapt attention, their worries eased by the knowledge that the hum was a song of nature's love, a gentle reminder of the beauty in every change. And so, the village of Moonberry Hollow embraced the sylph's song, letting its soothing melody guide them through the shifting seasons with hearts full of peace and gratitude. In the whispering woods, where magic and wonder danced hand in hand, Lila's journey had brought a deeper understanding of the world, a lesson woven into the very fabric of their lives, like a timeless lullaby sung beneath a blanket of stars. Once upon a dusky eve, in the quaint village of Willow Tree, strange happenings began to unfold. The townsfolk, who usually spent their evenings gathered around crackling hearths swapping tales, found their firesides mysteriously extinguished one by one. Young Rowan, an inquisitive lass with sparkling eyes, was the first to notice this oddity. As she gazed out her window that night, she saw the cheery glow of firelight winking out in house after house. The next morning, Rowan set out to investigate, her worn boots crunching through the fresh snowfall. She knocked on the door of her dear friend Hazel, a kindly elder renowned for her wisdom. "Good morrow, Rowan," Hazel greeted with a warm smile, ushering the girl inside to her cozy cottage. "What brings you out on such a frosty day?" Rowan explained the bizarre occurrence, and Hazel's brow furrowed in thought. "How peculiar. Let me consult my magical companions. They may have insight we lack." With a wave of her gnarled oak staff, Hazel summoned her faithful friends, a sprightly pixie named Glow, a wise old gnome named Mosscap, and a radiant fairy called Lumina. "Our fires, too, have been snuffed," Glow lamented, her gossamer wings drooping, "and our lanterns sputter and fade." "A strange chill seems to have settled over the land," rumbled Mosscap, stroking his long beard, "almost as if the very light itself is being drained away." Lumina floated closer, her golden tresses shimmering. "I sense a dark presence lurking in the shadows of the bird oak grove. Perhaps the answer lies there." Hazel nodded solemnly. "Then to the grove we must venture. Stay close, my friends, and keep your wits about you." With Rowan in tow, the unlikely band made their way through the silent, snow-hushed forest. An unnatural gloom hung in the air, the shadows seeming to pool and writhe. Rowan shivered, drawing her cloak tighter. At last, they reached the twisted boughs of the ancient bird oak. A faint, sickly miasma seeped from a crevice in the trunk. Mosscap inspected it closely, his wise eyes narrowing. "Aha! I've found the source of the darkness," he proclaimed. "A penumbra sprite, a mischievous creature that feeds on light itself. It must have taken root within this oak." "But how do we banish it?" Rowan asked anxiously. "Surely such a being of shadow will not yield easily." Lumina's radiant form brightened with determination. "Leave that to me, young one. We fairies may be delicate, but our light burns ever brilliant and true." With those words, she drifted forward and hovered before the crevice. Drawing a deep breath, Lumina began to glow with a warm, golden aura. The radiance intensified until it shone like a tiny sun, banishing every wisp of darkness from the ancient oak's hollows. A piercing shriek rent the air as the penumbra sprite was driven out, recoiling from the purifying light. It writhed and contorted, finally dissipating like a puff of oily smoke on the winter breeze. As the last of the shadows melted away, Rowan felt warmth and cheer return to the forest. In windows all across Willow Tree, flickering firelight began to glow once more. That night, the village square bustled with joyous celebration. Townsfolk gathered around great bonfires, singing songs of gratitude for the return of light, and sharing tales of Rowan's bravery long into the wee hours. And whenever the embers danced and shadows stretched long across the snowy ground, Rowan would smile and remember the wise friends who had helped banish the darkness from their cherished home. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering oaks whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves, there lay a world unseen by hurried eyes. Here the boundary between the earthly and the enchanted was as thin as a spider's silk, shimmering with the dew of dawn and the gold of setting sun. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived hidden lives, weaving tales of harmony and balance in concert with the rhythm of the seasons. As the first blush of spring unfurled across the forest, a gentle awakening stirred among its denizens. The air was laced with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the babble of brooks was a lullaby for all who dwelled within. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Berwin, whose shell was etched with the stories of centuries. Berwin moved slowly, but his mind was sharp as the breeze that danced through the budding branches. Berwin had a special bond with a young squirrel named Leora. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Leora loved to scamper through the treetops, her heart beating in time with the flutter of new leaves. She was always eager to learn, and Berwin, with his ancient wisdom, was her favorite teacher. One bright morning, as the sun cast dappled patterns on the forest floor, Leora found Berwin near a gnarled oak, basking in the warmth. "Berwin," she chattered, her voice as lively as the songbirds, "why do the seasons change? And what makes the weather dance between sun and rain?" Berwin opened his eyes slowly, a smile creasing his leathery face. "Ah, Leora, that's a tale old as the forest itself," he began, his voice deep and soothing, like the murmur of distant thunder. "The seasons are the breath of the earth. Each one has its time and purpose, a harmony that holds the world together." He gestured with a slow movement of his head towards the sky, where clouds drifted lazily. "It is said that the winds carry whispers from the ancients, and with them the magic that changes leaf to bloom, bloom to fruit, and fruit to rest. This magic, dear Leora, is the balance we all must keep." Leora listened, her eyes wide with wonder. "But how do we keep this balance, Berwin?" "Through respect and care, my dear," Berwin replied. "Each creature, no matter how small, plays a part. The bees that dance from flower to flower, the roots that drink from the earth, and even the rain that nourishes us all. We live not just for ourselves, but for the world around us." As spring gave way to the golden hues of summer and the forest buzzed with life, Leora took Berwin's words to heart. She watched as the bees hummed their tireless song, gathering nectar with a precision that only nature could command. She marveled at the way the sun's warmth coaxed the sweet scent of pine into the air, a fragrance that mingled with the laughter of brooks and the rustle of leaves. The forest was a tapestry of life, each thread vibrant and essential. Leora learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of life beneath her paws. She understood the importance of her place within this delicate dance. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and sienna, the whispers of change rustled through the leaves once more. The air grew crisp, and the scent of earth and wood smoke mingled, signaling the approach of autumn. One evening, as the moon hung low and round like a lantern, Leora found Berwin nestled beneath a canopy of red and gold. "Berwin, the air feels different, and the forest is changing again," she observed, her voice now tinged with the wisdom she had gathered through the seasons. Berwin nodded, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the moon. "Yes, Leora, the earth is preparing to rest, and soon the world will be blanketed in the quiet of winter. It is a time for reflection and renewal." Leora settled beside him, the crisp leaves crunching softly beneath her. "And when will spring return, bringing its magic and life?" "In time, dear Leora," Berwin said softly. "The world turns in its gentle rhythm, a cycle that teaches us patience and trust. We must honor the gifts of each season, for they are the heartbeats of the earth." As the stars twinkled like fireflies in the vast expanse above, Leora understood the deep truth in Berwin's words. The forest, with all its hidden lives and magical phenomena, was a testament to the power of balance and harmony. Each season brought its own gifts and lessons, a reminder that life was a wondrous journey, best traveled with kindness and wisdom. With this knowledge cradled in her heart, Leora curled up beside Berwin, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. Together they listened to the lullaby of the forest, a melody as timeless as the stars above. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the ancient forest continued its eternal dance. A sanctuary of peace and magic, where creatures great and small lived in harmony with the world and each other. Title: The Secret of the Whispering Woods. In the tranquil village of Valenwood, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a girl named Leora. The village was a serene tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched cottages, and fields that stretched endlessly beneath a sky that seemed to cradle the sun. It was a place where time meandered like the gentle brook that wound its way through the village, bringing with it stories of the forest's ancient mysteries. Leora was known among the villagers for her curious spirit and her kindness that warmed even the coldest of hearts. Her days were spent exploring the woods, where the trees whispered secrets through their rustling leaves. These woods were rumored to be enchanted, a place where the ordinary world met the extraordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the forest with golden light, Leora set out on one of her usual adventures. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground crunched softly beneath her boots. She wore a cloak the color of twilight, its hood pulled up against the chill, and carried with her a small leather satchel, a gift from her grandmother who had told her stories of the forest's magic. As she wandered deeper into the woods, following a path that seemed to call her name, she stumbled upon something unusual. Beneath a sprawling oak tree, shrouded in a cascade of amber leaves, lay an object that glimmered faintly in the morning light. It was a delicate silver key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance as she held it in her hand. Leora felt a tingle of excitement, tempered by curiosity. She had heard stories of magical objects hidden within the forest, but never had she imagined finding one herself. Clutching the key, she continued her journey, the forest now feeling more alive, as if it were guiding her steps. As she walked, the path began to change. The trees grew taller, their branches weaving a canopy that dappled the ground in soft hues. The air was filled with a gentle hum, like a distant melody, and Leora felt as though she were being drawn towards something unseen. After what felt like hours, she arrived at a clearing bathed in sunlight. At its center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and covered in runes that glowed softly. Leora's heart raced, for she knew this was no ordinary place. This was the gateway to the hidden world of the Whispering Woods, a realm spoken of only in hushed tones and bedtime tales. With the key trembling in her hand, she approached the archway. As she inserted the key into a hidden lock, the runes flared with light, and the air shimmered with anticipation. The archway began to hum, and slowly it opened, revealing a world beyond the veil of the ordinary. Leora stepped through, her breath catching in her throat. The hidden world was a tapestry of wonders, a place where the fantastical mingled with the familiar. Flowers of every hue filled the air with their fragrance, and creatures of legend darted between the trees, their eyes alight with curiosity and warmth. As she ventured further, Leora met a small fox with fur like spun gold. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he introduced himself as Finley, a guardian of the forest. Finley explained that the key she had found was one of the forest keys, magical objects that maintained the balance between the two worlds. Each key was entrusted to a guardian, chosen by the forest itself. Leora listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with wonder at the responsibility that had been bestowed upon her. Finley spoke of the forest's harmony, its delicate balance threatened by those who sought to exploit its magic for selfish gain. The keys, he said, were the forest's way of ensuring that only those with pure hearts could access its secrets. Over the days that followed, Leora and Finley explored the hidden world together. She learned of the creatures that called it home and the enchantments that wove it into being. They visited the luminal grove, where the trees glowed with an inner light, and the crystal falls, whose waters sang with the voices of the ancients. Each place was a marvel, a testament to the forest's magic and its enduring beauty. Yet, as much as Leora marveled at the wonders around her, she was also aware of the responsibility she bore. The key she had found was a symbol of trust, a bond between her and the forest. It was a promise to protect this hidden world and to ensure its secrets were kept safe from those who would do it harm. One evening, as the setting sun painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Leora and Finley sat beside a babbling brook. The air was cool, and the forest was filled with the gentle songs of night creatures waking to the twilight. "Leora," Finley began, his voice soft with the weight of what he was about to say. "The forest chose you for a reason. It sensed the kindness in your heart and the strength in your spirit. But this journey isn't just about protecting the forest. It's also about discovering who you are and what you are capable of." Leora listened, the warmth of Finley's words settling over her like a comforting blanket. She knew what he said was true. The forest was a part of her now, as much as she was a part of it. In its depths, she had found a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than herself. As the days turned to weeks, Leora's bond with the forest deepened. She learned to listen to its whispers, to understand its needs and desires. She discovered a strength within her that she had never known, a quiet resilience that allowed her to face the challenges that came her way. But not all who entered the forest were as kind-hearted as Leora. One day, while exploring a secluded glen, she encountered a stranger. He was a tall man with a sharp gaze and an air of mystery about him. His presence unsettled her, for she sensed an undercurrent of darkness in his intentions. The man introduced himself as Marcellus, a traveler seeking the forest's secrets. He spoke in a smooth, persuasive voice, weaving tales of exploration and discovery. Yet beneath his words, Leora sensed a hunger, a desire to possess the magic of the forest for himself. Leora knew she had to protect the forest from Marcellus's greed. She and Finley devised a plan to guide him away, using the forest's enchantments to create illusions that would lead him astray. It was a delicate dance, one that required all of Leora's ingenuity and the forest's magic. Through patience and cleverness, they managed to divert Marcellus, leading him in circles until he grew weary and confused. Frustrated, he eventually left the forest, his ambitions thwarted by the very magic he sought to control. With Marcellus gone, peace returned to the forest. The creatures resumed their songs, and the trees sighed with relief. Leora had proven herself a true guardian, her wisdom and kindness shielding the hidden world from harm. As the seasons changed, Leora continued her guardianship, learning and growing with each passing day. Her adventures in the hidden world taught her the importance of balance, of living in harmony with nature and respecting its mysteries. One day, as she sat beneath a willow tree, watching the sun set over the horizon, she realized how much she had changed. The girl who had first wandered into the whispering woods was still there, but she had grown into someone wiser, someone more attuned to the world around her. In time, Leora became a legend in Valenwood, her tales of the hidden world inspiring generations to come. She remained a guardian of the forest, a bridge between the two worlds, ensuring that its secrets were preserved for those who would honor and cherish them. And so the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, its magic a beacon of hope and wonder in a world that sometimes forgot the beauty of the unseen. Leora's story was one of friendship and transformation, a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring magic of the world around us. As the firelight flickered and the stars began their nightly dance across the sky, Leora sat quietly, listening to the woods whispering their ancient secrets, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure, but it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. "Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart." With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay a small, verdant planet named Luminara. It was a world of gentle hills cloaked in emerald grasses, and rivers that sang softly as they wove through forests of towering, silver-barked trees. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers that carpeted the land in vibrant hues of pink and gold. On this peaceful planet lived a creature named Nara, a luminarian, with skin that glowed faintly like moonlight and eyes the color of the sky at dawn. Nara was a gentle soul, content with the simple pleasures of life, harvesting the sweet fruits that grew abundant on her family's orchard and listening to the wind whisper stories through the leaves. Meanwhile, across the vastness of space, on a planet named Aegis, a very different life existed. Aegis was a world of towering crystalline spires and bustling energy fields. Its skies were perpetually aglow with the vibrant hues of its many moons, and the constant hum of technological marvels filled the air. Here lived a being called Zeke, an Aegisan, with a body of shimmering metallic hues and eyes that flickered with the iridescent light of distant galaxies. Zeke was a curious inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and dreaming of the vastness beyond his own planet. His heart yearned for adventure, for the stories hidden among the stars. One day, while testing a new starship engine, an unexpected surge of energy hurled Zeke across the galaxy, landing him, rather unceremoniously, on the tranquil plains of Luminara. The crash was gentle, as far as landings go, cushioned by the soft grasses and the forgiving earth of Luminara. Nara, tending to her orchard, heard the distant thud and decided to investigate. As she approached the strange, gleaming vessel, she saw Zeke emerging, looking bewildered and a little charred around the edges. Nara's heart was filled with curiosity and a touch of fear. She had never seen anyone like Zeke before, but her natural kindness prevailed as she offered a hand in greeting, her soft glow a beacon of warmth and welcome. Zeke, grateful and a little embarrassed, accepted the gesture, his metallic skin cooling in the gentle breeze. Communication was their first challenge. The languages of their respective planets were as different as the worlds themselves. At first, they resorted to gestures and expressions. Nara pointed to the sky, then to Zeke's ship, raising her eyebrows in question. Zeke nodded, illustrating with his hands the trajectory of his unplanned journey. Despite the initial misunderstandings, a friendship began to blossom. Nara took Zeke to her home, where her family received him with open arms, offering food and a place to rest. Zeke, touched by their hospitality, marveled at the simplicity and beauty of their life. He began to share stories of his world, using holographic images from a pocket device, painting pictures of crystalline cities and technological wonders. As days turned into weeks, Zeke worked on repairing his ship, often with Nara by his side, her gentle presence a balm to the frustration that sometimes accompanied his efforts. Nara, in turn, showed Zeke the beauty of Luminara, from the hidden groves where crystal butterflies danced, to the serene lakes that reflected the skies like mirrors. One evening, as they sat by the fire, the stars twinkling overhead, Zeke shared a hologram of his family, the soft light casting a glow over their faces. Nara, with her empathetic heart, saw the longing in Zeke's eyes. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, understanding without words the ache of distance and the pull of home. Their friendship deepened through shared challenges. A sudden storm, fierce and unexpected, threatened to damage the ship further. Together, they worked tirelessly, Nara using her knowledge of the land to gather materials that Zeke fashioned into makeshift repairs. In those moments of urgency, their differences melted away, leaving only the shared goal and the bond of friendship. Through these trials, they discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that transcended words and worlds. They learned to appreciate each other's unique qualities. Nara admired Zeke's ingenuity and his courage to explore the unknown, while Zeke cherished Nara's wisdom and her ability to find beauty in simplicity. Finally, the day came when Zeke's ship was ready to return to Aegis. As he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled over them both. Zeke promised to return, to share more stories, and to learn more about the gentle world of Luminara. Nara gifted him a small vial of Luminara's fragrant blossoms, a reminder of the peace and friendship he had found. As Zeke's ship ascended, cutting a bright path across the sky, Nara watched, her heart full. She knew that their friendship, forged through understanding and shared trials, would remain a shining star in her heart, guiding her always. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered not only the stars, but the true meaning of friendship, a bond that, like the stars themselves, would endure across time and distance, lighting the way for their hearts. Title: The Whispering Woods. In the quaint village of Elderwood, nestled at the foot of the sprawling misty mountains, there existed a legend as old as the oaks that towered over the village. It spoke of a hidden realm, a world tucked away within the heart of the whispering woods, where magic flowed like the streams that sang their way through the tangled roots and fallen leaves. This world, they said, could only be revealed to those who carried a pure heart and the courage to seek it. The sun was setting over Elderwood, leaving a trail of pink and gold across the sky as young Finn sat on the stone steps of his grandmother's cottage. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze was like a lullaby that carried with it secrets of long ago. Finn's grandmother, a wise woman with eyes that twinkled like stars, had often regaled him with tales of the whispering woods, her voice weaving magic into the air as she spoke. "Tonight feels different, doesn't it, Gran?" Finn mused, gazing up at the sky that was slowly deepening to a sapphire blue. His grandmother nodded, her knitting needles clicking softly as she worked on yet another scarf for the coming winter. "Aye, it does, my dear. The woods are alive tonight. Can you hear their whispers?" she replied, her voice as soothing as the warm mug of cocoa she had prepared for him. Finn closed his eyes, letting the soft murmurs of the forest wash over him. It was as if the trees were speaking, their voices mingling with the cool night air, inviting him to join their ancient dance. He opened his eyes and looked at his grandmother, a question forming on his lips. Do you think I could find the hidden world?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. His grandmother paused her knitting, her gaze turning thoughtful. "Perhaps, if you listen closely. The woods hold many secrets, and sometimes they choose to share them with those who listen with their hearts." Encouraged by her words, Finn felt a spark of curiosity igniting within him, a desire to explore the stories that had always fascinated him. That night, after everyone else in the village had drifted into dreams, Finn set out toward the edge of the woods, the moon guiding his path with its gentle light. The entrance to the Whispering Woods was marked by 2 ancient oak trees, their branches intertwined like old friends holding hands. As Finn stepped beneath them, he felt a shiver of anticipation run through him, as if the trees themselves were aware of his presence. The path before him was dappled with moonlight, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the whispers grew louder, a melodious symphony of rustling leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. Finn's heart beat in time with the forest's rhythm, his senses heightened by the magic that seemed to pulse through the very air around him. He walked on, guided by an unseen force, until he reached a small clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood a peculiar stone pedestal, upon which rested a shimmering crystal orb. The orb glowed with an ethereal light, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that danced across the trees and the forest floor. Finn approached it cautiously, his eyes wide with wonder. "This must be it," he whispered to himself, reaching out to touch the orb. As his fingers brushed its smooth surface, a wave of warmth spread through him, and he felt a connection to the forest that was deeper than he could have ever imagined. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled ever so slightly, and the trees began to sway as if moved by an invisible hand. The whispers grew louder, swirling around him like a gentle breeze, carrying with them words that he could almost understand. Finn closed his eyes, allowing the magic to envelop him, and when he opened them again, he found himself standing in a world that was both familiar and strange. The forest was alive with vibrant colors and shimmering light, each tree and flower pulsating with its own unique glow. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and fresh rain, and the sounds of laughter and song echoed through the trees. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted about, their wings catching the light like tiny prisms, creating rainbows in their wake. Finn's heart swelled with awe as he took in the beauty of the hidden world, his senses overwhelmed by the magic that surrounded him. He felt a sense of belonging here, as if he had been searching for this place his entire life without even knowing it. As he wandered through the ethereal landscape, he encountered a group of forest folk gathered around a bubbling spring. They were small, elf-like beings with skin that shimmered like moonlight and hair woven with leaves and flowers. Their eyes were bright with curiosity and kindness, and they welcomed Finn with open arms and joyous laughter. "Welcome, young traveler," one of them said, her voice as melodious as the forest song. "We've been waiting for you." Finn was taken aback, his mind racing with questions. "Waiting for me? But how did you know I would come?" The forest folk exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes twinkling with a secret they were eager to share. "The forest called to you, and you answered with an open heart. You are here because you are meant to be." Finn felt a warmth spread through him at their words, as if the forest itself was wrapping him in a gentle embrace. He spent the rest of the night in their company, learning about the wonders of the hidden world and the magic that sustained it. The forest folk shared their stories and songs, their laughter ringing through the trees like a joyful chorus, and Finn felt a sense of peace settle over him like a soft blanket. As dawn began to break, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Finn knew it was time to return to the world he knew. The forest folk bid him farewell, their eyes filled with warmth and understanding, and Finn promised to return one day. The journey back through the whispering woods was a blur of color and sound, the magic of the hidden world lingering in his heart like the memory of a dream. As he emerged from the trees, the village of Elderwood lay before him, bathed in the soft light of morning. Finn made his way back to his grandmother's cottage, his mind still buzzing with all he had seen and learned. As he stepped inside, he found his grandmother waiting for him, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of the ages. "You found it, didn't you?" she asked, her voice filled with gentle pride. Finn nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "I did, Gran. It was more beautiful than I ever imagined." His grandmother reached out to hug him, her embrace warm and comforting. "I knew you would. The forest chose well." As Finn settled into the familiar comfort of his home, he realized that the journey had changed him in ways he was only beginning to understand. The hidden world had opened his eyes to the magic that existed all around him, and he carried its light within him like a beacon. In the days that followed, Finn often returned to the Whispering Woods, finding solace and wonder in its depths. He became a bridge between the two worlds, sharing the stories and wisdom of the forest folk with his village, and bringing the warmth and kindness of Elderwood to the hidden realm. Through his journeys, Finn learned that the true magic lay not in the hidden world itself, but in the connections he forged and the love that flowed between them. It was a lesson he carried with him for the rest of his days, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of friendship and understanding could illuminate the path ahead. And so, with each step he took, Finn wove a tapestry of stories and songs, a legacy that would be passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that the world was filled with wonders waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek them. The end. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stardust whispered the secrets of the universe, two unlikely companions found themselves on a journey that would span the very fabric of time and space. The first was a gentle creature named Leora, from the planet Ethereum, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and the air was perfumed with the scent of blooming starflowers. Leora's kind was known for their ethereal wings that glowed softly in the moonlight, and their ability to communicate through melodious harmonies that filled the air like a gentle lullaby. The second was a mechanical being named Kor, hailing from the metallic world of Farovia, where towering spires of gleaming steel pierced the skies, and the rhythmic clanking of gears was the heartbeat of the land. Kor was built from the finest alloys, his form a masterwork of engineering, with eyes that glowed a warm amber, reminiscent of a hearth on a chilly night. Though crafted from metal, Kor possessed a soul as vibrant as any sentient being, his heart programmed with an unyielding curiosity about the universe beyond his own world. Their paths crossed on a small, unassuming moon, known to its sparse inhabitants as Solara, where the golden sands stretched endlessly under the watchful gaze of twin suns. Leora had come in search of a rare, luminescent crystal said to possess healing properties, hoping to aid her people who had fallen ill from a mysterious ailment. Kor, on the other hand, was on a mission to collect data on the unique mineral formations found only on Solara, a task that promised to enhance the technological prowess of Farovia. Their initial meeting was one of cautious misunderstanding. Leora, with her gentle nature and melodic voice, found Kor's mechanical presence intimidating. The whirring of his servos and the clicking of his gears a stark contrast to the serene symphony of her world. Kor, in turn, was bewildered by Leora's ethereal form and her ability to converse through song, a language so foreign to his logical circuits that he struggled to comprehend her intentions. Yet, beneath the surface of their differences lay a shared purpose and a budding curiosity about one another. As they journeyed through the moon's golden dunes, their misunderstandings slowly gave way to a mutual respect. Leora discovered that Kor's logical mind complemented her intuitive nature, while Kor found beauty in the artistry of Leora's songs, their melodies unlocking emotions he had never before experienced. Their journey was not without its trials. One evening, as the twin suns dipped below the horizon, casting a warm amber glow over the sands, a fierce sandstorm swept across the landscape, its howling winds threatening to separate them. Leora's wings, though beautiful, were delicate, and the storm's fury battered her fragile form. Kor, realizing the danger, extended his metal frame to shield her from the storm's wrath, his sturdy construction providing a safe haven amidst the chaos. In the quiet aftermath, as the sands settled and the stars emerged to dance across the night sky, Leora and Kor found themselves huddled together, their differences forgotten in the face of shared adversity. It was in that moment, under the vast expanse of the cosmos, that they began to understand the true essence of friendship. Leora, her voice soft and filled with gratitude, sang a song of healing, her melody weaving around Kor, soothing the weariness of his circuits. In response, Kor shared tales of his world, his voice steady and warm, painting vivid pictures of Farovia's gleaming towers and the rhythmic dance of its machinery. As the days turned into weeks, their bond deepened, each learning from the other in ways they had never anticipated. Leora taught Kor the beauty of the universe's natural symphonies, while Kor revealed to Leora the wonders of technology and the endless possibilities it held. Together, they faced the challenges of Solara, from navigating treacherous terrain to deciphering the mysteries of the luminescent crystals they sought. Their adventures culminated in a discovery that transcended their individual quests. Deep within a hidden cavern, they found a pool of crystalline water, its surface shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. It was here that the healing crystals grew, their luminescence a beacon of hope. As they harvested the crystals, Leora and Kor realized that their journey had not only brought healing to her people, but had also forged a bond that would endure beyond the sands of Solara. As they prepared to part ways, their missions complete, Leora and Kor stood together beneath the starlit sky, their hearts heavy with the bittersweet knowledge of their impending separation. Yet, in that moment, they understood that distance could never diminish the friendship they had cultivated. They had discovered that true friendship transcends the boundaries of worlds and species, a connection woven from the threads of shared experiences and mutual understanding. With a final embrace, Leora's wings enveloping Kor in a soft glow, and Kor's mechanical arms gently holding her close, they bid each other farewell. Leora returned to Ethereum with the healing crystals that would save her people, her heart forever touched by the warmth of Kor's friendship. Kor journeyed back to Farovia, his circuits enriched with the memories of their adventures, his understanding of the universe forever broadened by the melodies of Leora's world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the cosmos, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, their bond a testament to the power of kindness, understanding, and the wondrous tapestry of life that connects all beings, no matter how different they may seem. As they looked to the stars, they knew that their paths would cross again, for true friendship, like the stardust that binds the universe, is eternal. Once upon a starlit night, a young girl named Lily stood by her bedroom window, gazing wistfully at the velvety sky. Though only 9 years old, she felt a yearning for something more, a pull towards the great unknown that echoed in her restless heart. In the small village where Lily lived, changes came rarely, and life followed the steady rhythm of the seasons. But Lily's curious spirit longed to spread its wings and explore the vast world that lay beyond the rolling hills and ancient forests surrounding her home. Little did she know, a magical journey awaited her, one that would teach her the true meaning of growth and transformation. One evening, as Lily wandered through the woods, she stumbled upon an enchanting sight. a glittering pool nestled among the towering oaks. Mesmerized by its ethereal beauty, she knelt beside the water's edge, and that's when she saw it, a tiny glowing speck dancing upon the surface. With a delicate touch, Lily cupped the speck in her hands, and it unfurled into a dazzling sprite, no bigger than her thumb. The sprite's gossamer wings shimmered like crystal, and its eyes twinkled with ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young one," spoke the sprite in a voice as soft as moonbeams. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of these woods, and I sense the yearning in your heart." Lily gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "How is this possible? Are you magic?" Zephyr chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Magic exists all around us, dear child, if only we open our eyes to its wonders." From that moment on, Zephyr became Lily's guide, introducing her to the hidden magical realms that coexisted with the world she knew. Together they explored enchanted glades where pixies danced among the wildflowers, and ancient trees whispered secrets of bygone eras. Yet as wondrous as these experiences were, Lily's true transformation unfolded within her heart and mind. Zephyr's gentle teachings helped Lily understand that growth was not merely a physical change, but a journey of the spirit. With each new adventure, Lily learned valuable lessons: patience from the steady trickle of a stream, resilience from the oak that weathered storms, and courage from the brave little sparrow that took flight. And just as the natural world around her shifted with the seasons, so too did Lily's perspectives and dreams evolve. Lily's dearest friend, a kind-hearted boy named Ethan, bore witness to her remarkable journey. Though he could not see the magical beings, he supported Lily's explorations, offering a listening ear and a shoulder to lean on when the path grew challenging. One autumn day, as the leaves turned to fire and the air grew crisp, Zephyr appeared with a somber expression. "My time in these woods is nearing its end," the sprite said, her voice tinged with melancholy. "But fear not, little one, for the true magic lies within you now." Lily's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but she nodded, understanding that all things must change and grow. With a tender smile, Zephyr continued, "The seeds of wisdom I have planted in your heart will blossom into something extraordinary. Embrace the uncertainties of life, for they are windows to new discoveries and personal growth." As the sprite faded into the dappled sunlight, Lily felt a warmth blossoming in her chest, a newfound confidence and appreciation for the journey that lay ahead. In the years that followed, Lily's thirst for knowledge and experience only deepened. She pursued her dreams with unwavering determination, yet always remained grounded in the lessons Zephyr had imparted: to embrace change with grace, to find beauty in the smallest wonders, and to nurture the magic within her own heart. And though the enchanted realms faded from her sight, the magic lived on in Lily's open mind, her compassionate spirit, and her unwavering belief in the transformative power of growth and self-discovery. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush rolling hills and a sparkling, winding river, there was a small cottage with a thatched roof and ivy creeping up its stone walls. Inside this cottage lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes reminiscent of the autumn sky, a deep and thoughtful blue. She lived with her grandmother, a kindly woman known throughout the village for her wisdom and her stories, which she shared warmly by the fireside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced playfully to the ground, Lila was helping her grandmother tidy the attic. It was a place filled with the aroma of cedar and the quiet whispers of history, where boxes piled high held memories long forgotten. As Lila dusted off an old wooden trunk, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Curious, she lifted the lid and discovered a small, intricately carved compass. Its brass surface glinted softly in the dim light filtering through the attic's single window. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle spun gently, as if beckoning Lila to follow. "Grandmother, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and wonder. Her grandmother approached, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "Ah, the whispering compass," she said softly. "I wondered when it would find you." Lila's heart skipped a beat. "Whispering compass?" Her grandmother nodded, settling into an old rocking chair, the wood creaking familiarly under her weight. "This compass belonged to your great-grandfather. It does not guide you to places, but to truths. It leads the way to answers you seek, but only if you listen closely and trust its wisdom. Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lila slipped the compass into her pocket. That night, as the stars sprinkled the sky like sugar, she lay awake, the compass resting on her bedside table, its needle casting gentle shadows in the moonlight. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in gentle hues of pink and gold, Lila decided to follow the compass's call. She dressed warmly, wrapped a soft woolen scarf around her neck, and set off, the compass cradled in her hands. The needle spun slowly, then settled, pointing towards the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a place of mystery, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering patches, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. As Lila ventured deeper, she met her first companion, a wise old owl perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes shone with the wisdom of ages. "Where are you headed, young one?" the owl hooted gently. "I'm following this compass," Lila replied, showing him the magical instrument. The owl nodded sagely. "Ah, the journey of truth. Remember, when the road seems unclear, wisdom will light the way." With a grateful smile, Lila continued on her path. The forest began to thicken, and soon she found herself at a small, bubbling brook. There, a rabbit with fur as soft as a cloud and eyes bright with curiosity was sipping water. The rabbit looked up, twitching its nose. "Hello, traveler. What brings you here?" "I'm searching for answers," Lila explained, feeling the warmth of companionship in the rabbit's presence. "Answers are often found in the quietest places," the rabbit said kindly. "Sometimes you must pause and listen." Lila nodded thoughtfully, the rabbit's words echoing in her mind. As she crossed the brook, she noticed the compass's needle had begun to spin more fervently, guiding her further into the heart of the forest. The trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and soon she arrived at a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in moss and thyme. In the center, a gentle glow emanated from a pool of crystal-clear water. Here, Lila paused, feeling a sense of peace and anticipation. She knelt by the pool, closing her eyes and letting the symphony of the forest fill her senses. The rustle of leaves, the song of distant birds, the gentle gurgle of the brook, all became a harmonious melody, guiding her thoughts inward. In this serene moment, the compass in her pocket grew warm, and Lila understood that the answers she sought were not bound by words or places, but by the connections she had made along her journey. The wisdom of the owl, the gentle reminder from the rabbit to listen, and the quietude of the clearing all spoke to a deeper truth within her. As Lila opened her eyes, she realized that the compass had stopped spinning. It lay still, its purpose fulfilled. She smiled softly, a newfound clarity shining in her eyes. She rose, feeling lighter, as if the forest itself had lifted her burdens. With the sun setting in a blaze of oranges and purples, Lila retraced her steps, bidding farewell to her newfound friends. The owl watched her departure with a nod, while the rabbit waved a tiny paw from the brook's edge. When Lila returned to the village, the first stars were beginning to twinkle in the velvet sky. Her grandmother was waiting by the fire, her knitting needles clicking softly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, her voice a gentle embrace. Lila nodded, settling beside her. "Yes, and more. I found that sometimes the answers are not in faraway places, but within us, waiting for the right moment to be heard." Her grandmother smiled, brushing a stray curl from Lila's forehead. "That's a journey many take a lifetime to complete, my dear." As the fire crackled softly and the warmth of the hearth enfolded them, Lila felt a profound sense of contentment. The journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by revealing the strength and wisdom she already possessed. And as the village settled into the quiet of the night, Lila fell asleep, the whispering compass resting once more in its trunk, waiting patiently for the next seeker of truths. The stars watched over the little cottage, where dreams were woven with threads of magic and discovery, promising new adventures when the time was right. And so, in the gentle glow of the fireplace and the soft embrace of a grandmother's love, Lila found her place in the world, enveloped in the warmth of home and the promise of endless possibilities. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the Whispering Woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the Whispering Woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much, but tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village where cobblestone paths wound through mossy green hills, there stood an ancient bookshop called the Rustling Pages. The shop was a treasure trove of stories, its shelves overflowing with dusty tomes and leather-bound volumes that whispered tales of far-off lands and forgotten times. The air inside was perpetually filled with the comforting aroma of old paper and ink, mingling with the faint scent of lavender from the garden outside. In this bookshop, a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons. Clara had a curious heart and an imagination as vast as the skies above the village. She loved to lose herself among the pages, discovering new worlds and meeting characters who felt like dear friends. Yet what Clara cherished most was her time spent with Mr. Whittle, the kind, bespectacled owner of the rustling pages. Mr. Whittle had been a fixture in the village for as long as anyone could remember, his gentle demeanor and twinkling eyes a source of comfort to all who entered his shop. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a melodic rhythm against the window panes, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar book tucked away in a corner. Its cover was worn and unassuming, but when she opened it, she found its pages blank, save for a small, hand-drawn map. Curiosity piqued, she showed the book to Mr. Whittle. "Ah, you found the Book of Whispers," he said with a smile, his voice as warm and rich as hot chocolate on a cold day. "It's said to hold a secret, but only those with a true heart can uncover it." Intrigued, Clara decided to take the book home and study the map more closely. That night, as the village lay wrapped in the quietude of slumber, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the book open on her lap. She traced the lines of the map with her finger, feeling a tingling sensation as she did so. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to shimmer, and before she knew it, Clara was standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped a gentle melody, and a brook babbled softly nearby. Clara felt a sense of wonder wash over her, but also a hint of uncertainty about this unexpected adventure. As she began to walk, Clara encountered a peculiar creature perched on a fallen log. It was a squirrel, but unlike any squirrel she had seen before. Its fur was a soft shade of lavender, and its eyes sparkled with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Welcome, traveler," the squirrel chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Sylvie, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you here?" Clara explained her discovery of the book and the map, her voice tinged with both excitement and bewilderment. Sylvie listened attentively, her bushy tail twitching thoughtfully. "The Book of Whispers has brought you here for a reason," Sylvie said. "Many seek its secrets, but few are chosen. You must journey to the heart of the forest to uncover what you seek. Fear not, for I shall accompany you." With Sylvie as her guide, Clara ventured deeper into the woods. They were soon joined by another unexpected companion, a wise old owl named Osric, who had a penchant for riddles and an encyclopedic knowledge of the forest's lore. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes gleamed with kindness. Together, the trio navigated the forest's winding paths, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the forest. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was a family of rabbits who spoke of the importance of community, a fox who taught them the value of patience, and a chorus of frogs who sang songs about the beauty of the present moment. As they journeyed, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the forest, her senses sharpening to the world around her. She felt a deep connection to the land and its inhabitants, a bond that seemed to strengthen with each passing moment. Eventually, the group arrived at a serene glade, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward as if in silent prayer. Clara knew instinctively that they had reached the heart of the forest. "Here lies the secret of the Book of Whispers," Sylvie said, her voice barely a whisper itself. "But to uncover it, you must look within your own heart." Clara approached the tree, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustling of its leaves. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the earth beneath her feet and the life that pulsed around her. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood. The secret was not a tangible thing, but a realization, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. She saw the importance of kindness, the strength in wisdom, and the magic in friendship. Her journey had been one of discovery, not only of the forest's wonders, but of the light within her own heart. When Clara opened her eyes, the glade seemed to shimmer with a newfound radiance. She turned to Sylvie and Osric, gratitude filling her words as she thanked them for their guidance and companionship. With a gentle smile, Sylvie nodded. The forest is always here, as are we, should you ever need us again. As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara found herself back in her bedroom, the Book of Whispers resting quietly on her lap. She felt a warmth inside, a comforting glow that she knew she would carry with her always. And so, Clara's days of adventure were not confined to the pages of books alone, but lived on in her heart, a testament to the magic of discovery, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of the world around her. As she drifted off to sleep, the forest's melody lingered in her dreams, a lullaby of whispers guiding her into the night. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies with the wind, lay a quaint village known as Willowbrook. It was a place where magic danced lightly on the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers and warm, earthy moss. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and colorful gardens, nestled snugly against the hillside, each one surrounded by a low stone wall that seemed to hug the homes gently. In this serene village lived a thoughtful young girl named Clara. She had a keen eye and a curious heart, always noticing the little things others might miss. Her days were filled with adventures and discoveries, but lately something peculiar had been happening. Each morning the villagers awoke to find their garden gates mysteriously open, tools scattered about, and sometimes even small trinkets missing. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for they knew their village was a safe and gentle place. Still, they were curious, and so they turned to Clara, hoping she might unravel the mystery. With a nod and a determined glint in her eyes, Clara promised to investigate. She started her quest by visiting the gardens at dusk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of coral and lavender in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of honeysuckle. Clara crouched by the hedges, her notebook in hand, and waited patiently. As the moon rose, casting silver beams across the village, Clara noticed something unusual. From the corner of her eye, she saw a soft glow weaving through the gardens. It wasn't the light of fireflies which flickered gently above her, but something more deliberate. She followed it quietly, her footsteps muffled by the soft grass. To her surprise, Clara discovered a small group of creatures, no taller than her knee, with shimmering wings and bright, curious eyes. They were busy at work, tending to the gardens with care, though their methods were a bit chaotic. Clara watched as they rearranged stones, polished leaves with tiny cloths, and gathered forgotten trinkets into neat piles. "Hello there," Clara called softly, not wanting to startle them. The creatures paused, their wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a breeze, and then they turned to face her. "We mean no harm," one of them spoke, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "We are the Glimmerfolk, caretakers of the night." Clara smiled warmly, her heart filling with understanding. "But why open the gates and scatter things about?" she asked gently. The Glimmerfolk exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "We were trying to help," explained another, its voice soft and melodic. "But we did not understand the ways of your village. We thought the tools were to be used, and the gates should breathe with the gardens." Clara chuckled softly, touched by their sincerity. "Your intentions are kind," she assured them, "but perhaps we can learn from each other. I could show you how we tend our gardens, and you can teach me the ways of the night." And so began a delightful exchange of knowledge. Each evening, as the stars blossomed in the sky, Clara and the Glimmerfolk worked together. The creatures taught Clara about the secret language of plants and the songs of the earth, while Clara explained the villagers' ways, showing them how to care for the gardens in harmony with the day. As the days passed, the mystery of the open gates was resolved, and the village thrived with newfound magic. The Glimmerfolk, now understanding the balance between night and day, helped the gardens flourish in ways the villagers had never imagined. Flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a melody of nature's own making. The villagers, grateful for Clara's wisdom and the Glimmerfolk's friendship, held a small celebration under the twinkling stars. There was laughter and joy, a gentle reminder that misunderstandings could be mended with kindness and cooperation. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook continued to be a place where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, a cozy haven where mysteries were welcomed as friends and solved with the warmth of understanding. As Clara lay in bed that night, her heart full of contentment, she knew that the world was a little brighter and a little more magical, thanks to the friends she had found. And as she drifted into dreams, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where the trees sang their lullabies to the stars above. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced upon emerald leaves and mist swirled like a silken veil, lay a secret world. This realm was one where the whispers of the wind and the songs of the stream spoke of ages past, where the creatures of the forest lived in gentle harmony with nature and each other. The forest was home to a myriad of creatures, each with their own role in the delicate balance of life. Among them lived a wise old turtle named Tully, whose shell bore the intricate patterns of countless years. Tully was known as the keeper of stories, his wisdom passed down from generation to generation, like a river flowing through time. One crisp autumn morning, the forest awoke under a blanket of fog, the air tinged with the rich scent of damp earth and fallen leaves. It was on this morning that the young squirrel named Pippin scurried through the underbrush, his eyes wide with wonder. Pippin was a curious soul, his heart filled with questions about the world he called home. As Pippin scampered over gnarled roots and around towering trunks, he stumbled upon Tully, who was basking in a patch of sunlight that had broken through the canopy above. The old turtle's eyes twinkled with the warmth of 1,000 dawns as he watched Pippin approach. "Good morning, Pippin," Tully greeted, his voice as smooth as the river stones worn by time. "What brings you to my sunlit spot today?" Pippin hesitated for a moment, his bushy tail twitching with excitement. "Tully," he began, "I've heard whispers of a magical phenomenon that ties the changing seasons to the very heart of our forest. Can you tell me more about it?" The old turtle chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "Ah, the dance of the seasons," he said. "It is indeed a wondrous thing. Sit with me, young one, and I shall share the tale with you." Pippin settled beside Tully, listening intently as the turtle began his story. Long ago, when the world was still young, the forest was entrusted to the care of 4 ancient spirits, each one embodying a season. There was Bridget of the spring, with her cloak of blossoms and breath of warmth; Theros of the summer, radiant as the sun, bringing life and laughter; Aurum of the autumn, cloaked in gold, whispering change and reflection; and Hyros of the winter, serene and still, blanketing the forest in peace and rest. Tully paused, allowing the gentle rustle of the wind to fill the silence. These spirits, in their wisdom, understood that balance was essential for the harmony of the forest. And so they came together to create the Dance of the Seasons, a magical phenomenon that ensured the smooth transition from one season to the next. Pippin's eyes were wide with awe as he imagined the scene. "And what happens during this dance?" he asked eagerly. "The dance," Tully explained, "is a symphony of nature. It begins with Bridget painting the forest in vivid colors, coaxing the first buds from their sleep. As her song fades, Theros enters, his laughter echoing through the canopy as the sun's golden rays dance upon the leaves. When it is time for Theros to rest, Aurum steps in, his footsteps scattering leaves like whispers of wisdom, teaching us the beauty of letting go. Finally, Hyros arrives, wrapping the world in a gentle silence, a reminder that rest is as important as growth. As Tully spoke, Pippin could almost see the spirits moving through the forest, their presence felt in the shifting of the wind and the changing of the light. "But how do they know when to begin the dance?" he asked. "Ah," Tully smiled, "that is the magic of the forest itself. The spirits listen to the heart of the forest, to the rhythms of life that pulse beneath the earth and sing through the air. It is a bond forged through wisdom and respect, a cycle of giving and receiving that has existed since time immemorial." Pippin nodded, understanding now the delicate balance that sustained the world around him. The wisdom of the spirits was rooted not in power, but in harmony, a lesson passed down through the ages. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Pippin thanked Tully for sharing his tale. The young squirrel scampered away, his heart light and his mind filled with the stories of the forest. In the days that followed, Pippin watched the dance of the seasons unfold before him. He saw the first blush of spring color the world, felt the warmth of summer's embrace, marveled at the vibrant tapestry of autumn, and found solace in the quiet peace of winter. And with each change, he remembered the wisdom of the spirits and the balance they maintained. The forest continued its timeless cycle, a testament to the harmony that could be achieved when all creatures, great and small, lived with respect for each other and for the world they shared. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic intertwined, the stories of the dance of the seasons were passed down, whispered through the leaves and sung by the streams, a gentle reminder of the beauty of balance and the power of nature's wisdom. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Pippin curled up in his cozy nest, the warmth of the forest enveloping him like a soft blanket. He closed his eyes, his dreams filled with visions of the spirits' dance and the gentle lessons of harmony they imparted. And so, with peace in his heart and the promise of a new day, Pippin drifted into a deep and restful sleep. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the enchanted lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air, "what if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself, a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern, casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, the lantern's light never wavered, guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder, its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and vibrant forest, where the sunlight danced through the leaves like a million tiny fairies, there existed a quaint little village known as Whimsy Hollow. This village was unlike any other, for it was home to the most peculiar and endearing creatures you could ever imagine. Their houses were made from hollowed-out trees and mushroom caps, and the cobblestone streets shimmered with an iridescent glow, as if sprinkled with the dust of dreams. In this delightful village lived a fluffy, azure-blue creature named Tittlepot. Tittlepot was as round as a blueberry and just as sweet. His large, expressive eyes were always filled with wonder, and he had a tendency to bounce instead of walk, which made him immensely popular among the village children. Tittlepot's best friend was a tiny winged fox named Flicker. Flicker had fur that sparkled like golden sunlight and wings that resembled the delicate petals of a daffodil. Together they were inseparable, a duo known for their playful antics and their knack for finding adventure in the most unexpected places. One sunny morning, as the dew glistened on the leaves like diamonds, Tittlepot and Flicker were playing a game of hide-and-seek among the towering sunflowers. Suddenly, Flicker noticed something peculiar at the edge of the village. It was a shimmering, swirling portal, hovering just above the ground, emitting a soft, melodious hum that seemed to beckon them closer. "Tittlepot, look at this!" Flicker exclaimed, her wings fluttering with excitement. Tittlepot bounced over, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Oh, what a wondrous sight! Do you think it's safe?" Flicker tilted her head, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "There's only one way to find out." With hearts filled with both excitement and a touch of trepidation, they stepped through the portal. Instantly, they found themselves in a world that was both strange and beautiful. The sky was a soft lavender, and the sun hung low, casting a gentle golden glow over the landscape. Trees with trunks as white as milk and leaves like shimmering emeralds swayed gracefully in the breeze, and flowers with petals made of glass chimed melodiously as they passed by. The two friends wandered through this magical land, marveling at its wonders, until they stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a gigantic teapot made of porcelain perched atop a hill. Surrounding the teapot were dozens of teacups, each the size of a small house, arranged in a perfect circle. It was a teapot village. As they approached, they were greeted by the teapot keeper, a tall, slender creature with a teacup for a hat and a handle for an ear. "Welcome, travelers. I'm Steeply, the keeper of this enchanted place. What brings you to our land?" Tittlepot and Flicker explained how they had found the portal and couldn't resist exploring what lay beyond. Steeply nodded knowingly. "Ah, the portal. It's been acting up lately, causing all sorts of magical mischief. You see, our village teapot has a slight problem. It seems to have lost its steam." "Lost its steam?" Flicker echoed, her eyes widening. "Indeed," Steeply sighed. "Without steam, our teapot cannot brew the magical tea that keeps our village vibrant and alive." Tittlepot and Flicker exchanged glances, their sense of adventure tingling at the thought of a new challenge. "How can we help?" Tittlepot asked eagerly. Steeply smiled warmly. "You have kind hearts, my friends. To restore the steam, we must find the source of the magical spring that feeds the teapot. It lies deep within the Forest of Whispers, guarded by the wise old owl, Professor Hoot." With a mission in mind, Tittlepot and Flicker set off towards the Forest of Whispers. The path was lined with trees that leaned in close, their leaves whispering secrets of the forest to one another. Every now and then, the pair would catch snippets of these whispered tales, stories of long-lost treasures and forgotten spells. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew darker, but instead of fear, they felt a sense of calm, as if the forest were welcoming them into its heart. Finally, they reached a clearing bathed in soft moonlight, where sat Professor Hoot, perched on a branch, his feathers as white as the moon itself. "Ah, visitors!" Professor Hoot hooted, his voice deep and soothing. "What brings you to my domain?" Tittlepot explained their quest to restore the steam to the village teapot. Professor Hoot listened intently, nodding his head in understanding. "To find the magical spring, one must solve the riddle of the forest," he said cryptically, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "What is the riddle?" Flicker asked eagerly. Professor Hoot spread his wings wide, as if to embrace the whole forest. "I am not seen, but I am there. I can be full, yet remain bare. I am a friend to those who play, and yet I vanish with the day." Tittlepot and Flicker pondered the riddle, their minds working in tandem. Tittlepot's eyes suddenly lit up with realization. "Could it be a shadow?" he asked breathlessly. Professor Hoot hooted with delight. "Precisely. You are indeed wise, young one. Follow the shadows, and they will lead you to the spring." With renewed determination, Tittlepot and Flicker followed the shifting shadows cast by the moonlight until they came upon a hidden glade. There, bubbling from beneath a ring of luminescent stones, was the magical spring. Its waters shimmered with a brilliant azure light, and the moment they touched the surface, the forest seemed to come alive with color and sound. Carefully, they filled a small flask with the spring water and hurried back to the teapot village. Steeply was overjoyed to see them return, and together they poured the water into the village teapot. Instantly, the teapot began to rumble and shake, and a gentle plume of steam rose from its spout, filling the air with the sweet, fragrant aroma of magical tea. The villagers cheered, and to show their gratitude, they organized a grand tea party in honor of Tittlepot and Flicker. The tables were laden with cakes and pastries, and the air was filled with laughter and music. Flicker and Tittlepot danced and played until the stars twinkled overhead, their hearts full of joy and friendship. As the night drew to a close, Steeply presented them with a small, shimmering key. "This is the key to the portal," he explained. "Whenever you wish to return to our world, simply hold it in your heart, and it will guide you." Tittlepot and Flicker thanked Steeply and the villagers, promising to visit again. With hearts full of adventure and friendship, they stepped back through the portal, returning to their beloved Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon, Tittlepot and Flicker drifted off to sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the magical world that awaited them just beyond the portal, where every day was filled with whimsy, wonder, and the joy of friendship. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Leora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Leora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Leora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Leora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Leora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Leora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Leora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Leora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the Sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Leora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we. The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Leora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Leora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Leora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees stood tall and wise, there existed a forgotten glade bathed in perpetual twilight. This place was known only to the creatures of the forest, and a few rare souls who dared to venture beyond the well-trodden paths. The air here was imbued with the scent of pine and earth, carrying the gentle rustling of leaves like a soft lullaby. It was a realm where magic lingered, hiding in plain sight among the shadows and the light. Elliot, a curious young boy with a heart as open as the sky, discovered this hidden world one golden afternoon. His hair, tousled by the wind, glimmered like autumn leaves in the sun. He had been wandering through the forest, drawn by a deep-seated yearning for something he could not name. Elliot loved the forest. Its secrets whispered to him, and its beauty filled him with a profound sense of belonging. As he walked, each step cushioned by a carpet of moss and fallen leaves, he stumbled upon an ancient oak with a hollow that seemed to beckon him closer. Within this hollow, nestled among roots as thick as his arm, lay a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was smooth, worn by time, and etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle glow. Elliot's fingers brushed over the box, and a warmth spread through him, as if the object were alive. He hesitated for a moment, then carefully lifted it from its resting place. As he did, a soft sighing sound filled the air, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. With the box cradled in his hands, Elliot sat beneath the oak, leaning against its sturdy trunk. The world around him faded into a serene silence, leaving only the gentle hum of nature. He turned the box over, examining it from every angle before finally deciding to open it. Inside, resting on a bed of velvet as dark as midnight, was a small, crystalline orb. It shimmered with an inner light, casting tiny rainbows that danced around Elliot like playful spirits. Mesmerized, Elliot reached out to touch it, and as his fingertips brushed the surface, a tingling sensation raced up his arm. Suddenly, the orb began to glow more brightly, and a soft voice, warm and melodic, filled the air. "Welcome, Seeker," it said, resonating with a kindness that wrapped around Elliot like a comforting embrace. "You have found the heart of the forest, a gift of magic and mystery." Elliot blinked, his eyes wide with wonder. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this glade," the voice replied. "And you, dear child, have been chosen to carry the heart and listen to its song." The orb pulsed gently, and with each pulse, Elliot felt a connection forming, a bond with the forest and its secrets. "What do I do with it?" he asked, curiosity mingling with a sense of responsibility. "Listen," the voice advised. "Learn. The heart will guide you, reveal hidden truths, and teach you the language of the world around you. But remember, true power comes from understanding, not control." Elliot nodded, his mind awhirl with possibilities. He closed the box, feeling the weight of the orb settle within it, and tucked it safely into his satchel. As he rose to his feet, the forest seemed to awaken, the trees whispering encouragement, the leaves rustling with approval. Over the following days, Elliot returned to the glade, drawn to its serenity and the promise of discovery. He spent hours sitting beneath the ancient oak, listening to the heart's gentle murmur and learning the subtle language of the forest. Each day brought new revelations, a hidden path, a secret grove, the laughter of a brook that meandered through sun-dappled glens. One crisp morning, as the first rays of the sun painted the forest in shades of gold, Elliot encountered an unexpected visitor. A fox, its fur as red as flames, emerged from the underbrush. Its eyes, sharp and intelligent, regarded Elliot with curiosity. "Hello there," Elliot said softly, extending a hand in greeting. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air between them. Sensing no threat, it sat back on its haunches and regarded Elliot with a look of expectation. Elliot remembered the heart and its promise of connection. He retrieved the box from his satchel and opened it, letting the fox see the shimmering orb. The fox tilted its head, eyes reflecting the orb's light, and for a moment, Elliot felt as if he were gazing into a deep well of ancient wisdom. The fox blinked slowly, then trotted forward, brushing against Elliot's leg in a gesture of trust. Elliot smiled, a warmth spreading through him. Here was a friend, unexpected and wondrous, brought to him by the magic of the forest. From that day on, Elliot and the fox were inseparable. They explored the forest together, the fox leading Elliot to hidden places he never would have found on his own. In return, Elliot shared his discoveries and the knowledge imparted by the heart. As the seasons changed, Elliot grew in wisdom and understanding. The forest, once a place of mystery, became a living tapestry of stories and songs. He learned to read the language of the wind, to interpret the dance of the leaves, and to find beauty in the smallest details. But as Elliot's connection with the forest deepened, so too did his awareness of its fragility. He noticed signs of change, trees that stood bare in the wrong season, streams that ran dry, and animals that seemed restless, out of sync with the natural rhythm. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and violet, Elliot sat with the fox by his side, pondering the forest's plight. The heart glowed softly in his lap, its light casting gentle shadows. "What can we do?" Elliot asked aloud, his voice tinged with worry. The fox looked at him, its gaze steady and calm. Elliot felt the heart pulse in response, a silent reassurance that they were not alone. "Together we must find the source of this imbalance." The voice of the guardian spoke, its tone gentle yet resolute. "The forest has chosen you, Elliot, to be its champion. Trust in your bond with the heart and your friendship with the fox. They will guide you." Determined and hopeful, Elliot set out the next morning with the fox at his side. They traveled deeper into the forest than ever before, following signs and whispers that only they could perceive. The journey was long and arduous, but Elliot's heart was buoyed by a sense of purpose and the unwavering companionship of his fox friend. As they ventured onward, the forest revealed more of its wonders. A hidden waterfall that sang with the voices of 1,000 dreams, a glen where flowers bloomed in colors more vibrant than any rainbow. Yet alongside these marvels, Elliot also saw the signs of distress, trees that wept sap like tears, birds that called mournfully to the empty sky. One evening, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars, Elliot felt a shift in the air, a subtle change that sent a shiver down his spine. The fox, ever perceptive, rose to its feet, ears pricked and alert. "We're close," Elliot murmured, sensing that the source of the forest's imbalance lay just ahead. Together they pressed on, their path illuminated by the silvery light of the moon. Finally, they arrived at a clearing unlike any other. Here, in the center, stood a tree of immense size and age, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a guardian embracing the world. But this tree, once the heart of the forest, was withering. Its bark was cracked, its leaves brittle and lifeless. Approaching the tree, Elliot felt the heart in his satchel grow warm, its light pulsing in harmony with the tree's faint heartbeat. He understood then that the heart and the tree were connected, two halves of a greater whole. Elliot knelt before the tree, placing the heart upon the earth at its roots. He closed his eyes, reaching out with his mind and spirit to the guardian voice within the orb. "Please," he whispered, "show me how to help." In response, the heart flared with light, and Elliot found himself enveloped in a vision. He saw the forest as it once was, vibrant and alive, its creatures thriving in harmony. But then a shadow fell over the land, a darkness born of neglect and imbalance, threatening to unravel the delicate weave of life. The vision shifted, and Elliot saw himself, the fox by his side, standing as a beacon of hope. He saw the heart, its light spreading across the forest, mending the fractures and restoring balance. Elliot understood. The heart's power was not his to wield, but to share. To heal the forest, he needed to awaken the magic within every living thing, to remind them of their place in the grand tapestry. With newfound clarity, Elliot rose and turned to the fox, his faithful companion. Together they began to circle the great tree, the heart's light guiding their steps. As they moved, Elliot spoke, his voice carrying the ancient words of the forest, words of renewal and rebirth. The fox joined in, its voice a melody that wove through Elliot's words, binding them with the rhythm of nature. Around them the air shimmered, and the forest seemed to sigh in relief, the shadows retreating as light spread like a healing balm. They continued until the first light of dawn touched the clearing, bathing it in gold. The great tree, once withered, now stood tall and proud, its branches laden with leaves that sang with the wind. The balance had been restored, the forest's heartbeat strong and steady. Elliot felt a deep peace settle within him, a warmth that mirrored the light of the heart. He turned to the fox, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you," he said simply, knowing that their friendship had been the key to unlocking the forest's magic. The fox yipped softly, its eyes reflecting the dawn's light, and nuzzled Elliot's hand, a bond unspoken yet deeply felt. Elliot knew that his journey was only beginning. There were more mysteries to uncover, more stories to learn. But he was ready, for the heart of the forest was with him, and the friendship he had forged with the fox was a strength that would guide him through any challenge. As they left the clearing, the forest seemed to embrace them, its song a gentle promise of adventure and discovery. Elliot walked with a light heart, the fox by his side, knowing that together they would keep the magic of the forest alive. And so, beneath the canopy of leaves that whispered secrets only they could hear, Elliot and his fox friend ventured forth, guardians of the hidden world, champions of the magic that danced in the spaces between shadow and light. Together they embraced the mysteries of the forest, finding joy in every step and wonder in every breath. And as the sun rose higher in the sky, painting the world in vibrant hues, they knew that they had found their place in the ever-spinning tapestry of life. Once, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering woods and meandering streams, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her spirit was as bright as the morning sun, and her curiosity as deep as the night sky. Lila lived with her grandmother, Esme, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village. Their home was filled with the warmth of laughter and the scent of fresh herbs drying by the fireplace. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves painted the ground in shades of amber and gold, Lila set off to explore the woodland paths she'd wandered since she was a tiny child. The forest, with its towering oaks and singing bird life, was a world of secrets and whispers, where every rustle of leaves suggested a hidden tale. While meandering through the familiar trails, Lila stumbled upon a small, peculiar object, partially buried beneath a tangle of roots. It was a thimble, seemingly ordinary, yet it shimmered in the dappled sunlight with a gentle, iridescent glow. Intrigued, she slipped it onto her finger, and at that very moment, a soft, melodious chime filled the air, as if the forest itself was humming a welcoming tune. Unbeknownst to Lila, this was no ordinary thimble. It held a secret, the ability to reveal the true nature of things. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she noticed subtle changes around her. Leaves sparkled with a gloss of hidden patterns, and stones beneath her feet whispered stories of ancient times. Every creature she encountered seemed to gaze at her with knowing eyes, as if acknowledging her newfound gift. Curious and a little overwhelmed, Lila returned to her grandmother, seeking guidance. Esme, with wisdom etched into her gentle smile, listened intently. "Ah, my dear," she said, "you found the thimble of truth. It chooses its bearer and unveils the unseen. But remember, with great insight comes great responsibility." Emboldened by her grandmother's words, Lila decided to explore her village through the lens of her magical thimble. She soon discovered that the baker's cat, often seen lounging lazily by the window, was actually a guardian of the village's dreams, protecting them from nightmares. The ancient oak in the village square was a keeper of time, its roots entwined with memories of generations past. But it was not long before Lila faced a challenge that would test her wisdom. The village had long suffered from a mysterious ailment affecting the crops, causing them to wither before the harvest. The villagers, though kind and hard-working, were at a loss, and fear of famine loomed. Determined to help, Lila ventured to the heart of the forest, accompanied by her two closest friends, Oliver, a mischievous squirrel with a heart of gold, and Tamsin, a wise old turtle who had seen more seasons than anyone could count. Oliver, with his nimble paws, would dart